This is Audible.
Revelations. Back at Molly's house, Charlie told her everything he had found. She looked mortified.
That was so dangerous, Charlie. What if the man had come back?
I know, miss, but I thought the bloke was trying to hurt Mr. Oliver or make him do something he didn't want to do. But now, I don't know what's going on. Molly looked thoughtful.
A funny-looking typewriter. And the insides of a book that has been cut out. My goodness, that could be a place to hide something.
She suddenly exclaimed. What I thought too.
What was the book again?
By some man named George something or other. George Sand, that was it. And it come from the bookkeep. Its name was in it.
And the paper you saw was in German?
I think so, yeah. And Mr. Oliver's got this thing, Albert's dish or some such. Thing is, he says it's for sending secret messages. Molly looked distraught by all these revelations.
I'm not certain what to do, Charlie. It's not like we have proof of anything.
We could call a copper, and he could find that funny machine. That could be proof.
I suppose so.
Said Molly hesitantly.
But you would have to meet with the police and tell them what you saw. But then, they would ask you what you were doing inside the man's room. And they might ask you other questions.
Charlie had paled as soon as she had noted that he would likely have to meet with the police. He said, Then, I think we need to wait a bit.
There could be a perfectly innocent explanation for all of this.
Molly said slowly, though it didn't appear she believed her own words. Right, said Charlie absently. He was distracted by envisioning himself being led to the gallows.
That evening, they were huddled in the study, listening to a program on the wireless, when the door opened and Mrs. Pride poked her head in.
Molly, there's a gentleman at the front door asking for you.
Molly looked surprised. Excuse me? A gentleman? Mrs. Pride held out a card.
He gave me this. I don't like letting strangers in the house. Your parents would surely not approve.
She stared piercingly at Charlie, as though to place an exclamation point on this opinion. Molly looked down at the card. Oh, it's Mr. Oliver.
Should I tell him you're busy? He seems an odd sort.
No, you can show him in here. I know Mr. Oliver. He's a friend. Mrs. Pride's face became pinched as she said,
Are you sure?
Quite sure, thank you. They heard her reluctant footsteps heading down the hall.
What do we do?
Said a panicked Charlie.
With what we know?
We remain calm and normal, replied Molly, though she looked to be neither. A few moments later, Oliver appeared at the door and then closed it behind him, his hat in one hand and his waterproof shiny with raindrops.
Thank you for seeing me.
Molly, barely looking at him because she was so nervous, said, Of course, but I wasn't aware that you knew where I lived.
You were in the telephone book, or at least your father is listed.
I would imagine there are many Wakefields, she said suspiciously.
I saw his Christian name on the letter from the Beneficial Institute.
Ah, of course.
And you mentioned he worked at the Ministry of Food. I have a friend there.
Now that Oliver had mentioned it, perhaps he could inquire with his friend about what had happened to her father, Molly thought. I hope you didn't walk here in such weather.
A ramble in the rain is actually invigorating.
He glanced at Charlie.
It was a very fine service, Charlie.
Charlie and Molly both gaped. Charlie said,
Service?
At your grandmother's funeral.
You was at Gran's burial?
I was behind the line of trees. I would never have dreamt of intruding on such a private affair, but I nonetheless wanted to come and offer my respects.
But how did you know she had passed away? Asked Molly.
I went by to see Charlie at his flat. A neighbour told me what had happened. I didn't know he had come to stay with you, though.
Molly nodded. So you came to see me then, since you didn't know Charlie was here? Oliver stood next to the fire, warming his hands there. When he turned to them, his features were clearly troubled.
Yes, I did, Molly. You see, I worked briefly for the government.
She and Charlie exchanged glances. Really? What did you do there?
Things I'm afraid I cannot tell you. There is a law, you see, the Official Secrets Act.
Molly and Charlie exchanged another startled look before resettling their gazes on Oliver.
Yes, I know that I don't seem the type, but I guess that's sort of the point.
He gave her a troubled look.
When I was at the graveyard, I saw two men watching you, Molly. So you were quite right about that.
Molly glanced sharply at Charlie for a moment. Do you know who they were? Oliver said.
If I had to speculate, I would say government types, security people. Have you ever heard of MI5, also known as the Security Service?
They both shook their heads.
Its existence is not a secret. Basically, its job is to protect England against its enemies, spies and such.
Were you part of this MI5 then? Asked Molly.
I really can't say.
But why would these men be following me? I've done nothing.
When I spoke to my friend at the Ministry of Food, he told me something interesting.
Does he know what has become of my father? She said eagerly.
Become of him? You said he was just working long hours.
Well, that was not entirely correct. He actually went away and has not returned. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before.
Well, I also must make a confession. At the graveyard, I actually heard you tell Charlie of your father's absence.
Then why did you pretend you didn't know? Said Molly, in an annoyed tone.
I was just making sure, that is all. It is a difficult world right now, and nothing can be taken for granted. When I saw the men and overheard you tell Charlie that your father had vanished, that is when I began making inquiries.
I see, said Molly, her gaze drifting to the floor.
I was puzzled why you were asking me about your mother and having me read those letters if your father was still at home. Well, I have found out some news of him.
What? Molly exclaimed, looking up.
That your father has never worked at the Ministry of Food.
Molly had just then picked up her teacup. She was so startled by Oliver's words that the cup slipped from her fingers and fell onto the Wilton rug. Charlie stared down at the few drops of tea leaching into the carpet before raising his amazed gaze to Oliver. Your friend must be wrong, then, said Molly slowly. Or perhaps Mrs. Pride misunderstood my father. Yes, that must be it, she said, brightening and turning to Charlie. That's why he wasn't at the ministry that night. Mrs. Pride just got it wrong.
But that letter got the Ministry of Food's name on it.
Charlie reminded her. That's right, it did, said Molly, looking confused once more. So what else do you know about my father, Mr. Oliver? Before he could respond, Oliver's gaze lifted to the ceiling. Charlie's eyes darted to the window. Molly said, What is it?
Air raid siren,
Said Oliver.
I'm off duty tonight and don't even have my gas mask. Very stupid of me.
You can use my father's, and I have mine, and Charlie can use my mother's. Oliver took charge.
Follow me. A tube station is the nearest best shelter. Quickly, we haven't much time before the next siren sounds, and it's a bit of a walk.
They hurried to the front door and grabbed the masks off the pegs, along with umbrellas. Molly said, Wait, "Where is Mrs. Pride?" They quickly searched the house, but couldn't find her.
"She must have gone out,"
said Oliver.
"She might already be at the shelter."
The warbly sirens were growing louder and louder. Oliver's expression turned grim as he listened to the sirens.
"Hurry, children, hurry!"
All fall down. As they joined streams of people rushing along, Molly looked up to see if the German planes were really coming. This was an entirely new experience for her, and the anxiousness she felt echoed that reality. Oliver caught her look and said,
"They're not here yet, Molly. Another siren will sound, and then we'll have around 10 minutes or so before, well..."
They passed a demolished street shelter, which had been mass erected early in the war and designed to hold 50 people, protecting them from bomb splinters. However, they had a serious design flaw, namely that a bomb blast would suck out the walls, leaving the 9-inch thick concrete roof to fall on the unfortunate inhabitants. 10 minutes later, they raced down the steps of the tube station, along with many other worried-looking people. Oliver identified himself as an air warden to another warden in uniform who was on duty, and they both helped to get everyone in and situated before securing the entrance to the tunnel. When he was done with this, Oliver settled next to Charlie and Molly on the station's platform and waited.
Do you think they're really coming?
Charlie asked Oliver.
"While it is cloudy and raining, the wind is calm, so there is a possibility. And the civilian watchers have become very good at their jobs, unfortunately from so much practice."
He looked reassuringly at Molly.
"We'll be all right. This station is quite deep."
Tense minutes slipped by after the second warning siren had gone off. Then, the drone of plane engines could be heard. So many that everyone looked up in surprise. It was so eerily quiet down here that they heard one man mutter,
"Come on, you bastards. Just chuck it at us and be done."
Oliver slipped his arms around the children, pulling them together and down and hovering over them, as though his slender body could shield them from what was coming. The sounds of the aircraft engines thudded ever closer, and the anti-aircraft guns commenced firing. Each blast of the weapons made Molly's body jerk. And then came the whine of falling bombs, shrieking higher and higher as they drew closer to the earth. As the first munitions struck, the explosions seemed to reach right through the top of the station, as though an earthquake had just breached London. Oliver bent lower over the children and grunted in pain as a falling piece of ceiling tile hit him on the shoulder. Another bomb struck nearby, and the floor under them seemed to shift violently with the impact. Further down the underground line, they heard screams and what sounded like a wall collapsing. Thick dust and smoke shot through the tunnel, making them all gag. Molly had her hand clenched around Charlie's. She had never been this frightened in her life. She wondered at how Charlie and Mr. Oliver could have endured something like this on an almost nightly basis for months on end during the Blitz. She managed to catch Charlie's gaze. Molly could tell he was scared, yet he smiled bravely at her and said,
"It's all right, Molly. The Jerrys don't aim too good most times."
She nodded and managed a weak smile in return, but, in truth, she felt nauseous, and her pulse was throbbing in her ears. As more bombs landed, the explosions were interlaced with sirens, screams, and sounds of panic from above. Inside the tube station, babies shrieked and children cried, as did some of the adults. A full 2 hours passed, with nearly unrelenting explosions that shook all of them to their souls. Molly thought that nothing in hell could ever match this experience. And then, the whines and impacts and explosions slowed, and then abruptly ceased. Everyone sat paralyzed, in seeming disbelief that it was over, and they were still alive. After 10 minutes of quiet passed, Oliver slowly straightened and let go of Molly and Charlie. He rubbed his injured shoulder where the tile had struck him.
Okay, we should hear the all clear soon. But we must wait until then. They could be sending in a second wave.
Molly looked at him with a stunned expression. Second wave?
But perhaps not tonight,
He said in a reassuring tone. 2 minutes later, the all-clear siren mercifully sounded. Some started to make their way to the exits, while others settled down to spend the night underground, just in case the Luftwaffe returned to try to kill them. When they reached the surface, they could smell smoke and hear screams and sirens, and an explosion or two, probably as ruptured gas lines ignited. Flames rose high into the sky, turning night into near day, and heating the air so much they could all feel the enhanced warmth on their skin and the smoke in their lungs. They watched as firemen battled numerous blazes with hard streams of water, and people rushed past them in all directions.
Looks like they hit us pretty badly,
said Oliver dejectedly.
Help me, please.
Someone nearby cried out. They rushed toward the sounds and found a man lying amid some heated, smoky rubble. He was bleeding, and his face was ashen.
Children, go and get help while I see to him,
said Oliver, as he knelt next to the injured man.
As a warden, I've had first aid training.
Instead, Molly pushed past him and ran her gaze over the man. He was holding his arm where blood was soaking through his ripped shirt sleeve. She examined the wound and the ominous blood flow. Mr. Oliver, do you have a torch? He produced one and shone it where she directed, on the man's arm. She told the man to count to 10, and that this would hurt a bit, but she had to do it. She glanced at Oliver and Charlie and said quietly, "If you could hold him still." They did so while she took the torch, and then inserted her gloved finger inside the wound. The man cried out and would have thrashed around had he not been held tightly by Charlie and Oliver. "Okay," said Molly. "I'm done. You can let him go."
What did you do?
whispered Oliver. She whispered back, "I managed to nudge a torn blood vessel back in alignment. It won't fully stop the bleeding, but it slowed it considerably. Had I not, I doubt he would live. Now I need to slow the blood loss even more." She took off her hat, tore the sash from around it, and looked at Oliver. "I need you to hold his arm very tightly while I wrap this around it." She turned back to the wounded man and said firmly, "You must remain very still, do you understand? This will not hurt like before, but it is necessary. All right?" He nodded, his pale features in anguish. Oliver held the arm where Molly told him to, and she very carefully chose the location before slowly wrapping the sash around the man's upper arm and tying it off to form a tourniquet. She then checked the blood flow and was relieved to see that it had diminished quite dramatically. She looked down at the man. "You're going to be fine, but you need to remain quite still. Charlie, run and get help. He needs to go to hospital straight away." Charlie raced off and came back a minute later with a policeman. Molly told him what was needed, and he rushed off, blowing a whistle. While he was gone, Molly checked the tourniquet and wiped the sweat and blood off the man's face. She had also used a clean handkerchief from her pocket to pack the wound. "Close your eyes and breathe in and out slowly and calmly," she advised. "That will lower your heart rate, which will slow your loss of blood. Help will be here soon."
Where did you learn to do all that?
asked an amazed Oliver. "At a hospital in Leiston." The constable returned with an ambulance and 2 medics. Molly told them her diagnosis, and that the injured man needed to remain very still, and the tourniquet kept in place. Out of earshot of the wounded man, she said, "Before you transport him, you'll need to bind the injured arm to his body. I resettled the artery as best I could, but it's still damaged, and I had to apply the tourniquet quite tightly because of the volume of blood loss. Remember to tell the surgeon it's the brachial artery. When he gets to hospital, he will require immediate surgery. You can't keep such a tight tourniquet on indefinitely, or else the lack of blood flow will permanently damage the limb, and it might need to come off. Now, do you have morphine? One of the medics, who had listened to her with growing incredulity, said,
Yes, but...
She interrupted. Then let me have a syringe of it to give to him. That will sedate him for the trip to hospital, and also for his surgery. The medic blurted out,
Give you morphine? You're just a child.
Oliver stepped forward and said,
I'm a doctor, and my daughter is just repeating what I said before you arrived.
He looked at Molly, his expression embarrassed.
She wants to be, a nurse when she grows up.
The medic looked much more at ease.
Ah, right you are. Do you want to give him the shot of morphine then, Doc?
Oliver became quite pale.
No, you chaps go right ahead.
After they took the injured man away, Charlie said,
That was amazing, Molly.
Oliver added,
I'm sorry about all that, Molly. He thinks I'm a doctor, but you were the one who saved that man's life. I carry first aid material when I patrol, and I know how to patch and bandage, but nothing like you just did.
I just hope he'll recover. I tried to sound confident in front of him, but the wound was quite serious. They walked back to Molly's home. However, they found it no longer existed. Gone by equal measures. The fire brigade and members of the Civil Defence's Heavy Rescue Division finally managed to pull Mrs. Pride's body from the rubble of what had once been the stately Wakefield home. Oliver, Molly, and Charlie stood numbly by as the dead woman's body was placed into an ambulance and taken away. It would be determined later that nearly 100 people were killed during this raid, 500 more injured, and more than 100 homes and buildings destroyed, many of them in the posh areas of Chelsea, Knightsbridge, and Mayfair. But she wasn't in there when we left, said Molly, still in shock at losing her nanny, her home, and all her possessions in a few hours' time.
She might have gone out and then come back for some reason,
said Oliver,
and then decided to shelter there. It is very tragic.
He looked up and down the street. All the other structures nearby had remained largely undamaged, aside from Molly's and the one next to hers. There was never any rhyme or reason as to why one place was hit and another one wasn't. As they stood there, another constable came over.
You lived there, lass?
He asked. What? She stuttered.
You lived there with the dead woman. The lady over there said so. Said Mrs. Pride was your nanny.
That's right.
Where are your parents then, love?
Molly froze, but only for an instant. They were not at home. I expect them back tomorrow.
All right. Do you have some place to stay until they get back?
Oliver stepped up.
She can stay with my wife and me. We're friends of the family. We were here visiting Molly while her parents were gone. We went to the underground when the sirens sounded.
The constable glanced at Charlie.
The new lad?
He's my son,
answered Oliver promptly.
Right then. Well, good luck to you all.
He hurried back over to where Molly's home had once stood. Molly said, Where do Charlie and I go now? An orphanage? She glanced at Charlie, who stared dully back at her.
I think we can allow that discussion to wait for another time,
said Oliver. Mrs. Pride must be given a proper burial, but I'm not sure how to manage it. What little moneys we had were inside the house.
Does she have family?
Asked Oliver. Molly slowly shook her head. None that I know of. Her husband died before she came to work for us. She never mentioned children.
Siblings, perhaps?
I don't know. It seems quite stupid on my part, but we never talked about any of that, she added guiltily.
Well, Let's go to the bookshop and we can think things over. We'll come up with something.
They walked off through the smoke and destruction of the night's bombing, past fresh rubble and bodies under bloody sheets, and the wounded being loaded into vehicles, and slowly made their way to Covent Garden and the bookkeep. Oliver unlocked the door and ushered them in.
I have a spare room that you and Charlie can use. Imogen kept items from her younger days that I still have, and that might fit you, Molly. And I had a cousin's son who lived with us early on in the war, and who was around your size, Charlie. He left some odd bits of clothing behind.
It was evident that Oliver was trying his best to remain optimistic in the face of such stark challenges.
I have food, enough,
he added feebly.
and a good deal of tea.
Molly gasped. My ration book. It was in the house. Charlie said,
Gran had my book. It's long gone by now.
Oliver said,
It only costs a shilling to replace a lost ration book. However, it might be difficult, since you both would have to appear in person to claim a new one, and there would be troublesome questions. Oh, before I forget, we should talk about your schooling.
I'm of age. All done,
said Charlie immediately. Molly added, I am as well, but I hope to sit for my exams next year when I turn 16.
All right,
Said a relieved Oliver. He rushed off to make tea, while Charlie stared at the repaired front door. Molly caught his eye. Charlie, is something wrong? He turned to her with an angry look.
Pretty much everything is wrong. For both of us. Don't you see that? We are orphans. At least I am, and you're close to it. They'll put us in some place with a bunch of other kids nobody cares about.
That's not how it works, Charlie. His features tightened and he snapped.
It is how it works. I got mates. I know what happens to people like that.
He glanced at the door again, and his anger faded to melancholy. Oliver returned with the teacups and a few biscuits on a tray. They drank the tea, and Charlie had 2 biscuits, while Molly had 1. She ate it with a detached air, as her gaze ran mindlessly over the shelved books.
Oliver peered over his cup at each of them in turn. The weight of what he had just decided to do was clearly pressing down upon his slender shoulders, compacting him into perhaps a lessened version of himself. He turned to look at the till and seemed to be calculating how much money was in there. Not nearly enough, his sober expression proclaimed. A widower without children now had 2, and in contravention of the law. Orphaned children were sent to orphanages. He knew that better than most. He and his brother had gone to an orphanage when their parents had been killed in a railway accident near Doncaster.
I really can't believe that Mrs. Pride is gone. Aside from my mother, she was my only companion, really. My father was always so busy.
I'm sure he loves you very much, Molly, said Oliver.
But he left without a word to me. No telegram, no letter. It's inexcusable. And my poor mother's in a sanatorium. I have no home, I have nothing. Only the clothes on my back, literally.
She paused and glanced over at Charlie, who was watching her closely as he finished the last biscuit.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I know that you have had to manage with far less than I have.
You lost your home tonight. And your nanny. You got good reason to be mad. I was mad when Gran died. I'm still bloody mad.
He added sharply. She took some time finishing her tea.
If only I had an idea of where my father is.
Molly eyed Oliver.
Before the sirens started, you were talking about my father and the men at the graveyard. But it has nothing to do with me, does it?
No, not directly.
It has to do with my father, you mean? You mentioned this Secrets Act. If he didn't work for the Ministry of Food, where was my father working?
Oliver slowly set down his cup of tea and rubbed his thigh, where one of the burns he had suffered previously had begun to ache. "The person I spoke with said he thought your father had also signed the Official Secrets Act."
And why would he do that?
"There are many reasons. If he was involved in the war effort and was privy to confidential information, would be one of them."
Could it be he was, I don't know, a spy working against the Germans?
She glanced sharply at Charlie, who was watching Oliver closely.
I know he travelled to the continent quite often before the war, but I was never told why.
Oliver said, uncertainly, "It's possible, Molly."
Has he been captured by the Germans, then? Has he been killed?
"I really have no idea," said Oliver. "I'm sorry." She persisted.
But can you find out more, considering what you used to do? And the men watching me, maybe they would know something.
Oliver looked at her uneasily. I can try."
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Oliver cleared his throat and said, "I did look up the Beneficial Institute. It's on the coast near Falmouth, in Cornwall." Molly said eagerly,
Is there a way to get there?
"There is no bus service right now. The GWR has train service to Falmouth, but with wartime restrictions, it takes about 10 hours, and the trains do not run regularly. The military takes precedence and all that, and the Germans routinely bomb the train tracks, so there is that impediment as well."
But can I still make the journey? I really need to see my mother, and she may know where my father is.
"There is the question of the price of the tickets," said Oliver slowly, once more glancing at the till. "And you'll need food and clothing and money for lodging and other essentials."
I can earn money. I can work in your shop.
"Yes, you could, though sometimes days go by without a customer coming in."
Well, I could tidy up the place.
"Absolutely. Yes, you can." She looked at Charlie, who was intently watching the nervous expression on Oliver's face. Unlike Molly, who was so focused on finding the means to reach her mother, he could evidently sense the man's misgivings on the subject of paying wages for tidying up.
And Charlie could work here too.
Said Molly brightly.
For room and board.
Said Charlie.
But I'll work someplace else for pocket money.
Molly looked confused by this, and Oliver said, "Charlie, there's really no need. I'm sure I can find the means with which to pay you both." Charlie shook his head.
You should only pay us, Mr. Oliver, if you need us to work for you. Otherwise it's just charity. And Gran never liked to take charity, and she taught me the same. And you only got the one ration book for the three of us. Gran had both of ours, and it still weren't enough food.
Molly looked crestfallen.
I can find work elsewhere too, I'm sure.
"But you're just children," protested Oliver. Molly said briskly,
I'm no longer a child, Mr. Oliver. And there's a chemist's shop down the street. I did a great many prescription fillings at the hospital in Leyston. I can see if they need an assistant.
"There are age requirements, surely, Molly," pointed out Oliver. Her voice rose to a tremulous level.
I just saved a man's life tonight, for God's sake. And I can make inquiries, can't I?
"Of course you can," conceded Oliver, "but for now, I think a good night's rest is required after all the shocks you've endured. Things will look better in the morning." Neither Molly nor Charlie looked like they thought that was remotely possible, and neither, really, did Ignatius Oliver. The true beginnings of something. It was dawn, and Oliver had barely slept. Wearing a tattered robe, he moved through the shop, touching this book and straightening that one. He removed a bit of dust from a shelf, and a finger mark from the front window with his sleeve. He then looked down and saw water coming in under the door as the poorly draining cobblestones flooded from all the rain, and then sought a pathway into his shop. He hurried to the toilet, seized an old towel, and stuffed it against this gap. He next walked down the flight of steps, moved over to the doorway, took out the key, unlocked his wife's study, and went inside. Some writers preferred early mornings to work their craft. Others were inspired with the lateness of night. Still other ambitious scriveners wrote all the time. Imogen had preferred the late afternoon or early evening to work on her novel, when a day's other labour had been completed, and the events during that time and her corresponding thoughts commingled into a stream of inventiveness that would make the prose resonate, the characters compel, and the story spark. This did not always happen, she had told him. Indeed, it often didn't, but that did not defeat the logic of her approach. Writing is often drudgery, she had told him, and no matter how long you did it, the process never became easier. It simply became more bewildering, as though you knew there was a secret to it all, and you'd come close to finding it at times, but right when you thought you had it, the bloody thing just skittered away into the dark recesses of your mind, like the remnants of a slippery dream. But, she had said, in that perplexity and frustration, one could sometimes see growth, improvement, and a desire to keep going, which was more than ample reward. Though she had attended lectures where prominent writers claimed to always be in a perfect state of self-confidence, Imogen had noted,
"Such a foolish conviction is like a loaded gun to one's head, and you are but a single false belief away from never placing credible thought to paper again."
Overconfidence in his storytelling abilities was not something with which Oliver was the least bit concerned. He sat down at the desk and stared at the blank page in the Crown typewriter, his long-time nemesis. Having the presence of 2 children with him now had no doubt added to his anxiety to produce something of worth. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, where directly overhead Molly and Charlie were hopefully in peaceful rest. It was quite ironic. Imogen had never wanted children, perhaps more out of insecurity than anything else. She had confided in him her utter disbelief that she could ever measure up to the standard her mother and father had set with her. Oliver had wanted to be a father, but he wanted Imogen as his wife even more. And now he had a son and a daughter, at least for a bit. I suppose it's fortunate that they're not small children, as you would be sorely out of your depth. But people their age are not an easy lot to deal with either. Indeed, they are infinitely more complex than the youngsters. They make the most intricate encryptions pale by comparison. He stared at the paper, and it stared contemptuously back. In desperation, Oliver turned to the tin of typed pages and picked up the first few. The early chapters had been riveting. The war, the struggles and hardship, the deaths, the unending anxiety from looking to the sky every few minutes, awaiting the shriek of the air raid siren, and then later the scream of the falling bombs. Further into the story, he read about families divided and lost, hope gone, day-to-day survival with a dwindling amount of resources available. Anger and dissatisfaction grew, particularly among those who had never felt the government, even in peacetime, could do anything worthwhile. If the state could not help when its citizens most needed it, what use was it? That was a straightforward and thus powerful argument, and was thematic throughout the unfinished novel. Imogen had taken on that issue deeply and sensitively, and ultimately pushed back against the notion that anarchy or dictatorship was better than a government made up of the will of the people. They had both heard the talk at the shops, pubs, church, and in myriad other places where one listened and learned about what was on people's minds. There were more than a few here who grudgingly admired the brutal efficiency of the German war machine, the superficial advantage of having one strong man dictate everything for all, in lieu of the unwieldy ebb and flow of compromise required in a democracy. But for Oliver, as even a casual observer of history could say with complete confidence, such one-man governing structures never ended well for anyone, not even the strong man. Humans make poor gods. We're just not up to it. Imogen had written that as the opening lines in Chapter 8. It was one of his favourite epigrams. But then both of their lives had been transformed in ways Oliver would never have imagined. And maybe that was why Imogen had never finished her book. Yes, that clearly was the reason she had not. And it was also the reason she had died. He put the pages on top of the tin box and sat back in the old, worn and uncomfortable chair. This was intentionally so. Imogen did not like to write in comfort. She wanted to feel on the edge of pain as she wrote, so that she could authentically transfer that emotion to the story. Pain was a universal connection. Everyone felt it at some point in their lives, physically, mentally, and/or emotionally. No one, rich or poor, young or old, was exempt from its claws. However, the resulting ache in his back from the unyielding chair prompted no grand ideas from Oliver. His fingers did not even reach for the typewriter keys. He felt inadequate and overwhelmed. Distracted and dismayed, he looked up at the doorway to see Molly and Charlie staring at him, their faces puffy from disturbed sleep. He clumsily rose as they entered Imogen's old sanctum. Looking around, before settling her gaze on the crown typewriter and the stack of pages, Molly said,
"Are you a writer?"
Oliver came around to the front of the desk and perched on the edge, blocking their view of both the machine and the pages. For several reasons he felt deeply invaded, a long-kept secret, abruptly lost. My wife was. A very good one, in fact.
Are any of her books here? I'd love to read them.
She was writing her first when she died.
Oh,
Said Molly. I didn't think you'd be up this early, said Oliver.
The rain woke us.
Said Charlie. Really? I found the sound quite relaxing, said Oliver, though he was, of course, wide awake.
I mean, the water was dripping on my head.
Explained Charlie. He and Molly were sharing the small spare bedroom that held twin cots. Ah, yes, I've been meaning to fix that leak for ages.
this is a very nice room.
Said Molly, timidly, as though she sensed they had disrupted a treasured privacy. But then she stared at the typewriter, and her expression changed. She edged forward. Yes, I like to come in here. Usually not this early, but...
Have you been trying to finish the book for your wife?
Molly drew still closer to the desk, saw that it was indeed a typewriter with a blank page wound in, and her features relaxed. What? No, he fibbed. With far more candour, he added, I have neither the talent nor the discipline to do so. I'm much more comfortable with numbers. They are what they are, and they always add up the same way. I prefer that sort of consistency. I do not like unpredictability in the least, yet that seems to be all there is anymore, which is why the world is so bewildering to me presently. He stopped abruptly as though chastened by the fact that he had revealed so much of a personal nature.
Could I read what she has written?
Molly asked. He put a hand protectively on top of the pages. That wouldn't be fair to Imogen. I mean, a story only half finished. He led them from the room, closed the door, and locked it. Now, would you like some breakfast? I have 2 eggs, a strip of bacon and a slice of ham, and some bread and margarine, and golden shred. I'll need to go to the shops today with my ration book for more provisions. While you're eating, I can take a look at that ceiling. I think a well-placed cloth or 2 will suffice. Or perhaps moving the cot? He went off to the small kitchen to prepare their meals.
When Mr. Oliver left the room, Molly said,
I'm not sure he was being truthful, but that was a typewriter.
But that don't mean he's not doing something bad.
But he just doesn't strike me as the type. And he said he worked for the government. He knows about this Secrets Act thing.
I can't figure it out, admitted Charlie.
Do you think we should go to the police? I don't want to believe that Mr. Oliver is doing anything illegal, but we do have a duty as British citizens.
When she had mentioned the word police, Charlie had involuntarily glanced at the door, where the towel was now soaked through. Molly followed his gaze.
I wish you'd tell me what's bothering you.
He shot her a look, and his face reddened. Right now, everything's bothering me. We got no parents. We got nothing.
But we're here.
He pointed to the door. There's a lady over there what runs that tea shop. She'll find out quick enough that we're living here, and then what do you think she'll do?
What?
Call the coppers. She knows Mr. Oliver ain't got no children. They'll put us in an orphanage.
You can't possibly know that.
I do bleeding know that,
Well, maybe an orphanage wouldn't be so very bad.
she retorted. They are too. I got mates what got sent to them.
What mates?
Never you mind about that. Just mates. And now one of them's dead, thought Charlie. And he had no idea where Lonzo had gotten to. Maybe he had joined the army as Lonzo had suggested at their last meeting. Charlie couldn't know that Lonzo would try to do so. Only it would go horribly, horribly wrong. For both Lonzo and him.
For king and country.
How old did you say you were again, lad?
The rigid man in the military uniform looked up at Lonzo, who stood before him with his soiled cap clutched in nervous fingers, but his expression resolute. He had washed up with a stolen bar of soap and water from a public fountain, and then nicked a set of second-hand clothes from the back of a shop. His worn-out brogues had been replaced by a pair of shoes he'd found after the most recent bombing. The owner had apparently been blown right out of them, leaving the shoes a bit singed but still far better than what Lonzo had. 18, answered Lonzo promptly.
You don't look it.
Said the sergeant major in His Majesty's army. He was missing his left arm below the elbow, and his right eye where a black patch now lay. They were the reasons he was sitting here recruiting others to fight a war he no longer could. His trim moustache ran straight as a ruler over his firm upper lip. Lonzo stood as tall as he could manage. Just need me some proper food and a uniform and I'll look my age all right. Fill out, I will.
Then your address?
Lonzo said immediately. Flat 4A, 13 Dapleton Terrace, Bethnal Green, Gov.
East Ender, eh? You blokes make good fighters. Then you may call me sir.
Been fighting for a while now, sir. On the streets, I'm meaning. Lonzo grinned.
Fighting in a war is a very different thing, young man.
Right, Gov. Sir.
Parents?
Dead, sir, replied Lonzo.
How?
Me dad in the war. Somewheres in France, least I think. Mum in a bombing near the docks. She did the charring. The Jerry's got her then.
And you live with whom?
Me gran. But I don't need her to say it's okay, 'cause I'm of age.
You have papers to prove that? Birth certificate, registry card?
Got lost in a fire. He wiped his runny nose and wouldn't look at the sergeant major. But it was a B card, sir. A 262 was my number, I swear it. This indicated Lonzo was born in the second quarter of 1926 and was thus 18. The B card was issued to those between the ages of 16 and 21.
Full name?
He stood up straight and recited, Alonzo Sylvester Rossi. Folks call me Lonzo. The moustache dipped a bit.
Rossi? You foreign?
Me dad was from Italy and me mum got some Spanish blood in her.
So Benito Mussolini and Francisco Franco foreign then?
Lonzo eyed the man steadily. Me mum were born in Stepney, same as me. Me dad come over here when he was young, and he joined up and died fighting for the English, sir. So he weren't foreign when it come to picking sides. I ain't know nothing about them other blokes you spoke of. The sergeant major cleared his throat.
You'll need to pass a physical. Have the doctors look you over, eyes, ears, feet, chest.
I'm healthy as a horse.
Can you read?
Lonzo didn't miss a beat. Nuns taught me.
Nuns?
At the school where I went.
You Catholic?
The sergeant major said this as though that also might be a problem. "Just smells and bells to me, sir," said Lonzo offhandedly.
Let's fill out the papers, shall we? And then you can take a seat over there.
"Right you are, sir." Lonzo, with the sergeant major's assistance, did the necessary paperwork, and the soldier instructed Lonzo to wait. As he was reviewing some documents, the man looked over a list that had been provided to him, along with a description of someone. He ran his eye down it and then glanced up at Lonzo, who was starting to doze off in his chair. The sergeant major quietly stepped away and made a phone call from another room. 15 minutes passed, and then someone tapped Lonzo on the shoulder, waking him. He saw the official warrant card and the stern-looking man holding it.
Detective Inspector Willoughby, you'll need to come with me, boy.
Lonzo looked wildly around, but 2 burly constables with their shiny buttons and tall helmets barred any escape. "I ain't done nothing,"
No one said you had, son,
replied Willoughby.
did they?
With a constable on either side of him, Lonzo was marched out as the sergeant major watched for a moment, before ripping up Lonzo's papers and tossing them in the dustbin.
Next!
He called out to an assistant waiting at the door.
D.I. Willoughby. The ride to the police building in the official motorcar was swift. One of the constables and D.I. Willoughby took Lonzo to a small room with an overbearing electric heater that made him sweat, and barred windows that made him fear. The constable pushed him down in a hard chair set at a wooden table, and then settled his bulk in front of the only door. Willoughby slipped off his overcoat, placed it on a peg, removed his hat, lit up a cigarette, and offered one to Lonzo, who accepted. Willoughby was 50 and tough-looking, with wide hips and meaty, brutish shoulders. His features were mostly impassive, but he had the look of a man who had seen far too much of life that was horrible, and it had changed him, and not for the better. There was no compassion or empathy or anything else like that left in him. He eyed Lonzo as one would a prize to be turned into an even more valuable one. As they smoked, Willoughby loosened his tie and opened a file he had placed on the table. He leisurely read over it and then lifted out a picture and placed it in front of Lonzo. "Recognize him?" Lonzo glanced down at the photograph before quickly looking away, his expression one of revulsion.
"No, I ain't never seen him."
"His name's Eddie Gray. Surely you know him, Lonzo. You two were mates."
"That ain't look like Eddie to me. And besides, I ain't seen him for a while, have I, Gov?"
"That's because he's dead. Surely you can see the way his head is all crushed, can't you? And all the blood." He pushed the picture closer. "Take another look." Lonzo shook his head.
"No, I ain't want to."
Willoughby leaned across, ripped the cigarette from Lonzo's mouth, gripped the back of his head and forced it over the picture. "Look at your friend, Lonzo. What's left of him. Look at the mate you left to die." Lonzo cried out.
"I ain't know nothing about that. Swear it on me mum's grave."
The detective inspector released his grip and sat back. "We're going to have a little identity parade in a few minutes, boy. The lorry driver saw you clearly. He's here to finger you as one of the other criminals there that night. And let me remind you that a constable died. He had a wife and young children. The wife no longer has a husband, and the children have lost their father." He pointed a finger at Lonzo. "All because of you." Willoughby looked up at the constable and nodded. The next instant, Lonzo's face was slammed into the wood of the table. Then he was viciously punched in the head and knocked to the floor. "Careful, boy, you'll hurt yourself." Willoughby lit up another cigarette and lazily blew smoke out while a blooded, bruised, and clearly dazed Lonzo sobbed and put his hands over his injured face. One of his eyes was already starting to swell shut. The constable jerked him off the floor and thrust him back into his chair.
Is this a hanging job?"
asked Lonzo in a whimper. "It could very well be. A constable did die. But if you tell me who the other boy was, well, I might be able to do something for you.
You could.
No promises, mind you. But if you tell us the truth, then I could help you, yes. He stubbed out his smoke, swiped back his hair, and leaned across so that he was only inches from Lonzo. What was his name?
Charlie. Charlie Matters.
Where is he?
Dunno. His gran died and he had to leave his flat in Bethnal Green.
Parents?
Dead.
And you have no idea where he is now? Lonzo shook his head.
No, Gov. I swear.
Willoughby took out a notepad and pen. Describe him. Lonzo did so.
Can you still help me?
Willoughby finished writing and looked up. You've really told me nothing helpful, Lonzo. Lots of boys like Charlie in this city. Does he go to school?
No.
Does he have any other family? Lonzo shook his head.
Dunno.
Willoughby grabbed one of the boy's hands and twisted Lonzo's index finger until it broke. Lonzo howled in pain. Don't lie to me, boy. You won't like it. He let go of Lonzo's hand and the boy jerked back, holding his damaged finger. Lonzo wailed.
He ain't got no family, I swear. His gran was all he had and she died. They buried her over in Stepney at the church.
What were you doing breaking into a shop, and why that shop? Lonzo swallowed and looked down at the table. Out of his one good eye he watched for the constable sneaking up on him again.
We heard it had some money in the till.
How did you hear that?
Just did.
Willoughby pointed to the door. When we walk out of here and you get picked out of the identity parade, the next stop for you will be prison. And they will hang you.
I never saw that lorry till it hit Eddie, I swear. Didn't mean to hurt nobody.
The law doesn't care what you meant, Lonzo. It only cares about what you did. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Why that bookshop? Lonzo gazed warily at the constable, who had now taken a step forward, holding his wooden club and tapping it menacingly against one wide palm.
Charlie knew about it. He stole from the bloke before, but the git took the money back.
Willoughby's brows knitted in confusion. Why, are you saying this Charlie Matters took the money he stole back? Why the devil would he do that, boy? You taking the mickey with me? I don't like that.
He said the bloke had it bad and needed the quid, but Charlie had a book that got no writing in it. He got it from the shop. Said he was going to sell it.
Did he? Barked Willoughby. Lonzo was not about to add the theft of the book to his list of crimes.
Got no way of knowing that, do I?
Bollocks! Exclaimed Willoughby as he nodded at the bobby. A punishing strike landed on the back of Lonzo's head from the constable's club, which once more knocked Lonzo to the floor. His head bleeding badly, Lonzo threw up on the floor. Willoughby cried out, Jesus, boy, get a hold of yourself! You were going to join the army? By God, you would have lasted all of 10 minutes against the Germans. Now, get back in your chair before the constable is forced to help you. Willoughby drummed his fingers against the table and waited while Lonzo picked himself up off the floor and sobbed quietly into the wood of the table. You said he got the book from the shop. Did he steal it?
He said he bought it with the shillings he stole from the shop. But that were a lie, 'cause he give the money back.
So did he nick it then? Persisted the detective inspector.
Dunno. But he didn't want us to go round to the shop. He tried to stop us. Maybe he was a friend of the bloke's.
Willoughby glanced at his notebook. This Ignatius Oliver? Lonzo rubbed his damaged nose and touched the wound on the back of his head. His fingers came back all sticky with his blood.
Dunno, maybe. But Charlie ain't want us to steal from him, I can tell you that.
Willoughby sat back and thought this over. OK, Lonzo Rossi, the foreigner. That will be all. Lonzo picked up at the man.
Can I go now, Gov? I wanted to join up. Fight the Jerry, see?
The detective inspector looked at him incredulously. "The only place you're going is to prison."
But you said...
"A constable has died," interjected Willoughby. "While this country was at war and needing every able-bodied man in either a policeman's or a soldier's uniform. And you and this Charlie Matters as good as killed him. If I have any say in it, and I do, you and he will grow old and grey in prison. That is, unless they hang you, which would be my preference." Lonzo started to blubber, and Willoughby impatiently waved at the constable to drag him away. When Willoughby was alone, the man had one overriding thought: to find this lad, Charlie Matters, and he knew just the place to start searching. Tomorrow he would head to Covent Garden, to the Bookkeep.
Nurse Auxiliary. The whiskered, aproned man in the chemist's shop politely declined Molly's offer to mix the powders, but commended her proper English spirit in trying to do her part in the midst of a global conflict.
"And you tell your mum I said so,"
he added, in an encouraging tone. I wish I could, thought Molly. She trudged down the street feeling dirty and unkempt. She had searched through Imogen's old clothes, as Oliver had suggested, only to find them full of mould and mildew from water leaks in the flat. So she had sponged her clothes as best as she could, and used a few articles of Imogen's to shape her hair and clean her face and the rest of her body. But her shoes were stained, and her stockings were beginning to droop, and her hat had been squished in on one side, what with all the jostling in the underground that night. 2 more chemist shops rejected her request, and neither was nearly as gracious about it as the first. The last fellow actually accused Molly of wasting his time while playing an obvious joke on him, before sending her off with a flea in her ear.
"Get on with you before I say something you won't soon forget, missy. Don't you know there's a bloody war going on? A belt to your shins would be the ticket if you were my daughter."
She tried other places, shops and markets and emporiums and cafes, and anywhere else that had a position needed sign. But the folks inside always found some reason to deny her employment. Perhaps it was her age, or her clothes, which were, though a bit grimy now, evidently once costly. They might be saving the jobs for those who they believed truly needed them, she thought. Even though I truly do. She had been about to give up when she saw a sign and wondered how she had missed it. Covent Garden Medical Clinic Branch. It was posted outside of a brick building with 1 door and 4 windows facing the street. She peered in one of the windows and saw beds with sick and injured people lying in them, and nurses in skirts, capes, and hats rushing around with bottles and trays and anxious looks. Then, when she drew away from the window and stepped inside the small vestibule, Molly saw the placard. Nurse auxiliaries needed. Inquire within. She squared her shoulders, righted her dented hat, gripped the door handle, and prepared herself to inquire within. Molly was met by a slim nurse in a dark pleated skirt and white rubber-soled shoes. Thick worry lines etched her forehead.
Yes? Are you here to visit someone?
No, I'm here to apply for the position as a nurse auxiliary. The woman frowned.
What? I do not have time to waste with this silly.
I have medical training, and I want to help.
You are a child.
No, I'm not. I'm 16.
That's still far too young for this position. Special training is required. For your information, we are affiliated with the British Army and have been sent here to help with bombing victims and the like. Many of us have served in combat hospitals at the front lines.
16-year-old women can marry in England and have children, countered Molly. People my age are working in factories and on farms raising crops, and doing a great many other things for the war effort.
Well, be that as it may, that gives you no right to come in here and pretend to know how to treat the sick and injured. We don't bloody well pick cabbages here, young lady. We had a bombing recently and are overrun with casualties.
I know about the bombing, said Molly. I was there. I saw death,
Then you should know better.
bristled the nurse. I'm telling you that I was trained to assist the sick and wounded,
Where?
demanded the nurse. In Leiston, where I was enlisted to help at the local hospital. It had been turned over for war use. Many of the wounds were very serious. The vicar's sister, who I was staying with, was an exceptionally trained senior nurse who would assist the doctors in operations. She taught me, as did one of the doctors stationed there. I performed nursing services, from bandaging wounds to even frequently assisting in surgeries,
Rubbish.
snapped the nurse.
How would you treat a serious infection, then?
The question did not come from the nurse. Another woman, tall and formidable, and wearing the official markings of a principal matron, equivalent to the rank of an army major, stood in the doorway, and had evidently overheard this part of their conversation. Her pale, stern features seemed cast from marble. The nurse looked at her in surprise.
Matron Tweedy, I didn't see you there. I'm sure, Sister Helen.
She looked at Molly.
Well, child?
Molly looked up at her. A serious infection?
Surely you know what serious infections are if you spent any time treating wounded soldiers,
said Tweedy, giving Molly a penetrating stare.
Come, come. For such an experienced nurse, the answer should be an easy one.
Molly said, All right. We would use sulfanilamide as a disinfectant, or else shots of penicillin. Both were excellent at killing lethal bacteria, which, as you know, can quickly enter the bloodstream and lead to death by septicemia. That happened far too often. As did gangrene, of course. We had to amputate many limbs. It was really quite awful, but necessary to save lives, because once the infection spreads, it is very difficult to stop. Death is often the result. The superior smile that had been playing over Tweedy's lips vanished.
You know about penicillin and sulfanilamide, do you?
Sister Cooper told me that penicillin was invented by Alexander Fleming, and sulfanilamide was discovered by a researcher at the Pasteur Institute. Those medications have saved a great many lives during the war, as has plasma. It's far more stable than actual blood, and doesn't go foul nearly as quickly. Wounded men obviously lose a great deal of blood, and plasma works exceptionally well. And one couldn't very well ask injured men who had lost a great deal of blood themselves to donate more. And excessive blood loss can quickly lead to shock, which, in turn, can kill rapidly. Our only problem was we could never get enough of the plasma. It was in very limited supply. I don't know about the situation here.
It is quite dire here as well. And soldiers in great pain?
Tweedy said slowly.
How would you handle that?
We used syrettes to inject standardized dosages of morphine into the bloodstream. It rendered the men unconscious, so that they could be properly administered to, without struggling about and doing themselves even greater harm. We would pin the syrette to their collars, to alert everyone that they had been given a dose, because morphine is quite potent, and an overdose could easily kill. The hospital was quite chaotic at times, particularly when the troop ship docked and all the wounded started arriving, so we did all we could to avoid any mishaps like that. Sister Helen and Tweedy exchanged an astonished look. Tweedy said,
I'm sorry that I doubted you. You evidently did help with the wounded. My apologies for doubting you too, miss,
said Sister Helen. I suppose I am quite young for work such as that, said Molly, more to herself than to either of them. But they needed my help while I was there, and thus I helped. It was the least I could do, you see. The men had sacrificed so much. She eyed Tweedy. So can I help here? Tweedy glanced at her colleague.
Well, these are extraordinary circumstances which perhaps require extraordinary measures. I was redeployed from the continent 6 months ago because of the injuries and disease proliferating through London presently. And we are quite short-handed, which is why we are seeking additional help. And the fact is, the hospitals only provide nursing auxiliaries 50 hours of training before they go into service, and it sounds like you have had far more experience than that.
I often worked more than 50 hours in a single week.
I'm afraid we can't pay much. £4 a week. But we have a small canteen here, breakfast, elevenses, lunch and dinner. It's nothing fancy, of course, but it is good, healthy food.
That will be fine.
Where do you live?
Asked Tweedy. Molly almost said Chelsea, but caught herself and replied, Not very far from here at all.
I'm afraid, because of your youth, we will need a letter from your parents authorising you to work here.
Molly didn't hesitate. My father will be glad to do so. Now that I'm back in London, he encouraged me to help with the skills and knowledge that I have.
Very public-spirited of him, too,
commended Tweedy.
Sister Helen here will take some information from you, and then you can bring the letter from your father tomorrow, and we can go from there. Does that suit you?
Molly Wakefield. It suits me very well. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
An inspector calls. Molly couldn't stop from smiling all the way back to the bookkeep. Now, she only had to convince Mr. Oliver to write that letter. If he wouldn't, Molly trusted that she could imitate her father's handwriting well enough, and Matron Tweedy would have nothing to compare it to. As she turned down the alley, she noticed the burly man at the bookshop's door. He wore a creased hat and long brown trench coat, along with a stiff official posture. Mr. Oliver was standing in the doorway, and the man was showing him what looked to be a photograph. As Molly approached them, Inspector Willoughby turned to her and doffed his hat.
And who might you be, young lady?
Oliver said quickly.
Inspector Willoughby is with the police, Molly. He is here inquiring about a boy named Charlie Matters. He thinks this boy might have attempted to break into my shop with some other lads, and when they ran away, one of the lads and a constable chasing them were hit by a lorry and killed.
Molly's face turned pale as Oliver continued.
I told the inspector we don't know this Charlie Matters, and had no idea he might have attempted to burgle my shop.
Willoughby, who was watching both of them closely, said,
And what's your relation to Molly here?
She's the niece of one of my cousins who lives in the country. Molly is staying with me for a bit.
Willoughby, eyeing Molly, said,
May I ask why you're in London?
Molly said quickly, There is a private girls' school here that my mother is thinking of sending me to.
Which one?
St. Elspeth's.
What, in Chelsea?
That's the one. Molly had selected that one because before she had left for the country, it had been arranged that she would attend there. Do you know it?
I know it costs a packet. Chief Constable Quigley's granddaughter goes there. So your family must have money,
he added. Well, my maternal grandfather did rather well in hogs and crops before the war. And my other grandfather was quite keen on manufacturing things. And my mother considers education to be the cornerstone of one's life. Indeed, I hope to become a doctor one day.
You mean a nurse?
Corrected Willoughby. Oh yes, no doubt that's what I meant, said Molly pleasantly.
So you don't know this lad, Charlie Matters?
I only arrived in London a short time ago. I haven't had a chance to really meet anyone.
Right,
said Willoughby, who was still looking suspiciously at both of them.
How about another lad named Lonzo Rossi? Here's a picture of him.
He showed it to Molly. Molly recognised the name from when Charlie had told her that was the boy who had stolen his book. But she shook her head at the photograph. I've never seen him, she said quite truthfully. Who is he?
One of Matters's mates.
He turned to Oliver.
I gave you a description of the boy. If you see him, ring me straight away at this number.
Willoughby handed him a card.
Certainly, Detective Inspector, certainly.
Willoughby walked off, but looked back once. Oliver waved to him. After he was gone, they went into the shop. Molly said to Oliver, "So that's why Charlie has been so miserable. It was his friend who was killed."
And his other mate obviously talked to the police.
Lonzo Rossi? Oliver nodded.
Yes. He's in jail right this moment, or so Willoughby told me. They caught him when he was trying to enlist in the army.
Charlie mentioned Lonzo to me before. Lonzo stole the book you gave Charlie.
I see.
What will the charges be? Asked Molly fearfully.
He mentioned rather a whole assortment, I'm afraid. Perverting the course of justice, wasting police time, but the more serious ones were contributing to the death of a constable, attempted burglary, and evading arrest. Inspector Willoughby said it would mean many years in prison.
Molly looked horrified. That's preposterous. Charlie's only a boy.
Nevertheless, the law says otherwise, I'm afraid, since both boys are in their teens. And it's wartime now, and apparently different rules apply.
And yet you lied to the inspector. As did I, pointed out Molly.
I feel quite guilty having involved you in it, but I didn't want to give the game away.
That's all right, Mr. Oliver. I would never have done anything to betray Charlie.
But the inspector is clearly suspicious.
Where is Charlie? She asked.
Like you, he left to find gainful employment. I really wish he wouldn't feel as if he had to do that. I can provide for you both.
Well, I've just been hired as a nurse auxiliary.
Really? Where?
The Covent Garden Medical Clinic.
Really? As an air warden, I've often taken injured people there. They're quite good.
Now, I need you to write a letter, as my father, to give me permission to do so.
See here, Molly. Do you really think that's necessary? I can...
It pays £4 a week. Oliver gaped.
£4? A week? Are you serious?
And they provide meals as well. Oliver put a finger to his lips and glanced at the till, where there was less than 20 quid left after paying assorted bills.
Well, if you're quite sure.
I am. But, Mr. Oliver, we need to make absolutely certain that Charlie and Inspector Willoughby never meet.
Revealed. First came the boat, or schooner, or whatever the man called it. What Charlie called it was filthy, and the man paid him and other lads £half-a-crown each to shovel things off it and let them fall into the Thames to join the other sludge. After that, Charlie ate an apple that happened to tumble off a stand outside a shop, with a bit of a nudge from him. Then he collected horse manure from the hauling wagons and carried it in burlap bags to community garden allotments for fertiliser. That brought a few more shillings. And he later received a crown from a grateful father with 2 small children in exchange for Charlie's crawling through the rubble of their bombed-out house to find a puppy half buried under stone and dirt. The thing was very much alive and miraculously uninjured. It was so happy to be rescued that it gave Charlie a slew of licks on the nose and clutched tightly to him, clearly unwilling to be alone again. Charlie had never had a pet and was reluctant to give it up until he saw how thrilled the dog was to be reunited with its family. He watched them carry it off, all now happy as could be, despite no longer having a home. Charlie rinsed his face, hands and clothes at a tap, and followed up the puppy rescue by nicking a pair of handsome leather driving gloves and a nearly brand-new Homburg hat from an unlocked Rolls-Royce that was parked at the curb in front of an elegant mansion in very tunny Belgravia. He sold the items to a shady chap in an alley near the BBC building next to the Langham Hotel, who Charlie knew conducted a good business in found items like that. That put 3 whole guineas in his pocket. Now Charlie had somewhere to go that had nothing to do with shoveling sludge or nicking for money. He hitched a ride on the back of a lorry and jumped off very near Chelsea. He walked the rest of the way to where Molly's home used to stand, in luxurious elegance. Charlie searched through the debris and found the Conway Stewart pen wedged between 2 pieces of split brick. It was in surprisingly good shape, and he pocketed it. After that was revealed a curved cherrywood pipe. Some coins and pounds wrapped with a rubber band were in a tin box that was under a mound of debris. They went into another pocket. He was quite surprised to find them, because usually after the bombs dropped, blokes like him, or else the firemen, wardens, heavy rescue men, or coppers made off with items like this. There was a hairbrush that he thought he recognised as one Molly had used on him. And finally, he found a photo in a frame with the glass cracked. In it were Molly and, he supposed, her mother and father. She looked, to Charlie, to be around 6 years old. He wiped it as clean as he could on his trousers and thrust it into another pocket. He looked up and was surprised that he had not noticed it before. The garage behind the house had not been damaged. This was akin to a miracle, but Charlie was used to such things. He had been in a building one time when the bombs fell. Both structures on either side of his had disappeared, while his building remained undamaged, with nary a window shattered. He made his way over the rubble to the garage and peered through the window. There was the Singer, yellow, with a black top and a long, boxy bonnet. He looked around, and, seeing no one about, he used his tool to defeat the door lock and slipped inside. It smelled of oil and petrol and dampness. There were elaborate spiderwebs spun in all the garage's crevices. He approached the noble Singer with reverence, as though he were in the presence of a divine monarch. He ran his eye along the long bonnet, and then drew up the courage to touch the metal husk. It felt cool and solid. Charlie opened the driver's side door. It smelled of old leather, and the buttons on the dash gleamed like stars in the sky. He sat and gripped the steering wheel, his fingers curling and uncurling around the sphere. He didn't know how to drive a car, but here Charlie Matters was sitting at the wheel of a Singer. He eyed the back seat, where he imagined Molly and her parents would ride, perhaps with a picnic hamper next to them, full of wonderful things to eat. He opened the glove box and fumbled around until his fingers touched something metallic. He drew out the key to the car, and another key that most likely was to the garage door. Goggle-eyed, he looked at the ignition and the starter button, but then his courage fled. He did pocket the keys because he knew some bloke would happen along here who had the skill and courage, and the Singer would be long gone. He got out, used the key to lock all the doors, and left the garage after securing it too, using the other key. He hopped onto the rear bumper of a delivery van and rode it halfway to Covent Garden. When he finally reached the alley, he spied the man talking to Oliver. He saw him show Oliver something that Charlie couldn't make out. Then Molly appeared from the other end of the alley, and they both spoke with the man. While staying out of sight, Charlie clearly heard his name mentioned several times, and then the name Lonzo Rossi came up. The man had the look of a copper. Charlie had seen enough of them to know. Lonzo had surely told on him. After the policeman left, and Molly and Oliver went inside, Charlie slunk forward and peered through the window into the shop. Molly and Oliver were talking and looking very worried, and he could understand why. His shameful secret was now fully revealed to them. He was a criminal, a murderer, in fact, destined for the gallows. Only a few minutes before, thrilled with the money he had earned and the possessions he had recouped for Molly, and the excitement of sitting in the Singer and imagining all sorts of possibilities that did not include a noose around his neck, Charlie's spirits were now full the other way. He rushed off into the growing darkness. Charlie wasn't sure where he was going to go, but he could not go back to the bookkeep. He could not meet the eye of Mr. Oliver, and especially Molly. He remembered what she had said after reading the news account of Eddie's and the constable's death.
Well, I hope they catch those other boys, and I hope they feel terrible about what happened.
I do, Molly. I surely do. But I can't do nothing about it now. Eddie's dead. Lonzo's nearly dead for sure. And I'm next. He had never felt so lost or miserable. He had thought his mother's death, followed by his grandmother's passing, would be the worst things that ever happened to him. But now that his own survival was at stake, the fear in him was all-consuming, and he felt terrible guilt for being so selfish that his own life was more important to him than his dear mother's, who would have willingly sacrificed hers for his without a second thought. You ain't even worth a farthing, Charlie. Honourable. You know better than you ought to be. You know better than Lonzo. You steal, and you get folks killed. You deserve the rope. Even as he thought this, the tears leaked from his eyes, and his throat constricted, as though the hemp was already around it. You're not a boy, Charlie. You're a man. Act like it. But though he said the familiar mantra in his head, it did nothing to change how he felt, which was scared, cold, and hungry. He had money in his pocket, but he could never spend it on himself. He made a sudden decision and crept back to the bookkeep. He gave a searching look through the glass to make sure no one was about. Oliver had forgotten to lock the door, so Charlie held the bell still, slipped inside, placed the money and the things he'd found at Molly's ruined house on the counter, and fled. He looked back once at the little shop that held the only friends he had left in the world. This placed another prodigious lump in his throat, because Charlie realized he would never see them again. He was nothing but trouble, and friends did not bring trouble to their mates. He picked up his pace, and then broke into a sprint. Charlie had always been fast. Running from potential disaster all the time just did that to you.
A glum discovery. Later, both Molly and Oliver stared in dismay at the money and other items salvaged from Molly's home that were resting on the counter. Charlie was here, she said pointedly. These things are from my home. She opened the tin box, revealing the money inside. This was our household funds. She lifted the photo of her and her parents from the pile and studied it, as Oliver rubbed his chin, evidently lost in thought. He glanced at the doorway.
Could he have seen us speaking with the inspector and perhaps deduced what that was about? Or possibly he overheard.
And then he left this here said Molly, looking to be near tears.
It would explain things, surely. And then he might have run off, not wishing to bring any trouble upon us.
We have to find him, Mr. Oliver. We have to tell him that we know he had nothing to do with what happened to that boy and the constable.
But it seems as though he was here that night, Molly.
You can't believe he wanted that boy and the constable to die.
Absolutely not. Charlie is a good lad. But he...
What? She said sharply.
He actually did pinch some money from me one night.
What?
But he brought it all back the next day. I mean, he came all this way to bring the money back. Now that is a good person.
Yes, it is, said a relieved Molly.
But in the eyes of Inspector Willoughby, he was at the scene of the crime and then ran, which in itself makes him culpable.
Then what can we do?
We need to find Charlie and make sure he's safe, and that he knows we believe him to be innocent, and that we will shelter him.
But isn't that a crime? Oliver looked deeply troubled.
It could be considered such, but I am the adult, and will thus be held accountable. Because of your age, you will not be.
Charlie is younger than I am, and yet he is being hunted by the police for a crime. So I'm not sure your position regarding me is accurate, countered Molly.
You are absolutely right about that,
conceded Oliver, sighing. But I don't care about that. Charlie is my friend. In fact, you two are the only friends I have. So how do we go about finding him?
The first place to look is his old flat. He might have gone back there. However, it may already have another tenant living in it. With housing scarce, these things tend to happen fast. We'll go there straight away.
Molly picked up the money Charlie had left behind and handed it to Oliver. You should have this. It's partial payment for us, at least now for me, to be staying here. Until Charlie returns, she added quickly. They headed off. The sidewalks were fairly empty, because a thick fog was filtering in. The air was bracingly chilly. They each had a gas mask with them, and they used the white paint on the curbs, trees, and lampposts to see their way.
So, an auxiliary... what was it again?
He said. A nurse auxiliary. She explained to him about her medical experiences in Leiston. He shook his head.
My goodness, Molly. To do that sort of work at such a young age. I've never heard of another such case as that. And the way you dealt with that injured man? It's remarkable. Truly.
Young people are capable of a great deal if the need is there, she replied with spirit.
Quite so. Yes.
And you must write that letter to Matron Tweedy tonight.
I promise that I shall.
After a considerable walk, resulting in tired, pinched feet, they reached Stapleton Terrace. Inquiries made within to several of the residents revealed that not a single one had seen Charlie since his grandmother had been taken away. They also learned that while the flat had been let, the new tenants had not moved in as yet. They walked up the stairs and down the hall to Charlie's old home. She glanced at him. You never told me how you knew where Charlie lived.
I dropped off something for him, something he had lost near my shop. It included this address. But I have not been inside. Have you been here before?
Yes, once, when Charlie and I went on a picnic, and a second time when we came looking for the book that you gave him. He had accidentally left it behind.
I see. And this Lonzo chap nicked it, you said?
Yes. The door was unlocked, and they quietly entered. Oliver snicked on a light, and the feeble illumination allowed them to look around. Molly showed him the cupboard where Charlie had his bed box. Oliver stood there for a few moments, looking down at the compartment that was barely large enough for a toddler, much less a lad Charlie's age. In Gran's bedroom, Molly saw the photograph on the wall. Surely he would want that.
Yes,
said Oliver, drawing closer.
They look to be his parents.
He took the photograph off the wall and slid it into his coat pocket. I would imagine his grandmother had a purse or some such, said Molly. But I don't see it anywhere. Or the ration books. I should have thought to look for them when I came here with Charlie the last time, but he was so upset about Lonzo taking his book that it never occurred to me.
I'm afraid that both her purse and the ration books are long gone by now.
Do you think he could have gone back to where I lived?
There would be no reason to. He obviously already went there to search through the rubble and found the items he left at the shop.
He did mention that Lonzo had been, well, expelled by the families that took him.
Where did he live, then?
Charlie never said. He looked around despondently.
I'm afraid, Molly, that unless we are quite fortunate indeed, we might very well have to wait for Charlie to return to us.
Her face fell. But what if he never does? What if he tries to join the army like Lonzo?
Charlie would know that would be impossible. This Lonzo might have been able to pass as a young man of volunteer age, but Charlie simply cannot.
They found a bus that would take them back to Covent Garden. When Molly had admonished him over the price of the tickets, he said,
I'm tired. My feet are very sore, as I'm sure yours are, and I still have to make my air warden rounds tonight. And you are going to work in the morning. And I have a letter to write for you, and then I have another letter to write.
Who is the second letter going to?
A chap I know in the War Office. He might know something of your father. I would ring him up on the telephone, but he never answers it. Against strict regulations or something. Quite annoying.
He gave Molly a weak smile. They settled back for the ride to Covent Garden as the rain began to fall and the wind to bluster. The chill scooted right inside the bus and clutched them tightly. Molly watched as Oliver pulled his thin coat more snugly around him, tipped his hat downward, and shut his eyes. She and Charlie had never found out what Oliver was doing with the man who had German papers in his flat, along with a funny machine. Yet Molly could not believe that Oliver was involved in anything criminal. If I can't believe in him, who can I believe in? I have no one left.
The hiding place. Charlie blew on his hands and ignored the ache in his stomach. He just missed the closing time of a nearby mobile canteen, although the lady there had taken pity on him and slipped him a wedge of national cheddar and a days-old ginger biscuit that tasted quite foul, but he devoured nonetheless. He now lay on the cracked leather back seat of the Singer and huddled into his coat. He had thought about where to stay after leaving the bookkeep. There weren't many choices, but he had settled upon the Singer. If he couldn't drive the car, clearly the next best thing would be to sleep in it. Only he had thought it would be much warmer. For a moment, he fantasized about starting the car and turning on the heater. But that was no good, he realized. It would make too much noise. Around about midnight, he knew by the ringing of a nearby church bell, he decided that lying here, cold and hungry, was not the best laid of plans. He locked up the Singer and slipped out of the garage. After a long, weary walk, he arrived at Gran's old bakery shop, the one that had cut her wages in half and then failed to pay her what she was owed. He nimbly picked the old lock on the back door, filled his pockets with all the rolls he could, and also swiped a jar of honey and one of jam. He had never thought of robbing this place while Gran worked there. Now he felt like he was doing it in her memory, but he really wasn't, because Gran would never have approved of him stealing. As he sat under an awning in an alley and devoured 2 large rolls with honey and jam smeared over them, his belly grew less annoyed with him. Charlie decided he could not stay in the Singer night after night. He would have to find new digs, and now would be a good time to address that need. He dusted the crumbs off his breeches and ran off into the rain. Lonzo and Eddie's old place was a bombed-out building in Stepney, near the docks, or where the docks used to be. He turned the last corner as a bolt of lightning shattered the sky. The resulting rumble of thunder followed him as he ran along the darkened streets. He crouched at a corner and warily eyed the half-destroyed building. It had just occurred to Charlie that the police might be watching the place. He waited there for half an hour, shooting glances all around. He also peered into the shadows, looking for the silhouette of a burly Bobby, or someone who looked like the stout copper at the bookkeep. Finally, concluding there was no danger about, he slipped through the rear door, or where a door had once been before the Luftwaffe had come and forcibly removed it. He knew that the space Eddie and Lonzo had used as their digs was at the very top of the building. Lonzo explained that the air was nicer up there, and the rats didn't seem to want to venture that high. Charlie had been here many times before, when they had been out hunting together late at night. They would divvy up their spoils before Charlie had headed back to Dapleton Terrace. Charlie looked down at the twin berths on the floor. No more than wads of filthy cloths, blankets Eddie and Lonzo had nicked, and 2 burlap sacks with balled-up newspapers in them for pillows. He sat next to one of the beddings and imagined Eddie by his side, starkly alive with his brooding eyes and quiet, resourceful manner. Charlie eyed the other items lining the floor. A stub of candle, a matchbox, some pilfered magazines, stacks of newspapers, probably for a fire, or to use as warming covers for sleeping. An iron pan with the stiffened remains of long-ago cooked food, an empty bottle of Highland Queen Scotch whisky, a foldable spoon and fork in a little leather pouch that Charlie knew Lonzo had stolen from a pub, and a belt with fresh holes punched in it as waists became slimmer from hunger. There were also empty cigarette packs, a pair of worn-out socks, a pile of empty tins and small boxes. And Charlie could barely believe his eyes. He slid across the floor and picked up the journal that Oliver had given him and that Lonzo had stolen from Charlie's flat. As his fingers closed around the leather, he felt something cold grip him. I just trod over a grave. Eddie was dead. Was Lonzo? Had they already hanged him? Charlie slid back over to where he'd been and sat there, his knees drawn up to his chest, the granular coolness of the journal's cover slowly leaching into his hands. He opened it and saw that Lonzo had written something on the flyleaf. The scrawl was childish. Lonzo had had very little formal schooling, he knew, but Charlie could easily read the 2 words. Sorry, Eddie. Charlie mouthed these 2 words, not simply parroting what was written, but perhaps with the understanding that he was talking to his deceased mate. Sorry, Eddie. He put the journal down, rose, and went over to a window that had no glass in it. The cold swept in off the Thames, sending a raw, miserable chill through him, even as drops of rain invaded the inside of his new home. Charlie looked over the city of his birth, and also, likely, the place of his death. It was a broad, complicated plain of buildings and people, most who were good, and some who were not, and some, like him, who had elements of both. But he knew that they were all fearful of what was to come. Charlie could die by bombing tomorrow, or be hit by a bus that lunged out of the foggy darkness at him, or he could be hanged for crimes during wartime. He knew that he had taken a father from his children, a husband from his wife, and poor Eddie's head had been crushed beneath that lorry's dirty wheel. It was awful and terrible and far beyond his youthful ability to fully comprehend its magnitude. Yet, firmly within the spectrum of the narrow moral compass he had set for himself, Charlie had done wrong. And this terrible wrong could never be righted. He could not simply return nicked things or shrug off a lie or 2 to his grandmother. His penance would be the life he must now lead. Even at war's end, no matter the victor, he would be Charlie Matters, the killer. He staggered over and fell on top of Eddie's old bedding. He did not want to cry, but he did anyway, with the vision of his dead mother steadfastly in mind. When he'd done his fill of weeping and wiped his eyes and face with his dirty sleeve, he told himself, "You're a man, Charlie Matters. No more time or use for tears, mate."
A Night of Missives. While Molly doubtless slept fitfully in her room, Oliver, who had completed his air warden duties during a night in which, thankfully, no sirens had sounded, opened the door of Imogen's study and sat down at the desk. He would not be fruitlessly attempting, as he normally would, to add to his wife's novel. he would be composing a letter for Molly. He decided that pen and paper would be more appropriate and took up these elements, his only light, a candle. As instructed by Molly, Oliver addressed the missive to Matron Tweedy. He thought intently about the best words to use to convey his complete confidence in Molly's abilities, as well as his approval of her helping in the war effort. It wasn't that difficult to conjure the phrasing, as he had seen her obvious skill on display in quite a desperate situation with the wounded man and his bloody arm. He almost signed his real name at the end of the letter, before, instead, stroking out a fine, bold Herbert James Wakefield. A small deception for the best of reasons. He blotted the letter, folded it over, and placed it inside an envelope, and then sealed it. Now he had one more letter to compose, and this one he would carry out on the Crown typewriter. He settled his fingers on the keys and tapped away. The letter was addressed to Major Scott Bryant, his contact at the War Office. Oliver was inquiring as to the whereabouts of one Herbert James Wakefield, lately of Chelsea and an apparent signatory to the Official Secrets Act. Oliver did not set forth why he was interested in Wakefield, or that at this moment he was hosting the man's daughter in his spare room. If they found out, someone from the Ministry of Health might be over in a trice, he knew, to relieve him of the girl. But he was curious as to why people had been watching Molly. Oliver seriously doubted it could be connected to Molly or her mother, which left the missing father as the cause, and also probably the reason for the man's disappearance. He obviously did a bunk and they want to track him down. The only question is why. He ended the letter with the usual platitudes and thanks and affirmation of secrecy and the like. He cranked the letter out of the Crown and signed it. He wrote out the address on another envelope and placed this letter inside it. He would post it in the morning. His tasks completed, Oliver put out the candle, locked up the study, and placed both envelopes on the front counter. He opened the till and glanced at the cash inside. He knew the amount, down to the shilling, and the money Charlie had found at Molly's home had been a significant contribution. He knew those who really had nothing. Like Charlie. He walked over to the window and edged the blackout curtains apart. Oliver had once asked his wife why her father had not located his bookshop at Paternoster Row in the City of London. That was where most of the leading bookshops were, along with the massive wholesaler, Simpkin and Marshall, from which Oliver purchased much of his book stock. Paternoster Row was a special place, he felt, with quite an interesting history as to its naming. Centuries ago, the monks and clergy of St. Paul's would march down the street reciting the Lord's Prayer, and Pater Noster were the opening words in the original Latin. The words had been combined over time to give the street its unusual name. There had been a spillover effect as well, since nearby were the religious-inspired names of Ave Maria Lane and Amen Corner. It made him smile that from such divine sources had come memorable historical references that had persevered to this day. His wife's answer to his question regarding the location of the bookkeep had been simple and direct.
My father said we must spread the wealth of books around, Iggy. Concentrating them in one place means that others will be deprived of the experience of opening a tome of wonder. No, we must be where the people who need us are. And the people who need books are all over this great city, not simply in one exalted place. And where there are enough books that more people read, places naturally become exalted in the best possible sense. They become exalted of the individual mind and spirit.
He remembered those words so clearly, and her father's decision had turned out to be a prescient one for them, but devastating for others. In 1940, on one perilous night around the Christmas holidays, the Germans had bombed the sector containing Paternoster Row with such ferocity, it seemed that they knew exactly what was contained down there. An American politician, Wendell Willkie, had visited the remains of Paternoster Row the following month and remarked that the Germans had obliterated where truth was told. Oliver knew very little about Americans, but he thought Wilkie had hit the nail right on the head. Books filled with truth turned to ash, and turning minds the same in their absence. Even before the main bombs had fallen that night, the crackling and popping magnesium clusters attached to parachutes had ignited in the streets, turning a peaceful lane of books and buildings into a conflagration. It burned so hot, and there were too many of the clusters, so sand, usually a reliable foe to magnesium, was rendered useless. And if one put water on magnesium, it simply exploded. Added to the problem was the fact that the German bombs had also blown out the water mains, and the attack had happened at low tide, which meant drawing water from the Thames was nigh impossible. In the end, the fire brigades were simply resigned to let Paternoster Row burn itself out. And it had. Simpkin and Marshall, in particular, had flamed with an intensity perhaps never before seen in the city. The inferno had been fed by its inventory of millions of books. And, more tragically, many people had died, some incinerated in their beds. It had been deemed the second Great Fire of London, after the one that had occurred nearly 3 centuries earlier. The entire city was at risk of burning from the mass of incendiary bombs dropped on that cold night in December, but the fires had eventually been extinguished, and nearby St. Paul's Cathedral had once more been spared. Oliver and Imogen had ventured one day to Paternoster Row and seen the devastation. Both had openly wept at the losses. His wife had been near inconsolable, as the ashes of destroyed books still filtered through the breezy air, covering them like the detritus of an apocalyptic eruption. The casualty list posted to the borough's town hall ran to several pages, Oliver recalled, including over a dozen firemen who had perished fighting the blazes. He remembered watching Imogen staring, dead-eyed, at the loss of books and people, her 2 favourite things in life, and then she had slumped to the pavement, sobbing. He had held her as tightly as he could. Yet nothing he could say was consoling enough, and his beloved wife was racked with sob after sob for well over an hour. When Imogen rose, she did so unsteadily, but then his wife looked at him in a way that she never had before. It was as though a different person was standing before him.
War is never the answer, Ignatius.
She said.
Never.
And then she had walked off. As things turned out, that had been a defining moment for Imogen Oliver. For both of them, really. Oliver felt tears gather in his eyes at this wretched memory. He looked at the Secret Garden tea shop across the way. Desdemona Macklin would no doubt describe Oliver as someone who kept himself to himself, but she was also observant. She seemed to note every visitor that he had, and one in particular. Cedric. That was not good. He drew the curtains. During the Blitz, most shops closed at 4, so that folks could get some sleep before their nightly shift began as volunteers with, among others, the Fire Brigade, the Air Wardens, or the Heavy Rescue Division, the latter comprised of men driving battered lorries whose thankless job it was to search the rubble for survivors, but more often finding the dead. These squads were routinely comprised of those in the construction industry who used their knowledge of structures and load points and the like to safely burrow into collapsed buildings. He rolled up his sleeve and looked at one of the burns he had suffered when a magnesium cluster had landed on him. It was as though electrified fire had been injected into him. Had his fellow warden not been there to assist him, Oliver knew he would be no more. This fellow warden had died the very next night, when a wall had toppled on him. Oliver had been a dozen steps behind, only because he had stopped to pick up an injured cat. He had taken off his gas mask to see better, and proceeded to knock the burning embers off the poor animal's coat. He looked up to witness the wall collapsing on his mate. He had not been on duty, but had been near the Marble Arch Underground Station on Oxford Street in Westminster when a bomb had come through the station's ceiling. Those not killed by the initial blast had been ripped apart by the tiles, sheared off the walls, and hurled through the air at them like thousands of spinning knives. Coming upon that scene, he had picked not through bodies, but body parts. He and a dozen other wardens had worked for hours, helping to clear the mess. Though he knew there were survivors, Oliver had never personally seen a single one. Part of his air warden training had involved a plea for detachment, a level of sang-froid that Oliver found logical and necessary while being instructed on it, and impossible to employ in the heat of the moment. Any warden who could coolly and dispassionately walk through devastation and death was not a human being he desired ever to meet. Oliver's official report forms, in which wardens documented all incidents on their watch in order to build a knowledge base of enemy activity, were regularly stained with his tears. His thoughts turned to Charlie. He was out there somewhere, and in a city of millions and hundreds of square miles and God knew how many buildings and places to hide oneself, he was certain they would never find him. They would have to wait for Charlie to return to them, if he ever managed to.
A good man?
The letter seems to be quite in order,
said Matron Tweedy to Molly the following morning. She folded it up, placed it back in the envelope, and secreted it in a drawer of her desk. She stood and said,
"Now, let's get a proper uniform for you. Last night I had one of our volunteers alter one we had for a nurse who was around your size. I think it will work well enough."
She took Molly to a changing room and presented her with the outfit. White skirt and blouse, cap and a blue cape, and rubber-soled shoes and white stockings.
"Now, go ahead and change, and I'll start you on your duties. I thought at first you could work with some of the WVSs, in rolling bandages and the like, and then we can have you follow nurses on their rounds to get your legs under you, as it were. How does that sound?"
"It sounds fine," said Molly, who was pink-faced with excitement, but also suffering from a severe case of butterflies in her stomach. She quickly donned her uniform and met Tweedy in the hall. "I've heard of the WVS, but wasn't exactly sure what they did."
"Yes. The Women's Voluntary Service, they do so much, running field kitchens and canteens, clothing centres for the homeless, and performing domestic work in clinics like this one. They even darn socks for the army. I don't know how we would manage without them. They're paid nothing, of course, and even have to buy their own uniforms."
Molly was led to a room where a small group of women in their official livery of grey-green tweed skirts, red jumpers and felt hats was sitting at a long table, rolling bandages and filling kits with medical items and other essentials. Some were darning socks, as Tweedy had already mentioned. Still others were heading out of the room with mops and buckets and rags, and long checklists on clipboards. Tweedy introduced Molly. Several of the women seemed quite surprised to see Molly in a proper nurse auxiliary's uniform.
"How old are you, my dear?"
said one. "In war or calendar years?" replied Molly, who had been keenly prepared for that query. This broke the ice, as all the ladies tittered over her response. Molly rolled bandages for several hours, actually teaching the women a quicker and more efficient way to do so.
"Marvellous,"
opined the lady who had queried Molly on her age.
"How clever. Where did you learn to do that?"
"In a hospital in a town called Leiston. It's in Suffolk."
"Well, I've never been there, but they seem quite up to date with the modern ways."
"Yes, they are." After a hasty lunch in the clinic's canteen, Molly followed another nurse on rounds. Molly could tell that the woman gave her specific tasks and watched her closely to gauge her level of skill and knowledge. Later, she said,
"You have a nice touch and quite a bit of experience, Molly, and a good bedside manner. You instill confidence, which is really half the battle."
"These patients have very serious injuries," Molly said.
"Yes, they do. And if the hospitals weren't completely full up, they would be there. And we only have the 2 doctors making rounds.
Only 2, said a surprised Molly.
And they're both quite old and don't know the new ways and such. The young doctors are full-time at the hospitals, or else in uniform, or else they were killed in the bombings. It's terribly desperate.
But they have nurses like you, said Molly stoutly.
And like you, Molly,
replied the nurse kindly. Later, an exhausted Molly, having finished work for the day, walked slowly back to the bookkeep, where Oliver was shelving some newly arrived tomes.
How did it go?
He asked, looking over her shoulder and seeing Desdemona Macklin staring at them through her front glass. He waved at her, and she hesitantly waved back. Molly looked that way. Charlie mentioned that woman was very observant.
Her name is Desdemona Macklin, and yes, she is. Imogen couldn't stand her. She doesn't miss much. She'd actually make an excellent intelligence officer.
He added, drawing a sharp glance from Molly. She said, "Well, today went very well, at least medically speaking. But the patients there are quite injured and sick, and the resources we have to help them are far from adequate."
Molly, I think you have just accurately summed up the whole of England's chief problem. But let me put the kettle on. There are few experiences in life that a cup or 2 can't help. Do you want dinner?
No, I ate at the clinic's canteen. Can I make you something? She added doubtfully, although I'm quite hopeless in the kitchen.
I'm fine.
And thank you for the letter. It was very well written.
Imogen must have rubbed off on me,
he called back, as he disappeared behind the curtain. Molly set down her bag, in which she had placed the clothes she had worn to the clinic, and took off her cape, hanging it on a peg next to Oliver's threadbare coat. It continued to bother her that Oliver seemed to be forever channeling his deceased wife's thoughts and opinions, rather than sharing his own. That he held Imogen out to be this perfect fount of knowledge and wisdom, while belittling his own accomplishments and talents. Her mother had been obsessive with Molly. That was now clear to her. But was Oliver obsessed with the deceased Imogen? Was that healthy? Molly didn't think so. And what was he doing with the odd chap that Charlie had seen, and who had a strange machine and documents in German in his lodgings? Molly knew she should try to find out more about this, but the fact was, she was afraid to. Not that she thought she would find out anything unpleasant or corrupt about Mr. Oliver, but that discovering the truth might somehow cause her to lose him as a friend. Right now, he was all she had. It was an awful feeling, to be so dependent on one other person. But then, Mr. Oliver might feel the very same about me. Molly looked around the bookshop, and the dishevelled landscape was still quite comforting to her. She took out a book here and there, and read off a line or 2. Then she looked up, and spotted a volume by George Sand. She glanced at the curtain, but she hadn't heard the kettle purr yet, so she would have time. She plucked the book off the shelf and opened it. She was both relieved and disappointed to see that it had not been gutted like the book Charlie had found.
Looking for a good read?
She glanced up to see Oliver at the curtain. He said,
Tea will be ready shortly, and I have a few biscuits.
He came forward.
Ah, George Sand.
She watched him closely, to see if there was anything strange about his expression, but she couldn't decide if there was or not. I've never read it. She glanced at the title. Little Fadette.
La Petite Fadette, in the original French. It's a complicated tale of twins in the rural French countryside. Writers often have a fascination with twins. Shakespeare, for example, twins are littered throughout his work. Twelfth Night immediately comes to mind, and the American Mark Twain often wrote about them.
Interesting. Has Mr. Sand written other novels?
George Sand was actually a French woman named Amandine Dupin. She wrote in the 19th century.
Why use a man's name, then? Asked Molly.
I suppose, in that time, writing was not thought to be a suitable endeavour for a woman. As Imogen once told me, for most of history, Anonymous was a woman.
If I were ever to write a story, I would do so under my own name and be proud of it. I imagine it is a great deal of work. Oliver glanced at the door to his wife's study.
I can attest to that.
He added hastily,
But only because Imogen often spoke of what the ordeal entailed.
Molly frowned at his once more bringing his wife into the conversation. She decided to finally speak up about it. Mr. Oliver, do you realize that you always seem to talk about Imogen as though you have no thoughts or opinions of your own, but only your recollections of what she said or did? He seemed struck by this observation, and at first Molly was unsure what his reaction would be. Anger, perhaps? However, his expression softened, and he leaned against the wall.
Do I?
He said wearily. I think you know that you do, she said firmly. You told me you were rather good with numbers. That is quite a unique talent. I suppose you are better at that than Imogen? This seemed to give Oliver pause. He looked down.
I am quite good with maths and such. I don't think Imogen had any interest.
Perhaps because she wasn't as good at it as you are. He did not reply to this. But one can't be good at everything, can one?
No,
said Oliver quietly. He glanced up at her.
I appreciate what you are trying to do, Molly, but when you have loved someone as much as I loved Imogen, and then you lose that person...
He shrugged, his expression one of the saddest she had ever witnessed.
I think the one thing you try to do, above all, is to keep that person alive in your thoughts and words. You want to make sure that the person resides with you at all times. So
you have no opportunity to forget them, said Molly. He nodded and said,
And when one also feels guilt about another's passing?
Why would you feel guilt, Mr. Oliver? I mean, I don't know how she died, but there was nothing you could have done, was there?
There is always something one can do, Molly. Always. In fact, if I had acted, she might still be alive.
A startled Molly blurted out, What do you... The kettle sounded off, and a clearly uncomfortable Oliver said,
Tea.
He rushed away before she could finish. Over their cups of tea and biscuits, Oliver said,
Now, Molly, I did want you to know that I wrote the War Office about your father. As soon as I receive a reply, I will share it with you.
Thank you. I'm also going to write to the Beneficial Institute in Cornwall. The letters Dr. Stevens sent me were lost in the bombing, but I remember the address. Now, what are we going to do about Charlie? He explained to her about the impossibility of finding their friend.
I dearly hope that he will return here at some point.
Frowning, she said, But he's out there all alone. Something may happen to him. There are bad people in this city who can exploit defenseless children. He looked at her in alarm.
Molly, are you speaking about anything specifically with regard to Charlie?
Being back here and seeing the destruction and desperation, I just mean that it's not a good situation for a boy to be in all alone. Oliver looked guilty.
You are quite right, and I feel ashamed that I took the position I did. We must make all efforts to find him.
He glanced at her.
That is, I must. You have a job. I will map out a plan to look for Charlie, and will execute upon that plan while you're at work.
But you run a bookshop.
Most of my customers come in before lunchtime. I will work until then, and after that, my time will be devoted to finding Charlie. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a few things to do before my air warden duties tonight.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes?
Molly desperately wanted to ask him about the circumstances of Imogen's death, and what he could have done to prevent it. But she merely said, Never mind. It's not important.
The hitch.
Inspector, sir, we might have a wee problem.
D.I. Willoughby looked up from his desk at the bobby who had helped in the arrest and violent interrogation of Lonzo Rossi. Framed in the doorway, the bulky constable looked quite unsettled. "What are you talking about, Higgins?" growled Willoughby, who was attempting to correct some reports that were long overdue. He had never much cared for the job's paperwork.
It's the Lonzo Rossi lad.
"What of him?" The constable came in and shut the door behind him. He approached the desk timidly.
He don't seem to be waking up, does he?
Willoughby lit a small hand-rolled cigarette and blew smoke off to the side. "What the deuce do you mean he's not waking up?" Higgins shrugged.
Just that. He ain't eaten much since we brung him in, and he seemed drowsy like when we put him in the clink, shuffling and such and losing his balance. Threw water on him before to get him up, but now he won't wake up at all. We tried to rouse him to have his bit of dinner, but no luck.
"Damn! Take me to him." A minute later, Higgins slid back the cell door peephole and the D.I. peered in. Lonzo was on his back on the hard bed, one arm dangling limply over the side. "Open the door," ordered Willoughby. They both went inside. The D.I. knelt down next to Lonzo and checked his pulse. He's still alive at least, if barely. He slapped Lonzo hard on his battered face several times. "Here now, boy, wake up! Oi, stop pretending! Lonzo!" Then Willoughby saw the blood hardened in the boy's nostrils, and on his hair and scalp. He pulled back his eyelid to peer into the unresponsive pupil.
Do we need to get the dog?
Asked Higgins nervously. Willoughby thought quickly. This was the third prisoner who had been seriously injured during interrogations conducted by him. His superintendent had already given Willoughby a caution about that. If this boy died while in his custody, he might be demoted back to uniform. "No, we do not. This lad is for the gallows anyway." The big constable shuffled his feet and looked down at the stained floor.
But not really, sir. I mean, he didn't kill nobody himself. The lorry done.
Willoughby eyed him severely. "Do I really have to remind you that one of your brethren died? Does that mean nothing to you, Constable Higgins?" The big man took a step back.
Of course it do, sir. Ambrose Tapper was a good bobby. A fine one, in fact. None better.
"Well then." The man looked nervously at Lonzo.
But if inquiries are made, how he come by his injuries, sir, people might... You know, I don't want to lose my job.
He added with an anxious glance at the D.I.
I mean, none of us do we?
Willoughby rose and looked down at Lonzo. After a moment's thought, he said, "The bombing the other night?"
What of it, sir? Wyler says they may come back tonight.
Willoughby rubbed his stubbly chin and said, "Well then, tonight we're going to take this lad back to the scene of his crime. And if the Germans do bomb, this might work out all right."
But, sir...
"You will either do your duty, Constable, or be written up." Higgins gave a half-hearted salute.
Yes, sir. How will it be done, then?
Willoughby began speaking quietly.
One Night in Hell. Ignatius Oliver was dressed in his air warden's uniform. He carried his overly large gas mask, with massive eye holes, and a built-in speaking system so that he could address a crowd with instructions that might save their lives. He had a coil of tubing over his shoulder that would be used with a bucket and pump stirrup, which his comrade tonight, Lee Parker, would be bringing. He slipped his training manual into his pocket because no one could remember every line of instruction. He had a torch with a special covering so as not to be an unintentional beacon for the Luftwaffe. Even so, he would keep it pointed down. That and his gas rattle and first aid kit completed his equipment. Oliver recalled that before the Blitz, his uniform consisted merely of dark blue overalls and a steel helmet with ARP standing for air raid precautions imprinted on the front. Things were a bit more complicated now. He opened the door to Molly's room and saw that she was already fast asleep after her long and tiring day. Still just a child, really, but nonetheless carrying the burdens of adulthood on her youthful, if capable, shoulders. He set off to meet up with Parker and commence their rounds. The sky was clear and the wind was quite calm. Both those factors gave him grave concerns. And the moon, while not a bomber's moon, was full and bright enough to be potentially disastrous for the British tonight, and the BBC had repeatedly warned of a possible attack. He passed an intersection where an official sign hung on the wall, instructing what to do when I hear guns, explosions, air raid warnings. Oliver went through the official litany in his mind. Do not rush about like a madman terrifying others, but keep a cool head, and take cover in appropriate facilities with your gas mask. Do not try to have a bloody look at the bombs falling. Keep in mind that certain noises can be good noises, like our boys firing back with their ack-ack guns. And lastly, the odds are largely in your favour not to be blown to bits. How terribly reassuring, he thought. He met up with Parker, a man of about 50 with a lopsided smile and a flask of water, with perhaps a touch of something added, always on his person. Oliver noted that Parker had the stirrup pump and an empty bucket, which, when paired with the tubing Oliver had brought, could be used to fight small fires. The problem was the fires they encountered were rarely small. Parker said, matter-of-factly,
Appears London's going to get a hiding tonight, all right. Well, let's get on then, shall we?
They started their sector rounds, which took them past the Covent Garden Medical Clinic. Their blackout curtains were drawn and secure, as were all the others up and down the street. There was virtually no traffic. They made rounds for an hour, and it was drawing close to 10 o'clock when the whine of the first sirens ended the quiet. The radar stations and watchers had obviously spotted the enemy coming from across the channel. They both looked to the sky, though they knew nothing could be seen as yet. Oliver also was aware that all over the city, anxious gunners were running to their anti-aircraft batteries, and soon their booms would herald projectiles heading skyward. He and Parker sped into action as folks started spilling out into the streets. They blew their whistles, spoke through their gas masks' amplified equipment, and corralled the citizens into orderly groups. Oliver was grateful to see that a sleepy-looking Molly was among them. There were several public shelters about, and Parker and Oliver split up, leading the groups to those respective places as quickly and efficiently as possible. Others, with backyards, would be scurrying into their half-buried Andy bomb shelters and lie there hoping not to perish. Oliver knew that many Londoners refused to go to the underground stations for shelter. Many had told him that they thought hiding beneath the earth showed a lack of moral courage. Desdemona Macklin had been one of those to so inform him.
A hidey hole?
She had said with disgust.
No, thank you. If I'm to die, let it be in my own home.
The red alert sounded as he worked away. 12 or so minutes to attack, Oliver thought, with a relative calm that belied what he was actually feeling. Oliver took down the names of everyone at his shelters, then rushed out and compared his list with Parker's. There were a number of people unaccounted for whom they had responsibility. They once more split up to track them down. Oliver managed to get to 4 of the 5 fairly quickly. 2 had no occupants. The third was Desdemona Macklin. She came to the door, refused to leave as usual, and went back to her basement refuge. The 4th was an elderly woman who was a bit dazed, but Oliver managed to get her to a shelter. He crossed her name off the list and was rushing to the 5th and last home when he felt it. This was his own personal early warning system that he had discovered during the first attack he had ever endured. It was the inordinate humming and vibrating under his feet, as though a million bees had taken up residence in the pavement. The disturbance, in fact, was coming from the collective force of the fleet of propeller planes thousands of feet above them. And if the sheer force of what he was feeling and hearing was any indicator, this was not going to be a good night for the English. A hiding indeed. Oliver began to run. The house he was going to was just around the corner. A Mr. and Mrs. Ramsay, elderly and not always responsive to the sirens. The vibrations became so intense it was as though he were being lifted off his feet. He looked up again and felt his heart leap thrice in rapid succession. The sky was blotted out. All he could see were dark, oblong shapes. The Luftwaffe force above was truly beyond comprehension. Next, the plane's bay doors opened, and now came thousands of bombs plummeting toward London. Oliver listened closely to the whistling sounds the falling bombs were making. He knew from experience that if the notes became deeper, the bomb was heading away from you. If the pitch started to rise, however, the opposite was true. Unfortunately for Oliver, the pitch soared. He sprinted around a corner and dove behind a pile of sandbags set 10 deep in front of a small hotel. Oliver kept his chest off the pavement so that his ribs would not be crushed by the vibration of the bomb's detonations. The first explosives struck around the corner, and the next thing Oliver knew, there were no sounds in his ears. It was like he'd been tossed off a pier into deep water. He could hear nothing except a murky, dulled semblance of disquiet. He felt his body jerk and roll and hit something hard. Objects fell all around him, hot and burning and sharp and stabbing. Then, with a rush of pulsation in his head, he could hear again. Part of him wished he couldn't. He gasped and looked up as the very air seemed to ignite. Long, silvery threads of electrified molecules were descending like miniature, flaming enemy paratroopers. Magnesium clusters. The Luftwaffe had changed up its tactics. The bastards must have recognized some advantage of sending the bombs first and the clusters next, he thought. He ripped open a sandbag with the utility knife that all wardens carried. He poured the sand everywhere the clusters landed. He had to be careful because the Germans had started adding delayed, maiming explosives onto the incendiary bombs. When his dulled knife would no longer open the sandbags, he simply laid his steel helmet on top of the flaming devices to cut off the oxygen supply that fire required. Oliver looked behind him and paled. The entire facade of the building was wavering, as though deciding whether to stand or fall. The stacked columns of sandbags had been blasted open in one section, and he dove through them, rolled on the pavement, came to his feet, and ran for his life. A few moments later, the wall collapsed behind him. The concussive force of its disintegration engulfed him from behind, and, Pegasus-like, he was lifted into the air on its tendrils and catapulted across the street, where he collided with a lamppost. He gripped it momentarily as bricks and shards of exploded windows ploughed through the air. Thankfully, he lost his grip and fell to the pavement as this angry horde of debris sailed over him like a murder of crows. He lay stunned on the pavement for a few moments, trying to regain both his wits and his breath. He slowly stood and remembered where he had been going. The Ramsays, Neil and Dorothy. Yet the cries for help and the screams of the wounded and the dying came at him from all directions. He saw people, their clothes ripped off them, staggering from the hotel. They were bloody and dazed, and 2 dropped to the streets as he watched. He ran over to help, only to find they had already died. The sirens were still screaming, the whines of Jericho's trumpets were ubiquitous, and the ack-ack guns were delivering their withering response. Oliver watched as thousands of rounds of flak and sledge-hammer shells were slung upward. The velocity with which they were hurtling burned colourful contrails across the dark horizon. And still the damn bombs fell, and clusters of waterproof fire ignited the landscape, and all the darkness and evil of hell was forcefully and cruelly visited upon the earth. A curious victim. Oliver watched as explosion after explosion ripped across London's horizon. Buildings toppled, streets heaved up like ocean waves, parked cars burst into flames or were tossed about like toys by the massive detonations. The sounds of ambulances and fire engines overlay the cacophony of apocalyptic noise. It was as though a volcano had erupted in the middle of one of the largest metropolises in the world, and all Oliver could think of was Pompeii. He managed to turn the gas main off for the hotel, as well as 2 others down the block. He used his gas rattle to warn folks of the dangers of escaped methane. Using the microphone in his gas mask, he shouted instructions to people who could barely stand, much less listen. The hotel looked like a doll's house, with its entire front sheared right off, allowing him to see directly into dozens of rooms. Fires roared everywhere, and desperate people were jumping from upper-level floors now, choosing a quick death over being burned alive. He assisted a group of firemen as they clutched a large, round tarp. They positioned it next to the hotel and beneath a man who was clinging precariously to the ledge.
Jump!
Screamed one of the firemen. The man shook his head in terror as the flames behind him crept closer. Oliver called out, "We've got you, mate! Haven't lost one yet! Buy you a pint after!" The fearful man suddenly laughed at these remarks, closed his eyes, and jumped. Oliver and the firemen all tucked their chins and didn't look up after making sure they were positioned to catch the falling man. That would prevent their necks from being jerked back when the jumper hit the tarp, possibly cracking their spines. The burned man landed safely and was handed off to an ambulance crew. Oliver next ran to those who had already leapt to the streets and found only 2 were still breathing. He did what he could with his first aid kit, and when the other ambulances and hospital buses arrived, he directed the medics to these victims. One of the medics called out,
"Do we need to take you to hospital?"
"What?" Oliver said, startled.
"Look at yourself, Gov."
Oliver glanced down and saw that his cape and tunic had been ripped off, and his shirt sleeves and pant legs were shredded. Both arms and legs were covered in blood, and bits of glass shone in his skin like flinty diamonds in the medic's torch. His adrenaline now receding, Oliver felt an odd pain in his right leg. His hearing was also coming and going, as though people were alternating between shouting and whispering. "I'm all right," said Oliver, who suddenly remembered the Ramseys. He limped to their house only to find the door blown off and the windows gone. A fire was raging inside. He only had his tubing. Parker had the bucket and stirrup pump. He cried out, "Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey, are you in there?" He knew they had an Andy bomb shelter in the back garden. Perhaps. He hurried around to the rear, his teeth gnashing with every step from his injured leg. He saw that the Andy, with its corrugated top and sides, which gave the structure its strength, was covered with dirt. That was intentional, he knew, but a section of wall from the house behind theirs had fallen on the Andy, partially collapsing it. He threw himself down at the entrance to the shelter and pushed bricks and wood and shattered glass away from the opening, cutting his hands in the process. He saw one shoe and then a hand. The shoe was a man's, the hand a woman's. He edged farther into the Andy and shone his torch around. The Ramseys were there, all right. They had died together, and from the extent of their injuries, it looked like they had perished instantly. During wartime, that seemed to largely constitute God's mercy. He limped back to the hotel, where he found Parker helping the wounded and dying. Parker said,
"Everyone in my shelters is okay. I think the planes have passed over us now."
He suddenly fixed on his fellow warden.
"Bloody hell, Ignatius, you're wounded."
"I'm fine, actually. The stirrup," said Oliver.
"Oh, right."
He filled the bucket from a hosepipe, and, using the stirrup, they doused people covered with burning embers and put out modest fires that had sprouted up in several spots. When the fire brigades arrived, they helped the men to put out the rest of the flames in this sector. Then the search for people in the rubble began in earnest, as the heavy rescue division showed up to perform work no person should ever have to do. They found far more dead than living. A half-cremated young couple still in their bed in the hotel. Oliver later learned they had been on their honeymoon. The man still standing at the front desk, his hand fused to the reception bell by the flames and his lungs crushed by the concussive force of the detonation. He actually looked fine, despite being dead. A waiter in the restaurant, a cook in the kitchen. Why they had not heeded the warning sirens, Oliver didn't know. They had paid for that decision with their lives. They could still hear bombs exploding in other parts of the city. The horizon was so full of smoke, it seemed the entirety of London was aflame. 3 hours later, the all clear sounded, and Oliver had never been so relieved to hear it. He knew that many damaged but still standing buildings would need to be demolished. He had taken members of the Heavy Rescue Division to the Andy in the Ramsay's rear garden and shown them the bodies. The unfortunate couple's remains would be removed and their family notified. That constituted normal these days. The bomb disposal unit had been called in to take care of several unexploded munitions that had landed in buildings and yards. He and Parker worked steadily until they had done as much as they could. Then they had some coffee and food to eat at a mobile canteen, including some hot soup from a large vat. After the men filled out and delivered their incident reports, they slowly walked back to their homes.
"Oh, my Lord,"
exclaimed Parker.
"Is that another body?"
They rushed forward and came upon the person. He was battered and unconscious, and for some reason he looked familiar to Oliver, who felt for a pulse and found it. "Quick, the ambulances are all busy. The clinic's a block over. We can carry him." Between them he was not heavy, and they made it to the Covent Garden Medical Clinic in short order. Parker rapped on the door. The sisters came, and the lad was duly transferred onto a stretcher and taken away for examination. Oliver ventured farther inside, and noted people in various states of injury lying in the beds lining the walls, with some also on temporary cots, and still others simply huddled on the floor. One of the sisters, who had noted his injuries, came over and said,
"Do your wounds need cleaning and dressing? We would be glad to do so."
She added wearily. Her face was streaked with grime, as was her starched uniform, which was also covered in blood. She looked dead on her feet. He looked at the mangled bodies writhing in pain and waiting for help. "No, I think they need you more than I do." Oliver said goodbye to Parker and trudged back to the bookkeep. He let himself in, went to the bathroom, undressed, cleaned himself up and used a pair of tweezers to pick out as many pieces of glass from his limbs as he could. He bandaged what he could and put on fresh clothes. He checked in on Molly's room and found her back home and sleeping soundly. He knew she would surely need her rest for what faced her tomorrow at the clinic. Unable to sleep, he made a cup of coffee from Day's old grounds. He used a set of interior stairs to climb to the top of the building where the bookkeep was located, carrying with him his trusty pair of binoculars. He took a sweep of the city and was gratified that he didn't see nearly as many flames as he thought he might. But the smoke was ominous, and the gaps where buildings had stood before last night more ominous still. Will this damn war never be over? The general theory was that day bombing raids were bad, but those that came at night induced widespread terror. Oliver thought they were both awful. What was the phrase he had heard once? Dante had nothing on Hitler. He stood there as the sun began to leak through the clouds. His arms were so weary, his legs the same, but his mind was the most tired of all. He had never viewed a dead body until 1939. At least, not one already in a pine box. Now he had seen more corpses than a person ever should, in all states of death. No, not all. Never in peace. Not once. His dear Imogen had not died in peace. She had died with much of importance unresolved within her. He knew she would be an impatient, unruly spirit. He sipped his coffee, whose only redeeming quality was its warmth, and looked out over the city. Transformed, blighted, attacked, wounded, but not beaten. Not if he had anything to say about it. And he did, if just a minor bit. When the sun began its ascent, he went inside and started breakfast for Molly. It was nice to have someone to cook for again. And she would need her beginning meal of the day, meagre though it would be, to get her through the rest of it, as they all would.
A fact of devastation. "His injuries seemed different," said Molly, as she looked at the patient that Oliver and Parker had brought in the previous night, though she didn't know that fact. Oliver had not told her much about what had happened, and he had tried to cover his wounds. Yet Molly had seen the pain on his face and the way he limped on his injured leg. And, like Oliver's reaction had been, the patient's face seemed familiar to Molly. Matron Tweedy was examining the lad closely.
If I had to venture a guess, Molly, I would say this boy has been beaten. The wound on his head looks like it was done by a blunt instrument, and on his face by a fist. I certainly saw these injuries on the front lines, and his finger is broken.
How did he come to be here?
The duty report says that 2 air wardens brought him in earlier this morning.
Air wardens? Do you know who? Asked Molly.
I wasn't here.
Do we know who the boy is?
Look in his trousers over there,
suggested Tweedy. Molly picked up the trousers and looked for an ID tag on them, but didn't find one. However, she froze when she pulled out the registry card from his pocket. Alonzo Rossi. That was why he looked familiar. He was the boy in the picture Inspector Willoughby had shown me and Mr. Oliver. Tweedy glanced at her.
Any luck?
It says Alonzo Rossi. Will he be okay?
He's still unconscious. His head wound had not been treated and was severely infected. It's now been thoroughly cleaned, and he's been given penicillin. But the wound was deep. The infection might have already spread, and he could have also sustained a brain injury.
Oh my goodness.
If there is damage to his brain, I do not hold out hopes of his recovering. We do not have an X-ray device, and the doctors who make rounds here are not brain surgeons. I doubt there are many left in all of London.
Another nurse came to the door and asked for Tweedy's urgent assistance with another patient.
Just finish up here, Molly, and I'll meet you when I can.
All right, matron. After they left, Molly bent low and said, Lonzo, can you hear me? Lonzo? Do you know where Charlie is? I'm a friend of his. Lonzo? Do you know where Charlie Matters is? We're looking for him. Lonzo did not answer. Lonzo did not move. Lonzo did nothing. Molly meticulously cleaned his wounds again, rebandaged them, and arranged his bed covering and pillows. She then stood at the foot of his bed, staring at him. One of Charlie's mates. The one who had been with him on that night. But then, where was Charlie? Had he been beaten as well? Was he lying somewhere injured? Or... After her workday was over, Molly, with Tweedy's permission, had brought home bandages, antiseptic, and wound ointment. She had told Tweedy that her father was an air warden who had sustained injuries during the bombing.
Then you take good care of him, Molly. We will surely need him in the future.
When Molly arrived at the bookkeep, she put her things down, waved to Mrs. Macklin across the way as the woman stared pointedly at her through the glass, and then went in search of Oliver. He was not in his bedroom, but she looked down in horror at the remains of his warden uniform that was lying bloody and shredded on the floor next to his bed. Dearest God, thought Molly, how did he survive? She hurried downstairs and over to Imogen's old study. She knocked on the door. Mr. Oliver, it's Molly. I have bandages and medicine to treat your wounds. Mr. Oliver? There was no answer, and she was now worried that he might be lying in there unconscious from the result of his injuries. She tried the door, but it was locked. Thinking quickly, she raced up to Oliver's bedroom, and after a quick search, found the key she had seen Oliver use before to secure the study door. She rushed back downstairs and unlocked it. Once she got inside, it was readily apparent that Oliver was not here. Molly should have left then and there, but her curiosity got the better of her. She looked in the tin at the stack of typed pages representing the unfinished work of Imogen Oliver's book. Reading several of them, Molly concluded that the dead woman had been quite the extraordinary wordsmith. She put the pages back and continued her search. In one desk drawer, she found the George medal. She reverently ran her fingers over the engraved image of their current king. As she returned the medal to the drawer, Molly noted that there was another photograph of Imogen on the desk. She knew because it was the same woman in the crepe-covered framed photo out front. Oliver was standing next to her. He looked younger and carefree. He was staring at the woman beside him with the utmost adoration. Molly could only hope that the man she married one day would look upon her with even half that level of admiration and love. Imogen was very pretty, with long, thick, luxuriant hair, but Molly was inexorably drawn to her powerfully intense eyes. Molly was quite intimidated, simply by the woman's look from the photo. She imagined it would be altogether something more to experience Imogen Oliver for real. She noted the letter that lay next to the photo. Molly hesitated, but only for a moment. She unfolded the paper and quickly read it. It was addressed to Oliver, and was from the constabulary in Cornwall. As Molly continued to read, she gasped, and then hurriedly put the letter back where she had found it. The official communication had detailed the circumstances of Imogen's death. She had killed herself in Cornwall. Distressed, Molly glanced wildly around the room. She flinched when she saw another George Sand novel on a shelf, this one titled Jacques. She took the book down and slowly opened it. Her expression filled with despair when she saw that its guts had been cut out, leaving a compartment where something easily could be hidden. She put the book back, left the room, and locked the door. The busybody beckons. When Molly returned to the front of the shop after putting the study key back in Oliver's room, her mind was a whirl. Why had Imogen taken her own life? Then she thought back to something that Oliver had said, that he felt guilt for her death. If he had acted, she might still be alive, he had told Molly. Had Imogen taken her own life because she couldn't live with whatever Oliver was involved in? And was that why Oliver had felt guilty? She looked up to see that Mrs. Macklin was outside now, sweeping, but really watching. She motioned to Molly, who opened the door and came outside.
Hello,
said Mrs. Macklin.
I don't believe we've met, love. I'm Desdemona Macklin. This is my tea shop.
Hello, I'm Molly Wakefield. Macklin set her broom aside and lit a cigarette from a pack pulled from her apron pocket. She sucked in smoke and then exhaled directly at Molly, who irritably waved it away.
And how do you know our Mr. Oliver?
Said Macklin, ignoring Molly's displeasure. He's the cousin of my mother, Molly said automatically.
So they don't live in London, then?
Molly said, No, in Suffolk. That's why I'm staying with Mr. Oliver. Macklin eyed her uniform.
Surely that's a sister's outfit. But you can't be more than 14 or so.
I'm older than I look, and I have medical training, you see. I'm a nurse auxiliary at the Covent Garden Medical Clinic. They need all the help they can get.
Yes, I'm sure they do,
said Macklin, shooting her suspicious glances.
And very good of you too,
she added, though her tone was distinctly lacking in sincerity. Do you know where Mr. Oliver is? Asked Molly.
He left the shop around 1. Didn't say a word to me. Just a wave and then he was gone. He looked like he was limping.
The bombing last night. He was injured. Macklin made a clucking sound that, Molly thought, did not have much actual sympathy behind it.
Poor man, yes. Last night was a corker, all right. Thought the ceiling was going to come down on me.
You didn't go to a shelter?
I have a basement here. As good as any shelter, I reckon. And I don't like hiding in the dirt. Doesn't show proper spirit.
Well, If one is dead, it doesn't do much for one's spirit. Now, I must be off.
I did notice what looked to be a police inspector here the other day talking to Ignatius.
Molly slowly turned back around. Yes, someone tried to break into his shop, but nothing was taken.
Oh my, those hooligans. Here now, was that tied to what happened with that constable and the lad that got struck by the lorry?
I believe so, yes.
My, how terrible.
Yes, it was.
I also noticed through the glass that you went into the study. Imogen's study, I always called it. Her father, Mr. Bradstreet, once told me it was her favourite place in the whole bloody world.
Yes, I'm sure. It is very nice. Macklin gave her a cagey look and said,
So, did you find what you were looking for in there?
Molly was disturbed by the woman's obvious probing, but did her best not to show it. I was looking for Mr. Oliver. So, you knew her father and Imogen? Asked Molly. Yet her unspoken thought was, you know, the woman who thought you an insufferable busybody.
Oh, yes. The book shot past to Imogen after her father died. That was when she and Ignatius came to live there.
And then she died. How very sad, said Molly, looking inquiringly at the woman. Molly was now doing some delicate probing of her own.
Yes, it was quite sad. Now, we didn't see eye to eye on much. She was Labour and I'm a Conservative, as was my father and grandfather. She liked to read all the time, but I think books can do odd things to folks. Look at that one Hitler wrote. I forget the name. You think he didn't change some minds with that rubbish?
But other books thoroughly refuted all of which he argued, countered Molly.
I guess it comes down to what you read and what you believe from what you read, eh?
Yes, I suppose it does.
And it seems Germany believes him,
said Macklin. I think some of them may not have a choice in the matter.
Murderers, all of them,
exclaimed Macklin.
Look at last night, bloody heathens.
Did you go to Imogen's funeral? Macklin placed a malicious stare on Molly.
There was none.
I'm sorry?
There was no funeral because there was no body to bury.
I don't understand.
You mean Ignatius never told you?
She said, obviously enjoying this. No. Macklin took a puff of her cigarette.
Well, perhaps he thought you too young, though you're a sister and all.
She added disdainfully. So, what happened? Asked Molly, ignoring the other woman's ugly tone.
I'm not sure I should tell you, if Ignatius thought not to.
Molly realised by Macklin's body language and expression that she was simply dying to convey what she knew. I can assure you that I am mature enough to be told the circumstances of her passing.
You sound like you read lots of books, too,
said Macklin, in a way that was clearly not a compliment. I've been known to pick up one or two, Molly replied diplomatically. She had faced individuals like Macklin who, though she ran her own business, thought that a woman should probably never open a book, but only cook, sew, clean, and make babies. But if you'd rather not tell me, that's fine. I have some things to do. She started to turn back to the bookshop. Macklin tapped out her smoke on the cobbles and drew closer to Molly, her expression one of ill-concealed delight at what she was about to communicate.
Well, she took a train to the coast, Cornwall, I believe it was.
Molly faced her. And Mr. Oliver?
He said he had no idea she was going there. Anyway, she apparently walked all over the place till night fell. Then, do you know what Imogen did?
What? Said Molly breathlessly.
She went up on one of them cliffs there and jumped into the sea.
Oh my God, Molly's visceral reaction was real. While she had just learned that Imogen had taken her own life in Cornwall, she did not know the exact details, because the letter had not mentioned them. Macklin's eyes danced merrily at Molly's stricken expression.
Oh, yes. Now folks saw her do it and tried to stop her. That's how we know what happened. The tide was fierce and they never did recover the body. There were ships and mines and U-boats all over. And well, she was done for anyway, right? No sense in risking more lives to bring back a dead body, especially one what done herself in.
Molly let out the breath she had been holding. How horrible.
Took her own life, she did. A mortal sin.
Macklin made the sign of the cross, kissed her fingertips, and looked at the sky.
Poor thing,
she added, with far more relish than sadness, at least to Molly's thinking. Mr. Oliver must have been devastated.
Man didn't leave his shop for weeks, except to do his air warden bit. I did what I could after he told me what happened, brought him some food and such, but the man was clearly in pain. Thought he might go out of his mind, actually. But he finally come round. And I'm sure it's done him good having you here, dear. Men shouldn't be alone. They get all sorts of wrong-headed notions, don't they?
For one awful moment, Molly suspected that Mrs. Macklin knew something about Oliver that might be very damaging. Yes, I'm sure he does like having me here. He is so very kind and gentle. And patriotic. You know, his George medal and everything. Macklin just stared at her without comment, which was odd in itself. But perhaps not, if the woman knew something. Well, I must be going, said Molly.
Yes, and I must finish up here. Work. It's never done. Now don't go telling Ignatius what I told you. It'll be our little secret. Seems to be lots of those floating around these days.
With Macklin's Parthian shot still ringing in her ears, Molly went up to her room and lay on the bed, her mind full of worry. Our little secret. And lots of those floating around these days. Molly felt terrified that she might very well end up losing both Oliver and Charlie. And then I'll truly be all alone. A second reveal. Later, when she heard the door open, Molly rushed downstairs and saw Oliver walking in. I was worried about you, she said tersely, and with a trace of annoyance.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I was out looking for Charlie, as I said.
Molly's frown vanished. Oh, what an idiot I've been. Of course you were. I forgot. He waved a letter.
I did receive an answer from my friend at the War Office, though.
You did? What did he say?
I thought we could read it together.
Molly looked quite frightened at the prospect. Noting this, he said,
Are you all right?
What? She said distractedly. Yes, I'm fine. But before we read the letter, you must let me attend to your injuries. I brought supplies from the clinic.
But I'm not injured.
Mr. Oliver, I am a trained nurse auxiliary, yet even if I weren't, it would be only too obvious.
But the letter?
He said, waving it enticingly. We'll still be there when I am done. Molly cleaned, applied ointment to, and bandaged the wounds to Oliver's arms and legs.
I feel quite embarrassed having you do this, Molly.
I do it for strangers every day. She then tested his calf and ankle, probing and fingering certain spots, and eliciting grunts of pain and tense features from the man. She pulled out a splint and tape from her bag. You have a mild sprain. This will help keep the joint immobile while it heals. But you should keep off it for a few days.
Molly, that is quite impossible. After the last bombing, all air wardens have been ordered to work every night until further notice.
Well, do the best you can then.
I have a stick I can use. And now, you have waited long enough.
He pulled out the letter and unfolded it. She looked resignedly at the missive as she slowly put her medical supplies away. He caught her expression and said,
Do you not want to hear what they have to say?
Of course I do,
But
said Oliver. But up until this moment, I had hopes that my father would come back. Yet I suppose it's better to know than to remain ignorant.
now that I think of it, I believe you should read this alone.
No, I will need your advice for additional steps, so let's read it together. They sat side by side and went through the letter. Molly was a bit faster than Oliver, and tears welled up in her eyes as she got to the end. As Oliver finished, he glanced at her in surprise. He said,
I'm sure there must be a misunderstanding.
I don't see how there can be, seeing as how the War Office says that my father is a criminal who is now in hiding from the authorities.
Hermes.
Aye, how old are you again, boy?
Asked the snowy-haired man with the sharp white collar, the stiff black jacket, and the name Arthur Benedict. The not-yet 14-year-old Charlie looked up at him and said with authority, 16. Charlie was in a postal office because he had seen that they were hiring telegram messengers.
You're a bit small for 16.
Haven't hit my growth bit yet, Gov.
If you're 16, why haven't you sat your civil service exam then?
Who said I ain't?
Well then,
With the war, not many jobs even with that. I need to earn money. Benedict's expression softened.
what's your name?
Ignatius Oliver.
That's quite a name.
Named after a saint. Bunch of wild beasts ate him.
Yes, I've heard about him from my vicar. Well, it's true, we need the help. Lost 4 lads to the army just last month, and another to one of them unexploded bombs that decided to go off when the poor fellow was riding by. Do you have your own bicycle?
Do I need one?
No, we have a couple you can use. But it's just you get paid for mileage if you have your own. Otherwise you get a weekly wage.
How much?
16 shillings and 4pence.
Said Benedict. And if I got me own bike?
4 pennies a mile on top.
I got me my own bike, said Charlie promptly.
Good lad. Now, it does help if you know the lay of the land hereabouts. Our customers expect swiftness. You ever heard the ancient tale of Hermes?
Was he a saint that got et too?
Oh, never mind, boy.
Benedict asked Charlie questions about various locations and the fastest way to them. Charlie answered all of them quickly and correctly, and clearly impressed Benedict with the cleverness of several of his shortcuts.
You've clearly been out and about.
Noted Benedict.
Almost like you've learned the knowledge that the cabbies have to, and that takes several years.
Charlie looked around the postal office. Most homes in England did not have phones, and with the war and the bombings, even those that had phones found they did not always work. Thus, telegrams had become quite popular once more, particularly in London. So, do I get the job? Benedict peered at him from behind black square glasses that magnified his pupils into fearsome things.
When can you start?
Charlie had seen a bike lying abandoned in a pile of rubble around the corner. I just got to run an errand. Be back in a jiff. I can start after that.
All right. We'll get your uniform and you can work with one of my other boys today so he can show you the way we do things. Then tomorrow you're on your own. Hey, now, are your parents okay with this?
My dad died at Dunkirk. My mum needs all the help she can get. There's 5 mouths to feed.
Good Lord, lad, your poor mum. Well, go run your errand and I'll get things organised.
Charlie was back in less than 2 minutes with his bike. He had to use a postal pump to put air in the tyres, and he and Benedict had to straighten the handlebars, but it was otherwise fine.
Now, your equipment and your uniform get inspected daily. I'll give you a pass today on the bike, but clean and shine it up good like. Same for your shoes, belt buckle, and everything else. We have a public image to keep up,
he added proudly. Yes, Gov.
Good lad.
Charlie's uniform consisted of a navy blue suit with red piping on the jacket cuffs, down the pant seams, and around the collar and edging. The pillbox hat had similar piping, and a red button in the crown's centre. Benedict said,
Now, we provide boots and a coat for winter and proper shoes for summer, along with a cape and leggings for the rain, which this country has more than its share of, so help me God. We'll find the ones to fit you proper. Now, as to your schedule, starting tomorrow I'm putting you on the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. route. But for today you'll get off at 5. Let you get your legs under you, so to speak. But you be here sharp in the morning, boy.
Right.
Now, when you deliver the telegram, you wait for them to read it in case there's a reply, which you always ask if there is,
he added in a warning tone.
Mind you, there's no pushing it through the slot and scarpering off. No mucking about like that. We're professionals.
Well, how does that work, then, this reply thing?
I'll tell you. In this leather pouch, which you will carry on your belt, are spare telegram forms, envelopes, and business cards. If no one is home, you leave your card to show an attempt was made and what time you will try to deliver the message once more, which you will scribble on the back of the card with this pencil. If they are there and wish to reply, they fill out one of these forms. You will present them.
OK, I got that bit. But how do they pay for it, Gov?
They pay you. In the rule book here, which you will also carry, the charges are set out. Basically, a 9-word telegram, which includes the address, mind you, is 6 pennies, and a penny for each additional word. Greeting telegrams come in pale blue envelopes like this one here and are 6 pennies extra. Priority telegrams are delivered first and also cost an extra 6 pennies. Now, are you good at maths, Ignatius?
Real good. At least when it comes to counting money.
Excellent. Because you have to get it exactly right or else it comes out of your wages. And a reconciliation of your takings is done at the end of each day. Now, under penalty of law, you are not allowed to accept gratuities of any sort.
Benedict stared pointedly at Charlie, then made a show of looking over his shoulder before turning back and adding,
Now, I have no earthly idea how they managed to enforce that particular rule, but I am bound to tell you, son.
Then he winked. Charlie nodded with a knowing look. Right, Gov. That first day, Charlie worked with a young man named Peter Duckett. They both delivered telegrams issued by the office, but Duckett also told Charlie that they could solicit business on the streets by approaching folks about sending messages on the official forms they carried and collecting the money owed. Customers would use the boys' backs as desks to write down their messages and pay at the same time, Duckett told him. But if we get paid the same wage each week, why try and drum up more business? Asked Charlie. What good's it?
They give out bonuses the more telegrams we get,
explained Duckett, a thin, reedy-necked fellow of 18.
And mileage on our bikes, too. More messages is more miles, see?
Right, said Charlie. 4 pennies a mile.
And folks tip, too. So the more customers, the more tips. Guess old Benedict told you we ain't supposed to take gratuities.
He did, confirmed Charlie. But I don't think he means it.
You're right. He don't.
Duckett told Charlie he had failed to qualify for the army because of something odd in his chest.
Didn't do so well on my civil either. But this ain't a bad job.
Is the civil hard?
Well, it ain't easy, mate, I can tell you that. We've got to label all these counties and rivers and what's-its on a map of England. Then you got to list down what the government does to get folks to buy war savings. Then you got to know all about a gent named of McCalber. Then they ask you questions about this quite odd woman from Shelot who keeps looking in a bleeding mirror.
Well, I don't know none of that, said a befuddled Charlie.
Me neither, mate. Why I'm riding this here bloody bike.
He paused, and his expression turned sombre.
People look at you funny, though. For not being in the fighting, I mean. Think I'm a damn coward. But it's not like I can show 'em pictures of my chest. I didn't ask to have no funny heart.
He glanced at Charlie with an anxious look.
At least I'm in some sort of uniform. Right, mate?
Right, said Charlie.
Hey, how old are you anyways?
Asked Duckett, as they rode back to the postal office for fresh messages to deliver. Old enough for this job, replied Charlie. Once seen. The next day, Charlie worked alone, whizzing all over London to deliver messages. His wages obviously weren't due yet, so he got a cup of milk and fried spam and some chips from a WVS canteen as his only meal of the day. Outside the postal office, he had taken considerable time to thoroughly clean his bike with a rag and some water, and a bit of noxious cleaner Benedict had given him. After he was off duty, he rode to Covent Garden and made it to the alleyway. He parked his bike and ducked down by the large window. The shop was dimly lit as he watched through a crack in the blackout curtains. He was startled when he saw Molly in what looked to be a nurse's outfit. And then there was a stiff-legged Oliver slowly moving across the floor to pluck a book off the shelf before turning to Molly and saying something. Part of him wanted to rap on the door and announce to them both that he was fine and now had a paying job, but they surely would have been told to report any contact they had with Charlie to the police, and if they didn't, they could be arrested. He turned to leave and froze. The woman across the way was at her door and staring at him. He could tell by her expression that she recognized him from their earlier meeting. He dashed away on his bike. Later, Charlie carried his bike up the steps of his digs and collapsed onto his bedding. He didn't feel entirely safe here. If Lonzo had told the police about this place, they might come searching. But wouldn't they have come before now? And granted, these lodgings weren't much, but it was better than anything else he had. And if he didn't have to leave them? The warning sirens had jarred Charlie from a deep sleep that night and had driven him to a nearby tube station. The smells and the heat of so many commingled bodies had made him nauseous, particularly on a mostly empty stomach. A woman had noticed Charlie's thin features and offered him a bit of bread and cheese. He had gratefully accepted, and when he wolfed it down, another lady offered him some of her provisions. When the all clear sounded, Charlie had trekked back to his place around 4 a.m. A few hours later, he rode to the postal office to begin work. Benedict looked kindly upon the clearly tired and overly thin Charlie and said,
I'm offering you lads partial wages, Ignatius, if you're interested. Just a bit of pocket change.
Well, I'm interested, replied Charlie immediately. He put the shillings safely away and headed out. For weeks on end, Charlie rode through the streets with abandon. He was also becoming quite good at talking folks into availing themselves of his services, especially businessmen. Just a bit of coin for getting your important messages where they need to be, he would spiel. Why, just imagine how good it'll make people feel to hear from you. That line worked more often than not. He had taken to riding by the Ritz and the Dorchester hotels and other such places where the well-heeled folks could afford to stay. He made pounds instead of pence there, and Arthur Benedict was very pleased.
You have a knack for this line of work, you mark my words, son.
He quietly placed an extra crown in Charlie's weekly pay.
You could teach the older boys a thing or two, you could.
When Charlie got back to his digs that night and changed out of his uniform, He knew immediately that something was off. His things had been gone through, and some of his possessions appeared to be missing. Charlie had all his money on him, so that was all right, and he had hidden the journal under a loose section of wainscoting that looked solid enough. He plucked it out and gathered up what he could and left, thinking of where he might go. He had just reached the street with his bike when someone cried out,
You, boy! You stay right where you are!
The man yelling at him was the same stout man he'd seen at the bookkeep, talking to Molly and Mr. Oliver. The copper. Charlie did not stay right where he was. He rode swiftly away, while the slow-footed Inspector Willoughby and Constable Higgins ran futilely after him. It took Charlie 10 seconds to disappear into the streets of a city he knew better than most. Willoughby and Higgins finally stopped running and bent over, sucking in one deep breath after another. The DI looked in the direction of where Charlie had vanished and muttered,
I will catch you if it's the last thing I ever do, boy.
Frankness on display. Molly, with Oliver's permission, had used Imogen's typewriter and the bookkeep stationery to compose her letter to Dr. Thaddeus Stevens of the Beneficial Institute. She had gotten Oliver's comments on several handwritten drafts until she believed she had struck upon the right tone. She had duly posted it early one morning and had walked back to the shop to prepare for work. She had previously told Oliver about Lonzo Rossi's having come to the clinic. He had said,
My God, I helped bring him there that night. I thought I recognized him, but I couldn't remember from where.
Sister says it looks like he was beaten.
Yes. The thing is, the inspector told me that they had arrested Lonzo.
Do you think he might have escaped?
I don't see how he could have possibly managed that,
replied Oliver. But then how did he sustain... She paused, and then exclaimed, But surely the police wouldn't have... Would they? Oliver had looked at her uncomfortably.
Before the war, Molly, there were certain things I would not have believed, but after what I've seen, I'm afraid that is no longer the case.
Molly had thought back to what had happened to her mother at that shelter. I guess I feel the same way. She added, suddenly horrified. You don't mean that Charlie...
I don't know, Molly. I just don't know.
Molly came out of these depressing musings and looked out the window for a moment. Your friend at the War Office?
Major Bryant, yes.
He must be wrong about my father. He can't be a criminal.
I would think as you do, Molly, but I also know Bryant. He is not known for making unsubstantiated allegations like that.
But what crime is he accused of committing?
I have no idea.
She said doubtfully, I know he worked in money matters in the city before the war and travelled quite a bit.
Perhaps some missing funds, then?
I suppose it is possible. I mean, he has disappeared. Molly looked utterly crushed.
But if that is the case, I wonder why the War Office is involved.
Did you write your friend back?
I would not, without your permission.
I simply can't leave it as it is.
Then I will make further inquiries.
Thank you. She nervously twisted her fingers. Do you think that would explain why those men were watching my house?
It certainly could, Molly.
The following weeks went by rather quickly, and thankfully, there were no more bombing raids. Each evening, Oliver told Molly of his efforts to locate Charlie.
I've been everywhere I thought he might be. So far, I've had no luck, but I will keep trying.
What if he was arrested?
I think we would have heard. I really do.
He said. Each week, Molly had duly given him, despite his protests, her entire salary. It's not much, I know, but it's something.
It's more than something, Molly. It's quite substantial, in fact, and I will pay you back when I am able.
Please. Without you, I would have no home.
And I did write Major Bryant for further particulars. I will let you know as soon as I receive a response.
As Molly sat and ate the dinner Oliver had prepared, and watched him bustle around the tiny kitchen, she was thinking about how Imogen had died. She decided to broach the subject with him. "I happened to meet Mrs. Macklin,"
Did you now?
said Oliver in surprise, as he sat down across from her with a cup of tea. "She was outside several weeks ago and called to me one evening. She mentioned she knew your wife. I mean, I already knew that because you had told me."
She also knew Imogen's father, who owned this bookshop before her.
"Yes, she mentioned that as well. Mrs. Macklin also talked to me about Cornwall." Oliver set his cup down.
Cornwall? Indeed. Wait, do you mean...
Molly's face paled. "Yes, she told me what happened. I didn't ask about it, I promise." He looked down.
As I told you, Imogen and I spent our honeymoon in Devon. It was such a happy time for us. Thus it did puzzle me that she would choose nearby Cornwall to do what she did.
"And you had no idea she had gone there?" He shook his head.
Imogen said she was travelling by rail to Bristol to visit an old school friend. When the police came round, well, it was quite impossible to believe what they were saying. I made myself think they had gotten it all wrong somehow. But when I rang the friend in Bristol and found that she knew nothing of a visit from Imogen, and then the fact that Imogen never came back, well, it became rather self-evident, didn't it?
"Perhaps it was an accident. She might have—"
No. I was told that the witnesses were quite clear in their statements. She jumped.
Did you never go there and see things for yourself?"
I thought I would have done. I planned to go, in fact. I never got the exact location from the police down there, but
He halted. "I know this is so very difficult," interjected Molly, her features full of compassion.
I finally decided not to make further inquiries because what would have been the point? I could not bring her back. They could tell me nothing other than that they saw her jump, which I already knew to be the case. And I simply could not bring myself to go to the place where she died.
He looked up at her.
Do you think that wrong of me?
"I can't judge you, Mr. Oliver, having never been faced with something like that." She played with her napkin, as she seemed to be mustering courage. "Did you ever think why she might have done what she did?"
Yes, I have given it a great deal of thought.
"You said that had you acted, she might still be alive, but you never explained that." As she said this, Oliver's eyes closed, and tears seeped from under the lids. Molly looked alarmed. "I'm so sorry. I never should have brought it up. I just didn't want Mrs. Macklin to mention to you what she told me. I thought it better for you to hear it from me." He lifted his specs, wiped his eyes with his napkin, and said,
I do appreciate your telling me, Molly. As to why Imogen would have done that, all I can say is that she was a complicated person, a loving, caring, quite dear woman, but complicated nonetheless. And when the truth came fully round, I think she couldn't accept things.
"The truth? And what things?" she asked. Molly's mind was returning to the cut-out book and the mysterious visitor and the strange machine Charlie had found, along with the paper in German. She couldn't believe that Oliver was involved in anything criminal or suspicious. But she also couldn't understand what was going on. Had Imogen killed herself because she thought her husband was a traitor? Her stomach uncomfortably clenched. When he looked at her, there was something there she couldn't quite identify at first. Then, she hit upon it. Fear. He got up and walked out without answering her, which did absolutely nothing to curb Molly's growing anxiety. The following morning, Molly readied herself for work as Oliver prepared her breakfast. He had insisted, despite the canteen at the clinic, on making her breakfast and dinner each day. Molly's mind could not stray far from their very candid conversation from the previous night. Imogen Oliver had killed herself because the truth had finally come around, and she couldn't accept things. And Oliver felt guilty. And he might have been the reason she had jumped off that cliff in Cornwall. It was all so bewildering. She ate her breakfast, put on her nursing cape and hat, and left the shop. Mrs. Macklin was outside sweeping the cobbles. Molly sensed she had been waiting for her to leave for work.
Off to nurse the sick and injured, are we?
Macklin said, with a hint of sarcasm. Yes, I am.
Least no more bombings for a bit.
Yes, thank goodness.
How's Ignatius?
He's fine. Quite nearly healed. She was about to say goodbye and walk on, when Macklin said,
Just so's you know, I saw that lad round here again.
Molly froze and turned back around. What lad?
The lad that was here with you. Seen him in the shop with you and Ignatius. I talked to him before. He said he wanted a job with Ignatius, but I don't think he was telling the truth.
When did you see him?
Oh, a while back. Weeks it was. Do you know him?
I don't know if we're talking about the same person.
See, the thing is, this Inspector Willoughby, I believe was his name, came by to see me, probably the same time he talked to Ignatius. There was a lad and a bobby killed down the way, you know, like we was talking about before. That inspector was keen to find one of the lads. Said his name was Charlie Matters. Yeah, that's right. Could have sworn he was the same one in there with you and Ignatius. Fit the description and all.
I'm sure a lot of boys look alike, Mrs. Macklin.
What's your lad's name then?
Tommy Barnwell, said Molly immediately. It was the first name that came into her head. It was actually the name of a boy she had met in the country, the son of a farmer, with a thick shock of red hair.
So where is he now?
He left us and we haven't seen him since. So it's quite surprising that you saw him outside the shop. I wonder why he didn't let us know he was here.
Yes, that's quite puzzling,
said Macklin slowly. She clearly did not believe a word of what Molly was saying.
And where is he from?
Somewhere around here, I believe, Molly said cautiously.
Really? The boy told me he was from the East End.
Oh yes, that's right. I got mixed up. Macklin gave her another incredulous look.
Thing is, this last time I saw him, the boy had one of them messenger uniforms.
I'm sorry, messenger uniforms?
You know, the telegram lads, riding their bicycles around in their smart uniforms and pillbox hats, with the pasteboard flapping around their neck saying, "Why don't you send a telegram to your cousin in Brighton for a shilling and make him smile?" I know who'd be smiling all right. It'd be the one with all them shillings.
She looked wistful.
I haven't sent a telegram in years. I've nobody to send one to, but they do a nice business with the war and all, so I've heard.
Oh well. Are you sure it was Tommy?
I just know it was the same lad what was there before. I can't tell you his name.
She looked sharply at Molly as she said this. Yes, well, thank you, Mrs. Macklin. I hope you have a good day.
It will be a good day, if the damn Germans don't show up and ruin it.
The War Office roars. It was Saturday, and Molly had the day off, though she was due to work on Sunday. She had planned to get up early and make breakfast for Oliver, but he had beaten her to the pan and kettle. She had earlier told him about Charlie's peering in the window, and about Macklin seeing him wearing a messenger's uniform.
That certainly narrows things down for my search,
Oliver had said.
I just wish he had talked to us.
He's probably afraid he'll get us in trouble.
No doubt.
Now he was standing by the cooker, wielding a skillet.
A real fried egg and bacon and ham sound good, and a pint of cold milk. Not condensed or powdered, mind you, the liquid that comes from actual cows.
Molly looked astonished. Bacon and ham, and a pint of real milk, and a real egg, for one meal. Ever since she had come to live here, Molly's expectations for food had been radically altered.
New rations for the week and a bit of a flutter. I mean, why not?
Sounds lovely, if you think it's not too much.
I wish I could provide you with a lot more food, Molly, particularly with the important work you do. The troops get hot, fresh food in cookhouses when in camp. On the front lines, that's not possible. They have to rely on preserved food in bully beef tins and the like. Well, I consider you to be part of the war effort, and you must be fed properly.
And you too, with your air raid duties. He smiled.
Well, I might have a bit of the bacon and ham then, too.
They sat and ate. Molly swallowed a mouthful of eggs and looked at him keenly. You know, you, Charlie, and I, we've all lost people we loved.
Your nanny's death was truly tragic, but your father may turn up, and your mother is in Cornwall.
I seriously doubt my father will ever return home, Mr. Oliver, if the charges against him are true. And he might not even be alive. This was a statement that Molly could not even have contemplated uttering a short while ago. But with everything that had happened, it just seemed the practical thing to do was confront the real possibilities life threw at you.
He might not,
agreed Oliver. As to my mother, I've done some research into the medical terms that were in the letters from the Beneficial Institute, using books that are at the clinic. It is extremely unlikely that she will ever fully recover.
I am very sorry to hear that.
But if I hadn't happened upon Charlie, and we both hadn't found you, I'm not sure what would have become of us.
I can say the same, Molly. My life was terribly lonely. For around a year now, it has just been me, and memories of Imogen. I can see now that that is not the healthiest manner of living, and it was you and Charlie who helped me to see it, that I had more to give, additional friendships to form. I mean, if life doesn't contain that, what is the point of existing, really?
Please don't say that that was something Imogen told you. He smiled in a self-satisfied way.
No, that bit was actually all mine.
The tinkle of the bell interrupted their pleasant breakfast a few minutes later. Oliver looked at his watch.
I wonder who it could be at this hour on a Saturday.
They passed through the curtain and stopped abruptly. Through the window, they could see a man in military uniform standing outside the door. Has someone died? Said Molly, with dread in her voice.
It's my friend from the War Office, Major Scott Bryant, the one I wrote the letter to about your father.
He let Bryant in. The Major was tall, broad-shouldered, and inflexibly constructed, with a trim moustache and a proper gloved grip, which he extended to both Oliver and Molly. He carried an attaché case and held his official cap under the same arm. Oliver said,
What can I do for you, Major?
I'd like a word with Miss Wakefield here.
Oliver looked startled.
How did you know that she was here? I didn't put that in my letter, merely that I was inquiring on her behalf.
Please, Ignatius, it's my business to know such things.
Have you found my father? Molly exclaimed. I know in the letter you said he had committed some crimes, but that can't possibly be right.
Shall we go into the study?
Said Oliver quietly.
Fact is, Ignatius, I would prefer to speak with the girl alone.
Oliver glanced at Molly.
Are you all right with that?
She nodded. Oliver unlocked the study and ushered them in, then closed the door. Bryant glanced around and took the seat behind the desk.
Sit down,
he said curtly. She did so, and waited expectantly as Bryant opened his attaché case and took out a file.
When was the last time you saw your father?
He asked in a brisk tone. When he put me on the train to go to the country in 1939, she answered promptly.
And did you go alone?
Yes. My mother was not up to it, and my father was working.
Did he write to you?
Very occasionally.
Do you have those letters?
I brought them back with me, but then our house was bombed. They were all burnt.
Pity that.
The house or the letters? Molly replied icily. She had taken a dislike to the man and his blunt manner.
Both, of course.
Why do you ask about the letters?
It might have been something for us to go on.
They were just the usual things that a father writes to his daughter.
Right,
he said, with a suspicious glance aimed at her. Did you also open my nanny's letter? She told me that—
Standard operating procedure,
interjected Bryant. He opened the file and looked through it with a nonchalance that was severely grating on Molly.
We've been following you. Did you know that?
Yes, or at least I suspected. But then Mr. Oliver confirmed it.
Oh, he did he?
Molly was suddenly fearful that she had gotten Oliver into trouble. But Bryant pushed on.
We also talked to the Coopers in the village where you lived outside of Leyston.
Why?
To see if your father had visited you there.
I could have told you that he hadn't.
But he might have told you not to tell us.
I would not lie on behalf of anyone, even my father. Molly knew she had done so on Charlie's behalf with Mrs. Macklin and Inspector Willoughby, but to her mind, that didn't count. He scrutinized her.
Well, that's quite nice to hear, but we can't take chances.
Why do you think he committed a crime? Bryant glanced at the file.
Your mother is at the Beneficial Institute in Cornwall.
It wasn't a question. I haven't been, but I was told she was there.
Told by whom?
My nanny, Mrs. Pride. She was killed in the bombing that destroyed my home. But I have read the letters the doctors there sent my father.
Were those letters lost in the bombing as well?
Yes.
Do you remember the contents? Anything at all?
I remember they said she had social phobias and neurosis. They are mental diseases, I've come to understand.
You may as well know that we have been to the Institute.
What? Why?
To see if your father had visited there after he disappeared.
And had he?
I can't get into that.
Did you see my mother? He glanced up at her now, his features less stern and more sympathetic.
Yes, Miss Wakefield, very briefly. She was, sadly, not capable of answering our questions.
I see. Molly looked down, her spirits sinking through the floorboards.
I understand that you are a nurse auxiliary. Bit young for that, aren't you?
War makes us all grow older faster, was Molly's taut reply. Bryant smiled.
In his letter, Ignatius said that you were mature beyond your years.
So I can understand complicated matters, such as my father's situation. Bryant's smile faded as he put his elbows on the desk and leaned forward.
I'm afraid there is not a lot I can tell you.
But that implies there is something you can tell me.
Has your father contacted you in any way since you've been back?
No, I've heard nothing from him. Bryant sat back.
Your father worked for us for many years, even before the war, and did an excellent job, as a matter of fact. Quite brave and resourceful.
He worked for you?
For England, rather.
I know that he travelled a good deal outside of the country when I was young.
Yes, he was on assignment. His cover at first was business, international transactions, money, that sort of thing. Then he was placed in a position at the Ministry of Food to continue his work for us. That was a cover, of course. He never really worked there. But then he stopped working for his country.
I don't understand. Bryant drew a long breath.
I do not mean to unduly distress you, Miss Wakefield. But, to put it bluntly, your father murdered 3 British soldiers in cold blood.
Molly simply stared at him for an uncomfortably long moment, before she burst into tears, raced from the room, brushed past a startled Oliver, and fled behind the curtain.
Secrets. A few moments later, Oliver poked his head into the study. Bryant was still seated behind the desk, looking disturbed. I could see that did not go well, observed Oliver worriedly.
You could say that, yes, and a sight more.
Oliver closed the door and sat down across from the Major. What crime did he commit? Bryant told him. Oliver said, Cripes, and here I thought it was something to do with money. He glanced at Bryant. But British soldiers? That explains why you're interested. What proof do you have? And why would he do that?
As to the proof, we have a letter from the man admitting his guilt.
What?
Yes, quite remarkable.
Did he say what his motive was? Asked Oliver.
Only that if we could not administer justice, he would.
Any idea what he meant by that?
Not the foggiest. Ignatius, can one get a cup of tea in this bookshop?
You know, it's strictly against government regulations to have tea in the morning, but I can provide you with a simply disgusting cup of what the government deems to be coffee. Bryant glared at him. Molly was left quite badly off, noted Oliver in a serious tone. She's making do as best she can, but it's not been easy. Bryant nodded.
Murderous father on the lam, mother in the loony bin, house now a pile of rubble. Yes, quite badly off, I'd say. Look, I'll have the Ministry of Health take the girl off your hands. I should have brought them with me, in fact.
Oliver leaned forward, his expression tense but focused. I would consider it a great personal favour if you would do nothing of the kind, Scott. I really would. The man eyed him in surprise.
What's all this?
She is vulnerable and hurt and confused, and she is also helping the war effort through her superb nursing skills. I think we should allow Molly to continue to do just as she is, and she can remain here while she does so.
But she's not even 16.
She's far more mature than many an adult of my acquaintance. Bryant watched him keenly.
Is she the daughter you never had, Ignatius? Is that what this is about?
It is about letting someone do her duty for her country whilst she is trying to cope with untold personal tragedy. I would argue that she could do that far better here than in an orphanage.
You and your brother were placed in an orphanage for a while, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And he's a highly competent surgeon, and you turned out all right.
We turned out all right, in spite of our circumstances, not because of them. He glanced hopefully at the Major. So, can you just let this rest? Please. After a few moments mulling over this, Bryant said,
As a favour to an old friend, yes, I can.
He gazed around the study.
You ever think about the old days at university?
Not too often, no. I have other things to occupy my time, replied Oliver. You know, the war. Bryant smiled briefly at the remark.
It was quite lucky for us that the Germans didn't stick to only bombing the East End. We might have had social chaos otherwise, poor versus rich, that sort of thing. But they bombed everywhere.
Which of course drew us more together, said Oliver, something I have witnessed firsthand in my official duties.
And how is the air raid warden bit coming along?
The recent lull has been nice.
Unfortunately, there are darker days ahead.
Oh, really? Said Oliver, dully.
You know, of course, of the Germans' V-1 rockets. They started chucking them at us this summer. First one hit on the Kent coast, but London has been targeted as well.
The doodlebugs? Yes. I've actually witnessed one or two of the bloody things whizzing across the sky.
Made from sheet metal and plywood. They can fly 400 miles per hour and carry a bomb payload of nearly a ton. Killed over 6,000 people in southern England. They can't reach the north, limited range, but we learned that by banking a plane sharply while flying close to the V-1, we can alter the flight path and drive the damn things into the ground.
Oliver watched his friend's tense features closely. I take it the Germans have come up with something else of concern? Bryant sat forward, lowering his voice.
Have you heard any whisperings of the V2 program?
No, can't say that I have.
Good. No need to inspire fear amongst the public.
Well, please feel free to inspire it in me, said Oliver brightly.
It's a new type of bomb the Germans are readying to hurl against us.
I would have thought they had far too many of those already.
Like the V-1s, the bombs aren't dropped from a plane. They have their own propulsion and advanced guidance systems, internal gyros and external rudders and the like. They're 13-ton missiles, really, and the damn things can fly thousands of miles an hour with a payload of 1,000 kilograms. They'll be launched from the Dutch coast. They'll strike here, of course, and perhaps Birmingham and Coventry as well, if they have the range.
And just when I thought things were going so splendidly. So, when will they be coming? Bryant looked nervous.
I shouldn't tell you this, but
Oliver looked expectant.
They've already launched them against us, but we, meaning the government, have deemed them to be gas main explosions. Don't want to panic the public and all, you see.
Oliver did not look pleased by this. Yes, I do see.
The only saving grace is you'll never hear the damn things coming and you'll be dead before you know it.
How reassuring. Bryant keenly studied his old friend.
You ever regret not going to work at Bletchley, Ignatius? They wanted you badly, you know. Your head for numbers and puzzles and all that. And your paper on cryptography outlining the possibilities of separate divisions of labour, mirrored with a shared purpose and folks from many different backgrounds and intellectual capabilities, is one of the reasons why they initiated a scheme like Bletchley in the first place. Poets and physicists, I think you called it.
Careful, Major, you don't want to run afoul of the Official Secrets Act.
Since it was on my strong recommendation, I know they had you down to work there. And you could have helped the war effort far more effectively than being an air raid warden.
Well, I had Imogen to consider.
Poor Imogen,
noted Bryant, no longer looking at him. Yes, poor Imogen, repeated Oliver, staring at the blank page curled in the Crown typewriter.
Angels of Death. Charlie rode his bike across the bridge to Clapham, passing the famous green along the way. He was excited, because there would be nearly 8 miles to be paid for this one delivery. He turned down a narrow street and, counting numbers, he pulled to a stop in front of a small brick house with dark shutters set behind a wrought iron fence that looked very much like its neighbours on either side. He climbed off his bike, passed through the gate, and hurried up to the front door. He had many more messages yet to dispense, and the day was getting on. He rapped on the door and waited. Presently, he heard the click of heels, and the door opened, revealing a woman in her early 20s with soft brown hair and large, luminous eyes. She wore a calf-length, hunter-green dress.
Yes?
She said. "A telegram, Mom," said Charlie. "Are you Eleanor Drews?"
Yes, I am.
Charlie handed her the envelope. She tore it open, glancing anxiously over his shoulder, and started to read. "Will there be a reply, Mum?" asked Charlie. Drews screamed and threw the message at Charlie. Then she started to slap and punch him. His pillbox hat came off with the flurry of blows, and he fell back, lost his balance, and nearly toppled off the porch. She struck him on the cheek, knocking him down, and Charlie could feel his skin start to swell. Drews staggered back and stared down, horrified, at the bruised and battered Charlie. Her eyes fluttered. Then she let out a low moan and fainted in her doorway. Charlie, breathing hard, rose and looked down at her, unable to process what had just taken place. "Mom?" He knelt down and nudged her arm. "Mom, are you okay?" He looked inside the open doorway. "Hello? Is anybody in there? Hello? We need some help here. Help!" He could hear the sounds of footsteps rushing toward him, and an older woman came into view inside Drew's home.
"Ellie!"
she exclaimed. She ran forward, knelt down, and gripped the other woman's hand. She looked sternly at Charlie.
"What happened? What did you do to her, boy?"
A frightened Charlie backed up and said, "I ain't done nothing. I just give her a telegram and she started hitting me." She focused on his messenger uniform and gasped. She looked around and saw the paper where Drews had dropped it. She snatched it up, read off the few lines, and dropped it again, her face pale and her limbs trembling.
"Josh!
She called back into the house.
Josh! Come quickly!"
A man, about her age, came hurrying to the doorway, a pipe in hand.
"What is... Oh, my God. Ellie."
He rushed to the woman's aid.
"What's happened?"
"Message came,"
said the older woman, indicating Charlie.
"I'm afraid it's Bill. The worst."
"Oh, dear Lord."
Drews was coming around by this point, and they helped her up and led her back inside, leaving the door open behind them. They apparently had forgotten that Charlie was even there. He stooped, retrieved his pillbox hat, and picked up the crumpled message. From Air Ministry, 77 Oxford Street, W1 PC 687. Deeply regret to inform you that, according to information received through International Red Cross channels, your husband, Flight Sergeant William Everett Drews, lost his life as the result of air operations on night of 30th of October, 44. Stop. Air Council express sincere sympathy. Stop. Letter to follow shortly. Stop. Charlie slowly folded up the telegram, closed the front door, and carefully pushed the paper through the slot. He got back on his bike and rode across the bridge and back into the city. While other messengers had warned him of it, that was the first death telegram he had ever delivered. He wondered if his mother had gotten such a message when his father had died. Deeply regret to inform you that Private Robert Charles Matters lost his life as the result of... Stop. His mother had never spoken of receiving such a telegram, but she must have, Charlie thought. Yet she had obviously spared him from knowing about it, until she had sat down one day and told him of the sacrifice his father had made.
"He was so heroic, Charlie. All the soldiers are. He fought for you and me and Gran and Grandad. He wanted so much to come home and be with us. He loved you so dearly. But he just couldn't. But we will always remember him and what he did to keep us all safe."
It was only after his mother had died that Charlie had actually thought about what she had said to him that day. His father was a hero. He had given his life for them. He would never be coming home, but they would never forget him. The only thing that made any of this bearable, at least for Charlie, was that he had a half-dozen East End mates who had also lost their fathers in the war. Their mothers had all gotten that telegram, so Charlie wasn't alone in that loss, even though he quite often felt that he was. He finished his deliveries for the day, conscious now of seeing if any more were from the service branches. Luckily, none were. But tomorrow was another day for regrets to be sent to suddenly widowed women and fatherless children. It was the end of another week, so he collected his wages, with a nice bonus thrown in because Arthur Benedict liked him, and Charlie was a hard worker with the skill and talent to ring up more business. In his spare minutes, he had taken to hanging out at the Savoy, where the American journalists stayed. They were always sending telegrams, and they tipped quite liberally. All Americans, apparently, were rich, and Charlie had ventured inside the hotel on several occasions to see finely dressed folks eating at linen-clad tables and being served by proper-looking staff. And the food they were putting in their mouths, Charlie didn't even know such meals existed. He recalled Gran telling him about caviar and hors d'oeuvres being served there, though he had no idea what they even were.
"See you in the morning, Ignatius,"
said Benedict, as he put the money Charlie had collected in the till. Then he focused on the boy's battered face.
"My word, what happened? Did you fall off your bike?"
Charlie looked up at him. "Do all them telegrams read the same, Mr. Benedict?" Benedict gave him a funny look.
"What telegrams are you speaking of, son?"
The ones that tell the family that he's dead." Benedict closed up the till and came over to Charlie.
"Did you deliver one of those telegrams? There were quite a few in the bin for today."
Charlie nodded.
"Is that how you got scraped up, then? I suppose I should have told you. But I guess I was afraid you wouldn't want to deliver the damn things, and they have to be delivered. Families have to know."
Charlie simply looked at him, without speaking.
"Yes, well, the fact of the matter is, Ignatius, that there are so many such messages that, well, the government apparently believes that some uniformity is necessary."
He glanced nervously at Charlie.
"In other words, yes, they pretty much all read the same, except for the names, of course."
He paused.
"Your father, you said Dunkirk. So your mum received one?"
Charlie was no longer listening. He turned and walked out, leaving Benedict to awkwardly study his hands. "Sorry, Eddie." Charlie rode through the darkness to his new home. It was in the basement of a partially collapsed building. It was near the telegram office and off a street that had once been a busy thoroughfare, but that had gone quietly dormant during the war. He rolled his bike down the steps and pushed open the door. A painted sign warned of dangerous poison gas inside. He'd found the sign in a dustbin by the river and figured it would be a good way to keep curious people away from his digs. For his dinner, he had bread, cheese, a link of fried sausage he'd bought from Peter Duckett for a few pence, a raw carrot, and a cup of water from an outside hosepipe. Then he carefully unfolded the wax paper and looked down at the boiled raisin cake, popularly known as war cake. He carefully measured out a slice, equal to the width of his thumbnail, took one bite, and then another, and let the lump of confectionery rest in his mouth until it was almost dissolved with his saliva. He believed it was real sugar in there. He wrapped it back up and put the remainder in his bag. He'd purchased it from a Sainsbury's shop clerk, using some of his mileage money. Before the war, Charlie had once had a bit of Jaffa cake, and he had thought nothing could be better than that. But the war cake had come close, if only because his expectations had diminished so. It was after 10 now, and his legs were tired from pedalling, and his face still hurt. But the young woman who struck him had lost her husband. His wounds would heal. Hers, he figured, never would. Charlie lay on his bedding and took up his book and the pen that Oliver had given him. He opened the journal and looked at the words Lonzo had written on the flyleaf. "Sorry, Eddie." Yeah, sorry, Eddie, Charlie thought. You should still be here, mate. He had filled in many pages of the journal already. He usually wrote at night, since sleep never came easily to him. By candlelight, with the sounds of the city just outside his door, Charlie usually laboured for quite a long time, as though he desperately needed to get things out of his head and onto the paper, where he could make better sense of them, perhaps. When he was done, he looked over what he'd written and found nothing exceptional amid the poor spellings. But you ain't special, Charlie. 6 a shilling you are. Everybody says so, except for Gran and Mum. But they're dead now, so... He supposed that Mr. Oliver and Molly might think him somewhat special. After Gran's death, he would have been lost without Molly's help, and he and Molly would have been living on the pavement, or else chucked into an orphanage without the aid of Mr. Oliver. The 3 of them together seemed to have a chance to make it. And yet now he could never be with them again. And that hurt far more than Charlie thought it would. He had always assumed he could get along fine all by himself. Yet he also supposed that people weren't really good at being alone. At least, not all the time. Via an interior staircase, he ventured to the top of the damaged building. There, Charlie looked down onto a city that was so different in parts. It actually seemed to be several countries, haphazardly stitched together. He could ride past Buckingham Palace as free as he liked, but he would never be allowed inside. And men in suits and fancy motor cars could go to the East End to throw someone out on the streets who was behind in his rent. But these men would never be accepted or liked or respected in the East End. The war had brought folks together for a bit, but it wouldn't last, thought Charlie. Then things would go back to his lot, as always, being on the short end of pretty much everything. Unless we're all talking German.
Lost and Found. "Hello, might I have a word?" said Oliver as he walked into yet another postal office in his ongoing search for Charlie. Arthur Benedict turned to look at him.
Yes, sir, is there a problem with something?
Oliver approached the counter. "No, I was just wondering about your telegram, boys." Benedict's expression turned apprehensive.
What about 'em?
"I was actually trying to locate one." Benedict warily looked him up and down.
Why, is the lad in trouble?
"No, nothing like that. It's just that his mother got back into town and we can't locate him. We do know that he's a telegram boy, but that's all we know."
I don't understand. Wasn't he at home?
"That's just the thing. He is not at home and his mother is terribly worried about him."
Name?
"Charlie Matters?"
No, got no lad with that name here.
Oliver edged forward a bit and started speaking in a confidential tone. "The thing is, the boy might be using an alias." Benedict blanched.
An alias? What, is he some sort of criminal?
"No, things were not exactly happy at home, you see. His mother had to leave for the country to take care of her sick sister and—"
And the lad didn't like that.
"That's right. It was actually a terrible fiasco. But she wants him home now and is desperate to find him." Benedict pulled a paper from a drawer.
Well, here's a list of all my boys.
Oliver ran his eye down the page until it came to rest on Ignatius Oliver.
See anyone you recognise?
"I do indeed. That's him." Oliver indicated the name.
Ignatius? He's a right good lad, one of my best. Works hard and has a way about him.
Yes, he does.
He probably won't be back for several hours.
I tell you what, let's have a bit of a surprise for young Ignatius. When he returns, can you send him out with a telegram?"
Well, sir, that is the business we're in.
"Of course." Oliver filled out the telegram form and paid over the requisite amount.
It'll be some time this afternoon, sir. Say around 4 or so.
"Splendid." He handed Benedict a crown. "Make that one Charlie's last message of the day, can you? So his mum can spend time with him. Fix things up." Benedict took the coin and put it in his pocket.
Surely, sir, surely.
"His mum will be thrilled. But not a word, eh?"
As you say, sir. Mum's the word.
Molly, dear, are you all right?
asked Matron Tweedy. What? Said a distracted Molly breathlessly.
Those are dirty bandages you're rolling up. The clean ones are in that bin.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Molly put the dirty bandages back in the proper bin and thoroughly washed her hands at the sink.
Are you sure you're all right?
Well, actually, I received some bad news about a family member, and I guess I was thinking about that. It won't happen again, I promise.
That's all right. We're all only human. Is there anything I can do?
No, Matron. I wish there were, but there's just not.
Do you need some time to deal with things?
No, I'd much prefer to work. We're so busy now and it helps me take my mind off other things.
Certainly. As you wish.
Tweedy left her there, and Molly started rolling the clean bandages. But her thoughts were directed to her father, the alleged murderer. This all made sense now. Her father leaving like he had, no communications to her. The mental image of her father walking up the steps to the gallows made her want to retch. She put the rolled bandages away and settled her face in her hands. It was clear that her beloved father was lost to her, and her mother in a sanatorium with mental disease. It had been quite some time, and yet Dr. Stevens had still not written back to her. She wondered if he ever would. Perhaps he didn't share information with a child. But I'm not a child. I'm a nurse auxiliary. I'm doing my part, and she is my mother. After meeting with Major Bryant, she had fled upstairs, flung herself on the bed, and had a good cry. Or a bad one, rather. So bad, in fact, that she had nearly stopped breathing. Get hold of yourself, Molly, she had told herself afterward. This does no good. You can't change any of it with tears. Mr. Oliver had done his best to cheer her up, but it was a hopeless task. Her life, so perfect before the war, was now utterly destroyed, as much cast in rubble as her old home. She spent the rest of the morning tending to patients, taking care that she made no more mistakes. The wards were full, the injuries serious, and the pain being endured by those in the clinic crushing to all of them, patients and their caregivers. She had nursed Lonzo every day, hoping that he would tell her something of Charlie. But though he was sometimes conscious, and could eat and drink a bit, he looked muddled, and didn't even appear to recognize her. She hurried to the bookkeep later that afternoon to collect the latest post, something she had started doing after writing her letter to Dr. Stevens. Oliver had given her a spare key, and she opened the door and picked up the letters the postman had put through the slot. She noticed that one of them was addressed to her. Then she gaped. It was from the Beneficial Institute. She eagerly opened it and read the letter at the counter. Dr. Stevens acknowledged the receipt of her letter, and was sorry to tell her that her mother's condition had deteriorated quite recently and rapidly. As Molly read through the letter, her spirits dropped even further. Dr. Stevens did not seem to hold out much hope.
I'm afraid that her issues are deep and troubled, and despite certain treatments, we were not able to make any progress. She is also experiencing some grave internal disorders, and frankly, I am not sure how much longer she can survive. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Miss Wakefield, but felt that you ought to know. Sincerely.
Molly carefully folded up the letter and slid it back into the envelope. She returned to the clinic in a daze and bumped into someone in uniform at the front entrance. "Charlie!" she screamed, breaking out into a broad smile. She hugged him.
Molly!
Exclaimed Charlie as she squeezed him tightly.
What are you doing here?
"I work here." Oliver came around the corner of the building, beaming.
Ignatius Oliver, the telegram boy, eh, Charlie?
How'd you know that?
Said an amazed Charlie. Oliver explained what he had done, and that Charlie had the rest of the day off,
You must come home with us, Charlie.
said Oliver.
Well, I can't. That copper.
Charlie, your friend Lonzo is in the clinic. It looks like he was beaten.
Beaten? Can I see him?
Yes, but I'm afraid he might not recognize you.
And lost. Molly led Charlie to the ward where Lonzo lay on his bed. Charlie took off his pillbox hat and sat down in a wooden chair next to his friend. He hadn't seen Lonzo in quite a while, and his old mate looked near death. Lonzo, it's me, Charlie. Lonzo didn't react to him at all. Charlie looked over at Molly and Oliver, who were standing by the doorway to the ward. He turned back to Lonzo and pulled something from his pocket. It was the journal. He had taken to carrying it with him. He would write in it when he stopped to eat his lunch. Charlie opened it. "Sorry, Eddie," he said, holding the book up so Lonzo could see it. "You wrote that, Lonzo. To Eddie, your best mate." Lonzo's right eye twitched, and then his left one seemed to shiver a bit in its socket as the pupil focused on the book.
Eddie?
He said, in a frail voice. "That's right, Lonzo. Eddie. Our friend."
He's dead.
Charlie lowered the book. "Yeah, he is." He looked Lonzo over. "Who did this to you? Who beat you up?"
Copper's done it.
"Coppers?" Charlie looked over at Oliver, who had clearly heard this. Lonzo said,
That Wilby bloke. He and that constable what he's done it. Hit me in the head. Put me in the clink. Then they throw me in the street.
D.I. Willoughby.
Oliver grimly said to Molly.
Excuse me.
He stepped away. Charlie gripped Lonzo's hand. "They had no call to do that. We never wanted nothing to happen to Eddie or that copper. And I bet it ain't no hanging job either. He was lying."
I'm sorry, Charlie. I told him about you.
"It's okay, Lonzo. You rest easy now. I'll be right here, mate." Lonzo closed his eyes, and his breathing actually seemed a bit steadier. Charlie looked over at Molly. "We never meant no harm, Molly. We just run 'cause we was scared."
I know, Charlie, I know. I'm just glad you're safe.
An hour later, 2 uniformed men marched into the ward.
Major Bryant!
Molly whispered in astonishment. Also with them was Oliver, who was whispering something to Bryant. The man was nodding in agreement. Bryant spoke quietly with Charlie and Lonzo for a bit. Then, with Charlie's help, Lonzo signed a piece of paper that Bryant presented to him.
"That's a good lad,"
said Bryant. He rejoined Oliver and Molly.
"After you rang, Ignatius, I checked, and this chap Willoughby has had numerous complaints against him. Bad egg all around. He even beat up one of our boys after a public drunkenness charge landed him in a cell. I've had Lonzo sign a paper making out a formal charge. He said that a constable also hit him. That bobby will turn on Willoughby quick enough when we put the screws to him. I won't stand for this. Lonzo was trying to join the army when they grabbed him, he said, even though the lad was not of age. Lonzo also told me what happened at the shop, and he said he forced Charlie to go along. Willoughby tried to make it out to be a hanging job, which of course it wasn't. I think I can safely guarantee that neither Charlie nor Lonzo will have difficulties over this. Unless you want to press charges for Lonzo trying to break into your shop, Ignatius, seeing as how he's now confessed to it.
I have no wish to press charges,
said Oliver quietly.
Thought as much.
He and the other soldier left. When Molly and Oliver looked over at Charlie, tears were trickling down his face.
Charlie!
Exclaimed Molly, rushing over, and then stopping abruptly. Charlie was looking at Lonzo, whose eyes were open and unseeing. "He's gone," said Charlie, miserably. "Lonzo's gone."
The breach once more. The fire crackled in the fireplace of Oliver's study. They had just returned from Lonzo's funeral service. He had been laid next to his mother. The police had taken care of the arrangements and paid the undertaker's bill. D.I. Willoughby and Constable Higgins had been arrested and charged in Lonzo's death, and were being held for trial. Charlie was wearing his telegram boy's uniform, while Molly wore a faded black dress that she had borrowed from one of the other nurses. Oliver had on his only suit. They had all drawn close to the fire because the weather had grown quite cold. Charlie had refused any dinner and sat there with a cup of tea cradled in his hands. He hadn't yet taken a sip, while Oliver and Molly watched him closely.
It was a nice service, wasn't it?
Said Molly, glancing nervously at Oliver. Yes, it was, said Oliver. Wasn't it, Charlie? Charlie simply nodded. Molly suddenly remembered something.
Oh, Dr. Stevens wrote me back from the Beneficial Institute.
Really? What did he say? Asked Oliver.
It's not good, I'm afraid. My mother is not doing well at all. He fears for her life, actually.
Oh, Molly, I am so sorry.
Yes, well, I would like to see her before the end, but I'm not sure I can.
I wish I had a way for you to get there. I did check. The trains are not taking civilians to Cornwall presently. Most passenger lines have been damaged, and the railway lines still in service are strictly for military purposes.
Yes, of course.
And then it happened. The air raid sirens started to blare. Oliver shook his head and closed his eyes for a moment. Why the hell do you have to come tonight, you bastards? They rushed pell-mell from the room to grab their coats and gas masks. Oliver had gotten a new warden's uniform, and he quickly donned it. Come quickly now, he said, before the red alert sounds. They hurried through the chill and gloom to the nearest shelter, and Oliver got them safely inside. He then met up with Lee Parker at the designated place, and they began rounding up those on their list and getting them to the correct shelters. They had only a few more people left to find when the familiar humming commenced in the pavements. They both looked up to see the dark cigar shapes in the skies above. The ack-ack fire started, and the lethal rounds soared skyward as a fresh battle began.
Looks to be quite a few of the damn things.
Parker calmly noted over the noise of the guns and the engines roaring above them. Yes, said Oliver grimly, it does. They dashed off in different directions to fetch the remaining people who needed corralling. When the first bomb struck, Oliver was knocking on the door of the Secret Garden tea shop. Desdemona! It's Ignatius. It's not safe to remain in your basement any more. Please come with me. There was no answer. He rapped harder. Desdemona! It's Ignatius. You must come with me to the shelter. He tried the door, but it was locked. He gave a searching look both ways down the alley just as more bombs exploded in the distance. Desdemona! Damn the woman. The government had finally announced the truth of the V-2 rockets. More than 100 had already been launched against London, and they hit without warning and obliterated everything in their path. No building or person above ground was safe because they flew so fast that no real warning was possible. And while the sirens and the planes above indicated that a conventional air raid was looming, the V-2s could still strike at any time. Oliver put his shoulder against the wood and pushed hard. It popped open, and he burst into the tea shop's front room. Desdemona! He searched everywhere around her shop, and then upstairs where her living quarters were, just to make sure she had not fallen asleep in bed and not heard the sirens. He then ran down to the basement. While many Londoners, like Macklin, preferred to shelter in place, he also knew that Macklin had rheumatism and bad lungs, and thus he always tried to get her to come to the shelter. She almost never consented to go, but this was the first time she had not answered his knock. He found her in the basement, and it was now clear why she hadn't come to the door. She was dead, and her death had not been natural. He was not speculating on this. The knife was still sticking out of her chest. He knelt beside her. My God! Her limbs were heavy, her skin still somewhat warm, but cooling rapidly. An explosion that rocked the tea shop brought the shocked Oliver back to the present. He grabbed a blanket from a small cot in the corner and covered her body with it. He ran back up the steps and out of the shop, and sprinted down the alley as more detonations sounded in the distance. He had one more person on his list, but the house where he lived was empty. The man must have headed to the shelter. At least Oliver hoped so. He looked up again. The sky was filled with aircraft, and the ack-ack raining upward was so intense that what had been a clear night sky was nearly opaque with smoke. He could hear the rapidity of machine gun fire and the scream of aircraft engines, and he knew that meant RAF pilots were thousands of feet up there, engaging the enemy. As he rushed toward the shelter, two planes suddenly swooped low out of the dark sky. One he recognized as a British Beaufighter, the other a German Messerschmitt. The Messerschmitt was in the lead, and the British plane was racing to catch up. "Go get 'em!" Oliver called to the RAF pilot. The German pilot must have spotted the uniformed Oliver, because he pointed the Messerschmitt in his direction. A blistering salvo of bullets then raced at him, forcing Oliver to dive headlong through the glass door of a shop. He slid across the shard-littered floor, slammed into a counter, and lay stunned as the two planes shot down the street barely 20 feet off the ground. Oliver rose and slip-slid over the broken glass to poke his head out of the shattered doorway. In the distance, he saw an explosion. It was not a bomb. He had just seen the German plane veer out of control and slam into a building as the Beaufighter soared upward to take on the Luftwaffe fleet once more. Oliver breathed deeply and gingerly felt his sore arm. Before this war, would I have ever imagined seeing two planes engaged in combat flying down the streets of Covent Garden? He walked to the next street, turned, and a minute later was in the shelter, closing the door securely behind him. He found Charlie and Molly, who were seated in a far corner.
You okay, Mr. Oliver?
Asked Charlie, eyeing the man's dirty and cut-up clothing. Fine, Charlie, considering the alternative would have been extremely unpleasant. Hours later, when the bombing was over, Oliver took the children back straight away to the bookkeep and then made a phone call. 30 minutes later, the police showed up along with what looked like a doctor with his bulky medical bag. While Molly and Charlie watched in confusion, Oliver led the men over to the tea shop and inside. When the police finally departed, Oliver returned to the shop, where both Molly and Charlie assaulted him with queries. He calmed them down, locked the front door, and led the pair into the study. All right. I will tell you what happened. The fact is that, well, someone killed Mrs. Macklin. I found her body in the basement when I was checking on her for the air raid.
Bloody hell!
Exclaimed Molly, causing Charlie and Oliver to shoot her a surprised look. Yes, it is quite shocking, Oliver said.
Was she robbed?
Charlie asked. It didn't appear to be a robbery.
Who would want to harm her?
I'm not sure. Certainly crime has increased in the city since the war started. It could be put down to that. They might have thought she would have been in a shelter. Then she may have stumbled upon them and they did what they did. For some reason, Molly glanced over at the bookshelf, and her gaze came to rest on the copy of George Sand's Jacques, with the cut-out pages, which was the only item on that shelf. When she looked back at Oliver, his gaze slowly came round to her. The man was not pleased at all. A Crisis of Discovery. A few days later, the tap tap on the glass came right at the stroke of midnight. There was something mystical about that hour, Oliver thought, as he slowly walked to the door, both in the pages of a book and sometimes in real life. Oliver drew aside the blackout curtains and saw Cedric standing there. He unlocked the door and motioned him in, but put a finger to his lips and whispered, "Please keep very quiet. I have others here with me."
"I know that you do, Ignatius,"
hissed Cedric.
"and I do not like it."
Oliver led Cedric to the study, closed the door, and turned to his visitor. "Well?"
"What are those children doing here?"
demanded Cedric. "Don't worry. I'm looking for a place for them. Now, tell me about Mrs. Macklin."
"Who?"
said Cedric. "Busybody across the alley who ran the tea shop?"
"What of her?"
"She's dead. Someone stabbed her."
"Interesting."
"You're saying you know nothing of it?" said Oliver, incredulously.
"Well, if someone did kill her, you might have already struck upon the reason. Perhaps she saw things that had nothing to do with her, and something had to be done before she could take her foul suspicions and do damage with them. Damage to you, I might add. I am, of course, just speculating here. I really know nothing of the matter."
"Do you really think she suspected me?" asked Oliver.
"Let me put it this way. If certain inquiries were made, discreet ones, and those inquiries indicated that the woman might have been preparing to alert the authorities about certain things she had seen, certain people she had witnessed doing certain suspicious-looking things, then yes, I think there was the potential for important plans to be disrupted. And, of course, that could not be allowed."
"I see. Well, the police did come, and the questions were very uncomfortable."
"And what do the police think?"
Cedric wanted to know. "I told them about the attempted robbery of my business, but it would have helped if her till had been raided." He stared pointedly at Cedric. "That would have made my theory more plausible." Cedric shrugged and gave a superior smile.
"I never thought of that. You see, there is no crime in Germany. Der Führer will not allow it."
"How commendable. So, what do you want now?"
"As you know, D-Day caught us by surprise, and now, with the Allies having retaken France, Belgium, and most of the Netherlands, we have lost nearly the whole of Western Europe, and your latest offerings have not been particularly illuminating. You must, how do you say, enhance your performance."
Firstly, the German debacle at D-Day was not my fault. My previous reports strongly hinted at the correct location of the attack all along.
"Only we did not see the hints until it was too late. Next time be more direct."
Secondly, if I am too direct, it'll be my head in a noose on the gallows, and I'll be of no use to you at all.
"But an Allied offensive began in September in the Baltics and is ongoing, and the odds are not looking good for Germany. If that campaign succeeds, the only thing standing between the Red Army and Germany is Poland."
Oliver stared grimly at the man. Ironic, as Poland was the first victim of der Führer's blitzkrieg. But I see your dilemma. The Americans take POWs, the Russians shoot them.
"If Stalin defeats Germany, we'll all be communists,"
retorted Cedric brusquely. "Well, we can't have that, can we?" Cedric said,
"So, the intelligence I seek, do you have it?"
"I think your superiors will be very pleased. Indeed, I believe this will turn a blundering negative into a brilliant strategic triumph and forevermore enshrine you in the hallowed halls of German spycraft. I congratulate you, Herr Cedric Axmann."
"Your English are such fine orators. Put a British accent on an idiot and he sounds like he quotes Shakespeare, or, better yet, Goethe."
Oliver smiled. "Yes, but then he's still an idiot."
"Now the information. I am in a hurry."
Oliver strolled over to the bookcase, pulled down the Jacques novel, and handed it to Cedric, who glanced at the spine.
"Another book by George Sand, the French female,"
Cedric said derisively. Imogen was quite partial to her.
I do not much care for her affinity for the French, but your wife is missed.
Yes, Imogen is. Very much, replied Oliver, his casual manner vanishing. Cedric tensed, then rushed over to the door and wrenched it open. And there stood a terrified Charlie and Molly.
Reversal of all. The grey four-door Humber Snipe drove slowly through the darkened, empty roads, with Cedric at the wheel. Next to him was Oliver. In the rear seat, a tall, thick-shouldered man in dark clothing held a Luger on Molly and Charlie. Cedric looked in the mirror at them.
This does not make me happy in the slightest, Ignatius. I have children of my own.
You think it makes me happy?
Retorted Oliver.
I'd grown rather fond of them.
But this was your fault. You brought them to your home, and now they have eavesdropped. That leaves us no choice. You understand this?
I understand all too well.
Oliver replied quietly. Mr. Oliver, began Molly in a pleading tone. He held up a hand for her to stop speaking. Oliver looked at Cedric.
Next left. It's wooded, quiet, and the river bends at the right angle for our purposes. The current is very swift there, and they'll be past Southend-on-Sea in very short order.
Molly started to quietly weep, while Charlie looked at Oliver in disbelief. Oliver gave Cedric further directions, and he pulled the Snipe to a stop in a small clearing well outside of London, where the rush of water could be clearly heard. They all got out, and Oliver looked at Cedric.
Down by the riverbank. It can be done there.
The man with the Luger eyed first Molly, and then Charlie.
No pain. You just go to sleep, little ones.
And you can go straight to hell. This came not from Charlie, but Molly. It was not directed at the man who was about to kill them, but rather at Ignatius Oliver. An impassive Oliver said to Cedric,
Right through the gap, here.
They had walked only a few more steps when they were hit with flashes of intense light from multiple torches.
Police!
Cried out a voice.
Hold it right there! What are you doing with them kids?
What is going on?
Screamed Cedric, pulling a gun and waving it around. Oliver snatched it away, tugged Cedric close and said,
Don't be stupid. It's just the bloody police. They must have seen us put Molly and Charlie in the car and followed. Get them to the river. I'll hold them off.
He fired at the torchlights, as did the other man. Then, multiple shots rang out. The large man next to Oliver dropped his Luger, clutched his stomach, and toppled to the ground. Molly had fallen to her knees and watched in horror as the shots were fired. She saw Oliver flinch once, and then again, his body twisting with the impacts. He cried out in pain, and his gun fell to the dirt.
Get away from them kids!
Screamed a uniformed man, appearing in the light.
You damn slavers!
Oliver's mouth sagged, and his hand gripped his chest, where his shirt was fast turning crimson. He looked at Cedric in desperation.
The book. Run. Back to the car. Before it's all scuppered.
Blood was leaching from Oliver's mouth, as Cedric fled into the trees. A swaying Oliver looked at Charlie and Molly. They were staring back at him in disbelief and shock.
I'm so sorry.
Then he dropped to the dirt and lay still. A uniformed man rushed up to Molly and Charlie.
You okay? Nothing hurt?
They shook their heads, both their gazes fixed on Oliver's body.
Where'd the other bloke go?
Someone shouted, as the sound of a car starting up reached them. Charlie and Molly pulled their gazes away from Oliver's body when Major Bryant stepped into the clearing and shone a light on them and then on himself so they could see him. He looked down at the dead, Luger-toting man and then at the bloody Oliver lying there, before glancing at Molly and Charlie and saying quietly,
It's all right, children. You're safe now.
Mr. Oliver was working with the Germans.
Charlie cried out. They shot him. He's dead, added Molly tearfully. Bryant's trim moustache twitched.
Okay, the coast is clear. You can be resurrected now.
Oliver slowly sat up and wiped the blood off his mouth with a handkerchief. He stood and said,
I trust Cedric made his escape?
Bryant nodded.
We have him on a short leash, of course.
Oliver then looked guiltily at the dazed Charlie and Molly.
Perhaps this can all be better explained back at the bookkeep. Poor Imogen. Oliver, the children and Major Bryant all were seated in the study. Oliver had passed out warm blankets before settling in a comfortable chair in front of a roaring fire, courtesy of several pieces of wood provided by Major Bryant's men. Bryant began by saying,
Now, just to be clear, there is not much we can tell you, the law and all.
That's rubbish.
blurted out Charlie.
You owe us the whole bloody truth, you do.
Bryant began in a severe tone.
Now see here, young man, while I understand—
They're right, Scott. I know you can see that, interjected Oliver.
What I can see and what my oath of secrecy dictates are two very different things, Ignatius.
Bryant countered. Still, we can tell them something. They've been through a truly horrific experience. They deserve to know certain things. Bryant let out a sigh.
Oh, all right. But you both must swear to carry all that I tell you to the grave.
Molly and Charlie quickly nodded. Bryant settled back and began.
I operate an intelligence program with the security service called the Double Cross, counter-espionage and deception scheme. The Germans have continually dropped spies into our midst, by plane, boat, submarine. Almost all of them were ill-trained, inept, worthless, really. We had broken the German Enigma code and other ciphers before Germany started sending spies here. Indeed, we'd often pick the gits up as they walked ashore. So the Germans got very little out of it. But we began exploiting that advantage by turning those very same agents and feeding to the Germans false, or, more accurately, some truthful intelligence mixed in with enough tosh so that it looked like their spy effort was working. And we gained quite valuable intelligence on the German spy network in the bargain. But that's not to say the Germans didn't keep trying. And this Cedric bloke was better than most. In fact, we'd never have gotten onto him without help.
He looked at Oliver as if to say, "Okay, mate, I've done my bit." Oliver took up the account. When the war started, Imogen was as loyal as anyone to her country. Then, when the Blitz happened and so many died, including some of her dearest friends, something changed inside of her. When Paternoster Row, with all its books, was incinerated, that change became complete. I don't know why that particular event did it, but I think she saw the collapse of all she loved in the destruction that happened that night. And she began going to meetings, and those meetings led to her consorting with certain people who were determined to exploit connections that she had.
What sorts of connections?
Asked Molly. Bryant said,
Her father, John Bradstreet. Before he retired and bought this bookshop, he was a long-serving statesman of the top tier, including at the War Office. The author of serious political works and a welcome visitor in the homes of many distinguished public servants. After he died, Imogen was still very much a welcome guest in those places. She was astonishingly bright and as engaging a conversationalist as you would ever encounter.
He looked once more at Oliver. Yes, well, it got to the point, you see, said Oliver, that she began working for the Germans. When Molly looked shocked, Oliver said quickly, "Oh, she had no love of Hitler and his disgusting fascism, Molly. She had convinced herself that she was doing the right thing by England, by helping Germany so that the bombings and the destruction and the dying would stop. Remember, this was before the Americans entered the war, and we were fighting virtually alone. She truly believed that England would remain free and autonomous, even if the Nazis took over all of Europe."
I see,
said Molly.
But this information helped Germany. People died because of it.
Yes, they did, Molly, a fact that Imogen had to eventually confront. Anyway, she performed this work for quite some time, and I was apparently too much of an idiot to see it. But she was ever so much smarter than I am.
You probably could never believe that she would do that,
said Molly quietly, watching him closely. I certainly couldn't equate the loving, caring, highly intelligent woman whom I loved dearly being complicit with the Third Reich. He paused and rubbed a hand over his forehead. And then, one day, she had me come in here and sat me down in this very chair. And she took my hand and she told me everything. All of it. Her spying, her treachery. All of it. He looked up at Bryant, who stared stolidly back at him.
A shock for you, old man,
the Major said. And incredibly painful for her to confess, noted Oliver.
What did you say to her?
Asked Molly. I don't quite remember, Molly. It's all rather a muddle in my head.
What'd you do, Guff?
Asked Charlie. It was not so much what I did, Charlie, but what Imogen proposed that I do.
What was that?
Asked Molly. Help her spying efforts.
I don't understand,
said Molly, clearly taken aback by this statement. Oliver glanced at Bryant. The Major said,
Imogen was one of only a very few British spies working for the Germans, at least that we knew of. And the Germans needed people like her. They exploited her. But now Imogen, having gained their full confidence, was going to exploit them back.
That sounds like a very dangerous scheme,
said Molly. Bryant said,
It was. But Imogen could be a very formidable opponent in her own right. We all attended Oxford together. In fact, Imogen was in the first class of women to be awarded a degree from there. We would hold informal debates at university, the ladies against the gents. Imogen regularly wiped the floor with us. Right, old man?
Oliver smiled weakly and said, Yes, quite regularly, in fact. She used these skills to convince Cedric and others that I had been working with her all along. We met with them and they became convinced of my loyalty, because Imogen knew exactly what she and I needed to say to make them feel that way. You see, she had read the Germans like a book, just like she read all other books. So I began working for them too. Bryant said,
But the difference was that Imogen also came to me and explained the whole plan.
Including what she had done previously.
The whole plan, Molly, interjected Oliver. The last thing Imogen was trying to do was avoid the consequences of her earlier actions. She just wanted to make things as right as possible by now working for her country.
Why'd she change her mind?
Asked Charlie. I actually think it might have had something to do with me, said Oliver thoughtfully. He touched his arm where it had been burned. As an air warden, I very nearly died one night. I remember her sitting beside my bed in hospital while I recovered, just holding my hand and saying how sorry she was. And when I was finally able to return home, she told me the truth. I can't begin to imagine how much courage it took for her to do that.
You really must have been quite stunned.
I was many things, Molly, and yes, that was one of them. So, working with Major Bryant here, we regularly fed false information to Cedric, and he, in turn, communicated that to Germany. And Cedric would bring me and Imogen false intelligence with the understanding that we would pass it on to Major Bryant, who he knew we were close with. Which we did, but we also told him it was rubbish, of course. And we continued to disclose to the Major all we knew about Cedric and his operation. After Imogen died, I kept working with them on my own.
We knew something was up before tonight,
said Molly. Oliver shot her a puzzled look. How could you possibly? Charlie said,
Like I told you. I saw that bloke. Cedric here late that night when I come round. He gave you some papers. And when you come to my flat the next day, I followed you. Saw you meet with Cedric at his place. When you come out, you had some papers you was putting in your pocket.
Molly added,
And very late at night, we saw you slip an envelope in his letterbox when you were wearing your air warden uniform.
My God, said a shocked Oliver. Charlie added,
And I got into his place and found the book with the pages cut out. And this machine, what looked like a typewriter, but ain't.
An amazed Bryant said,
It's the device the Nazis used to send encrypted messages via radio signals.
He paused and smiled.
Blimey. If you are both a bit older, we might just enlist you for MI5.
Molly said,
We didn't know what to do, but we couldn't believe you were involved in anything bad. Or if so, it was against your will.
Well, thank you for that. And I used the books with the pages cut out to hide secret documents, said Oliver.
I found one of them in Cedric's flat.
Said Charlie.
Consuelo.
Yes, Consuelo, by George Sand. Oliver looked at Molly. You were staring quite hard at Jacques that night. I wondered about that, though I never dreamed you two had penetrated my secrets so deeply.
I had looked inside it when I was searching for you that day. Charlie had told me about Consuelo, and the pages were also cut out of Jacques.
It grieved me enormously to desecrate books like that, said Oliver in a depressed tone.
And Imogen?
Said Molly.
Her death?
Oliver looked at her. She got me firmly established as a spy in my own right, and then told me she was going to Bristol. Instead, she went to Cornwall and ended her own life.
Why do you think she did that?
'Cause she couldn't live with what she'd done,
said Charlie, drawing everyone's attention. Yes, Charlie, said Oliver earnestly. I believe you are quite right about that.
But you let Cedric go tonight. Why?
We let him go only after he saw Ignatius die,
said Bryant.
And we made it seem that it was simply the police that had seen them with children and suspected the worst. That way he will believe that Ignatius's status as a spy remains unknown, and he will tell his handlers in Germany that the intelligence just provided is perfectly good to use. But the intelligence won't help Germany at all. In fact, we hope it will lead to one of the worst defeats the Nazis will suffer in this war and hasten its end. And when it's time to pick up Cedric, we will, as I said, a short leash. He will not escape. His life will end on the gallows.
But how did you manage to show up so quickly tonight?
Said Molly.
We have a man who follows Cedric when he comes here. So when you left with Cedric, he reported it and we followed. They must have had someone else kill Mrs. Macklin and used the cover of the bombing raid that night to do the deed.
Oliver took up the story. And the place I took us to is the prearranged spot when something is amiss. He glanced at Bryant. Secret communications do not always necessitate a machine or a series of esoteric numbers. Sometimes it is simply what someone does while being observed.
Quite so,
agreed Bryant. Oliver continued. I was to be shot with a blank gun, and Cedric would manage to escape.
But you was bleeding.
Just a little capsule I keep for such occasions, Charlie. Slipped between my teeth and cracked open, and one has instant blood. And then I simply rubbed it across my shirt, which means I'm down to just the one clean one now, he added, ruefully looking at his ruined gun. Bryant rose.
And now it's time that I was off.
He left them there in front of the now dying fire. Molly and Charlie came to sit on either side of Oliver as he continued to stare at the winking embers. Molly said,
When you were shot and dying, you said sorry to us.
Yes. I felt truly horrible for having placed you and Charlie in such danger.
I'm just glad you're on our side.
Said Molly, as Charlie nodded.
And I'm so very sorry about Imogen.
He took their hands and squeezed them. We all have each lost a great deal in this terrible war. But amidst all this destruction and despair, we managed to find one another. As a mathematician, I can tell you the odds of that happening are staggering. But here we are, together, as though it was somehow preordained. Now, I want you both that so long as I you always alone. Never question or doubt. Promise? They both nodded and said together,
Promise. Words of a feather. At dinner the next night, Molly could barely stay away. Oliver filled their plates with what he had managed in the way of food. Their teacups were up to the brim at least. Charlie looked as tired as Molly. His eyes were half closed as he forked some potato and then a sliver of parsnip in his mouth. Oliver sat down and eyed them both.
rough days, I take it.
Molly stammered. 3 patients died today, and I would be very much surprised if we didn't lose a similar number tomorrow,
That is all.
said Oliver.
I delivered 4 more of them telegrams.
Said Charlie.
And deeply regrets to inform you.
He put his fork down. Did the people have someone with them when they got the messages? Asked Molly.
One didn't. She went right down to the floor. I hugged her till the neighbour come along. I'm thinking of nothing else to do.
I'm sure this was good. No.
Said Oliver. Charlie shrugged. Next, he rose and did something he had never done. He left the table without finishing his speech. He went to the room he and Molly were sharing and closed the door. He's upset, said Molly.
He has a right to be. He's lost his entire family to this family. And look at what you have to confront now and then. It's not fair. None of it.
War doesn't care about what's fair. It's like a virus. It only wants to invade and do harm. She put her fork down. I do have a question. He settled an anxious gaze on her.
All right.
When you told me about Imogen and the decisions that she had made, it caused me to think about what my father had done, the decisions he had made.
And what exactly did you think about?
Molly composed herself and told Oliver about her mother being savagely attacked by the men in the bomb shelter.
God, what a bloody foul thing. People coming for safety and finding just the opposite.
Perhaps he killed the soldiers because they represented the government that refused to help him, she said, glancing nervously at him for Oliver's reaction to her words.
That could have been the case. But killing innocent people is never right, Molly.
Her features crumpled. I know. And he blamed himself for what happened to my mum, I'm sure of it. Poor father.
A terrible, terrible guilt to have to bear.
Noted Oliver quietly. Do you think he might have gone off to kill himself, like... Oliver looked deeply troubled with her query.
I really have no idea, Molly. Any answer I could give would be based on pointless speculation.
I mean, it would explain why he's been gone all this time. Why he's never written or tried to contact me.
People are very complicated. And your father had your mother and her maladies to worry about, and your welfare to think about too. And remember that he did work for England, and from what Major Bryant told me, he was very good at his job, very brave. It's just that...
He made the wrong decision.
As did Imogen.
But she tried to make amends while my father...
Yes, quite so.
Later, Molly got into a pair of old pajamas that had once belonged to Imogen and went to her room. Charlie was lying, still fully dressed, on his cot, staring at the ceiling. Charlie, it's late. You need to go to sleep. He said nothing, as was usual when he was like this, she knew. She sighed, got into bed, and turned off the small lamp. Later, she awoke and noted the glittering of a light. It was coming from a candle resting in a holder on the table between their cots. Charlie had his pen and his journal, and he was writing in it. Molly had seen him do this before. "What are you writing tonight?" she said sleepily. He glanced at her.
Just this and that. Mucking round.
"Will you ever let me read any of it?" He glanced at her with a smile.
You need to stick to real books. They're better for you. Learn things.
"Yours could be a real book one day that I learn from."
I doubt that. I can't even spell good.
"Someone can spell everything quite nicely, and it still wouldn't be worth reading. I've read books like that. Or tried to." Charlie grinned as he looked at her again.
You got a wonderful heart, Molly. Like my mum. I'm glad we're friends.
She smiled warmly in return. "Comparing me to your mother is an amazing compliment, so thank you very much. And we'll always be friends, Charlie, no matter what happens." She turned over and fell back to sleep.
Charlie looked at his page and silently read what he'd written. Of awful messages delivered to families unprepared to receive them. But as Arthur Benedict had pointed out, the families deserved to know that it was Charlie's duty to bring them that information. He supposed he should feel good about that, but he really didn't. Later, he put his pen and journal away and picked up the photo of his mum and his dad that Oliver and Molly had brought back from his old flat. Good night, Mum. Good night, Dad. Love you both. 4 hours later, the phone rang.
A desperate summons. "Hello?" said a sleepy Oliver into the phone receiver. "Yes, this is the bookkeep." "What?" "Molly Wakefield. Who is... Dr. Stevens?" "Yes, I'll take the call. Hello. Yes, Dr. Stevens?" "Yes, my name is Ignatius Oliver. Just a moment and I'll get Molly." Molly was already at her doorway along with Charlie when Oliver climbed to the top of the stairs.
"What is it? Who rang?"
"It's Dr. Stevens from the..." Molly flew past him and raced down the stairs. She snatched up the phone from behind the front counter and said,
"Yes, this is Molly Wakefield. What's wrong?"
"Your mother, Miss Wakefield."
The voice on the other end was slow and ponderous, when what Molly desperately required was information as quickly as possible.
Yes, what about her? She's not..."
No, she's still alive. I rang to tell you that she just now asked for you."
She asked for me."
"Yes. I'm glad that you included this number in your letter when you wrote to me. It's much faster than the post. The lines have been tricky as of late, but the operator was able to get me through just now. I apologize for calling so early in the morning, but I was looking in on your mother, and she suddenly rallied and asked for you. And I found that early morning trunk calls have a greater chance of going through. Now, I do not know if you can arrange things, Miss Wakefield, but I think it would be very, good if you were to come and see her as quickly as possible. She's not doing at all well, as I mentioned in my letter."
Of course I will. I will make arrangements straight away. Can I speak to her now?"
"I am afraid she is not strong enough to come to the phone. When can you be here? I would like to tell her."
Molly looked up to see Oliver and Charlie staring anxiously at her. Molly glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed that it was nearly 6 in the morning.
"You can tell her that I'll do my very best to be there tonight."
"Very good. We will see you then. Oh, is the gentleman who answered the phone, Ignatius Oliver, related to Imogen Oliver by chance? I saw her name on the letterhead you sent me. The bookkeep, is it?"
"Yes, Imogen was his wife. Why?"
"Just put him on, please."
Molly handed the phone to Oliver.
He wants to talk to you about Imogen.
Hello, a puzzled Oliver said into the receiver.
Mr. Oliver, I wanted to let you know that I have information about your wife's death.
How could you possibly know anything about that?
She killed herself by jumping off a cliff on our grounds.
What? Said Oliver as he clutched the phone with both hands. I knew that she had done so in Cornwall, but I had no idea it was on your grounds.
If by chance you'll be accompanying Miss Wakefield, I can tell you about it when you get here.
Yes, of course. But why didn't you contact me before now?
I knew her name, but nothing else about her until I saw it on the letterhead. And I didn't know that you were her husband until Miss Wakefield just told me.
But can't you tell me about it now?
I think it would be far better to do so in person. Safe travels.
Dr. Stevens rang off, and Oliver slowly put the phone down.
What did he say?
Asked Charlie. Just that he knew some things about Imogen, and how she died. He said vaguely, "He'll tell me when we get there."
Blimey,
exclaimed Charlie, while Molly stared anxiously at Oliver. The thoughts rushing through Oliver's mind were both vague and unsettling. He knew that Imogen had jumped to her death, but learning that Imogen had killed herself on the Institute grounds, the same place where Molly's mother currently was a patient, it seemed too stark of a coincidence. But then again, if Imogen had been seeking help, she had loved that part of England, and perhaps the Institute was the only such facility in the area. But if she had sought help there, why had she ended up taking her own life? He looked at Molly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. My mind was just in a muddle. What did he say about your mother?"
She asked to see me. It doesn't look like she has very long now.
Then we must think of a way to get there, and we will. I can check the trains again, or perhaps a bus. Charlie slapped his forehead.
Wait a mo.
What is it, Charlie?
Charlie ran up the steps and was back down in a jiffy.
We can drive there,
he said breathlessly.
Drive? In what?
Charlie held up 2 keys.
in your Singer. That's what.
Oliver immediately rang Major Bryant and explained the situation. The Major was able to arrange official travel papers necessary to get them to Cornwall, and a map with directions. He got the car and garage keys from Charlie and sent off a couple of men to fill the Singer with petrol, pump up its tyres, and make sure the motor car was in good working order. They then delivered the Singer to the bookkeep later that morning. Bryant had added a caveat to their travel plans.
At this point in the war, and on that part of the coast, no one can move about freely without complications. Thus, if you do get stopped, Ignatius, these papers may not be enough. So be prepared to talk your way past any questions.
Oliver closed up shop, and Charlie had rung the postal office and gotten time off by telling Mr. Benedict that his mum was sick. Molly had already gone to the clinic and explained things to Matron Tweedy, who was very supportive and wished her the best.
I just assumed it was destroyed in the bombing,
Molly said, as they loaded their luggage and provisions into the Singer.
How did you know it wasn't, Charlie? And why did you have the key?
Well, I slept in it some. And I nicked the key so's nobody could nick the car.
Well done, you, said Oliver enthusiastically.
Can you drive a motor car, Mr. Oliver?
Asked Molly as he settled behind the wheel. At Oxford I learned to drive my brother's little Austin 7, and Imogen's father had a Bentley. He didn't like to drive, so he let me do the chauffeuring. I think I can get the hang of this in short order. Oliver started the car and they drove off with only a limited gnashing of gears. When Imogen and I travelled to Cornwall, we went by train, Molly, so you can be my navigator, as it were. Molly had the map and directions spread out on her lap. Once they were out of London, Oliver turned west, with Molly giving him prompts along the way. From the back seat, Charlie said,
How long do you reckon it'll take us to get there?
It's about 300 miles, Charlie. That's why Major Bryant gave us extra petrol.
300 miles? Ain't we be in America by then? Or France, even?
Oliver chuckled. Not quite. When Imogen and I went for our honeymoon to Plymouth, it took many hours by train. What, with all the stops in between. But with the war and everything, the trip by car, I fear, will be even longer. If we make it through, he thought. A Wartime Odyssey. They drove steadily for hours on narrow winding roads and then stopped at a rustic village to stretch their legs and eat the food they had brought. Oliver also filled up the gas tank using the petrol can stowed in the singer's boot. The curious locals stared wide-eyed at the exquisite vehicle and the three strangers inside it. They later passed a downed German Junker aircraft that children were playing around. They had to stop several times to allow military columns of men and equipment to pass, and there were many detours and slow travel over damaged roads. A few hours later they stopped once more to stretch their legs near a Yank encampment that was next to a POW camp. There, German prisoners of war worked on the farms and also in the mines and quarries in support of the Allied war effort. At the encampment, young women from the surrounding area were gathered around the security fence. Smiling American soldiers tossed boxes of chocolates and packages of nylons and cartons of cigarettes to the excited women, while a guard at the gate watched, smoked, and grinned. When Charlie saw the German POWs, he moved closer to the outside fence and glared at some of the men, who stared silently back. When Molly drew next to him, he said,
They look like ordinary blokes.
I suppose they had to fight for their country too.
Well, I suppose. But that don't mean I gotta like them,
replied Charlie. The darkness had long since fallen as they detoured around yet another bomb-strafed road. They had already passed numerous military checkpoints where the papers, provided by Bryant, had allowed them safe passage. But with each stop, the scrutiny and questions had increased. Oliver explained. The closer we get to the coast, the nearer we come to some very sensitive military installations. The Home Guard maintains a heavy presence around here, and there are considerable coastal defences employed. Trenches with field guns, anti-tank cubes, pillboxes, fields of concertina wire, and mines in the water, of course.
Fighting a war seems quite hard,
observed Charlie. And just imagine if all that ingenuity and money went into peacetime pursuits, said Oliver, right as a soldier stepped into the road blocking their way. Oliver slowed and then stopped the car. He rolled down the window, his papers at the ready. Another soldier joined the first one as they approached, their features tense, their weapons at the ready. Oliver said, These papers will explain everything. He handed them to one of the soldiers. He barely glanced at the papers before passing them back.
Got to turn around. No one's allowed past here at the moment, not even Churchill.
But the papers?
Turn around. Now. Or else you'll have a problem, sir.
Molly leaned across Oliver and said,
My mother is a patient at the Beneficial Institute in Cornwall. She doesn't have much longer to live. I must see her.
I'm very sorry about your ma,
said the other soldier sincerely.
But we have our orders. There are military actions going on past this point.
Is there really no way we can be let by? Asked Oliver. We've come all the way from London.
Not unless you can convince us of your trustworthiness. And a bit of paper and a story about a dying mum ain't going to do that, mate,
said the first soldier. Molly sat back, looking helpless. Oliver reached into his pocket and took something out. Will this do? He handed one of the soldiers his George medal. They both looked at it.
You got this?
Said one. From the king. Yes. He held out his ARP warrant card. I'm an air warden. It was awarded for bravery, though I was just doing my job like you are.
Well done, mate,
said the soldier, handing it back. He looked through the window at Molly.
Lost my mum last year. Got leave, though, and said my goodbyes to her.
He looked at the other soldier.
What do you think?
The man shrugged and nodded.
Okay. Good luck to you, then,
said the first soldier, waving them on. As they drove off, Oliver said, really to himself, "First time I'm happy I won that thing,"
"We go left at the next road,"
said Molly, reading off the dim interior light. Later, Charlie saw the signpost first.
The Institute's that way.
He said, pointing to the left. "Indeed it is, Charlie. Good eye," said Oliver. They drove on as the rain started to fall. Oliver said, "My word, the place is really right on the water. You can see the channel over there through the trees, and just across the water is France."
I heard of the White Cliffs of Dover,
said Charlie.
I know they're on the channel. My gran went there once on holiday and told me about them.
"Yes, but they're clear on the other side of the country, southeast of London, across the channel from Calais," replied Oliver. "It said that every British soldier going off to fight looks back and sees the White Cliffs as his last glimpse of home. And when he comes back, it's his first sight of England."
If he comes back,
said Charlie curtly. They reached an open gate set on stone posts, turned down the lane and drove on. They rounded a bend, and sprawling before them was their destination.
The Beneficial Institute.
"This place looks more like a medieval fortress than a restful retreat for those ailing,"
observed Oliver in surprise. The full bulk of the Institute loomed up out of the dark. It was a structure of formidable scale. They climbed out of the Singer and approached the door. Molly suddenly said, "Wait, where are we going to stay for the night? We can't possibly drive back to London."
"We passed an inn on the road coming in here right on the outskirts of Falmouth. I'm sure we can get a couple of rooms there,"
said Oliver. "But won't that be expensive?"
"Didn't I say? This entire trip is courtesy of the War Office. It was the very least they could do,"
he added bluntly. Oliver knocked on the door, and it was opened by an elderly matron dressed all in white. They explained who they were. She nodded and said,
Dr. Stevens told me of your visit. Please, come this way.
They followed her down a long stone hallway, dimly lit with a string of bulbs. The interior was vast, high-ceilinged, and also cold and uninviting, thought Molly. She could see why her mother had not rallied here. She pulled her coat tighter around her. The matron rapped on a door marked Office. A soft voice said,
"Enter."
She opened the door and ushered them in to meet Dr. Thaddeus Stevens. He was a small man with white whiskers and rumpled hair. He was dressed in country tweeds, with a bow tie that was a bit askew.
"Ah, Miss Wakefield, so good of you to come,"
he said, shaking her hand. He turned to the others.
"And you must be Ignatius Oliver,"
he said, shaking his hand as Oliver introduced Charlie. "May I please go and see my mother now?" said Molly.
"Yes, at once."
He led them through a labyrinth of hallways, their footfalls echoing off the walls.
"This looks like an old castle or fortress,"
noted Oliver. Stevens nodded.
"I believe that is exactly what it once was. Abandoned for a long time, but perfect for our patients. Peaceful and isolated. At least, it was before the war,"
he added in a grim tone. He led them up a short flight of stone steps, until they came to a room with a brass name holder. Molly read off the name. Eloise Mary Wakefield. Molly hadn't yet turned 11 when she'd last seen her mother. Will she even recognize me? Stevens unlocked the door. That it would be locked surprised Molly, but she supposed it was for safety reasons. He motioned them in. Molly gingerly stepped over the threshold, as though she were about to enter a venue holding unpleasantness and even terror for her. The room held a bed, a chair, a table, a lamp, and an old battered armoire. Molly's glances shot across the space and fixed on the large monogrammed steamer trunk set next to the armoire. She instantly recognized it as her mother's. It had been bought at Harrods, As a child, she had loved to run her fingers along the stylishly threaded letters of her mother's initials. Then, Molly levelled her gaze on the person in the bed. She blinked several times, and still, that did not seem to help. She looked at Oliver and Charlie, who were also staring at the woman. Molly felt something touch her shoulder, and she jumped. Stevens advised,
"Why don't you go sit by the bed, Molly? If you speak to her quietly and gently, she might rally a bit."
Molly crept over to the bed and sat down. She thought after Dr. Stevens' warning letter that she would be looking at an emaciated woman with a bony face, clinging to life. But her mother looked bloated. Her skin, instead of being pulled tight against her facial bones, seemed to float above them, like a full pond with submerged logs. Eloise Wakefield's hair was shot thickly with grey, the beautiful auburn locks of Molly's childhood gone forever. Even with the bloat, her mother's face was heavily lined, the etchwork like whorls on fingertips. She appeared smaller than Molly remembered, but then Molly remembered that she had grown over 7 inches in the interim. While her mother had not only not advanced a jot during that time, but seemed, instead, to have shrunk in stature. She reached out and tentatively touched her mother's exposed hand. It was puffy and coarse-looking, the nails irregular and jagged. Nothing like the elegant, refined hand of Molly's youthful memories. And she found her mother warm, disturbingly so. "Mummy, it's me, Molly." Her mother's eyes did not open. They were periwinkle blue, and Molly had always loved those eyes. "Mummy?" The eyelids quivered now, then opened, closed, and opened once more, holding this time. The pupils drifted from side to side, reaching Molly, then passing back before once more swinging to her daughter, and then remaining on her. Molly noted what looked to be crusted, reddened wounds that were present in the corners of both of her mother's eye sockets. The smile emerged on her mother's face, like a crack opening along an eggshell. "Mummy, do you recognize me? I'm Molly." Never did Molly think she would have to introduce herself to her mother. But the hand she was holding squeezed hers just a bit, and her mother's mouth moved, though nothing came out at first. Then,
Molly.
"Molly, yes, it's Molly. I'm here, Mummy." The smile broadened and spread across her face. The eyes lifted, the delicate cheekbones raised as the doughy, translucent skin receded a bit. A strand of hair drifted into her mother's face, and Molly moved it back into place. And that was when she glimpsed the vertical scar near her mother's right temple. It pulsated, thick, dark, and brutish, against the pale skin. She was brought back from staring at it when she felt a hand on her face. She looked down and saw her mother's trembling fingers slowly drifting over her skin. Like a blind woman Molly had once seen due to someone she had met for the first time. But clearly her mother could see her.
Molly?
"Yes, your daughter, Molly. I'm here, Mummy." Tears formed in Molly's eyes, and then drained down her cheeks. "I've missed you so much, Mummy. I love you so much."
Missed Molly.
And then the hand withdrew, and the eyes closed. And that, apparently, was that. Eloise Wakefield fell back asleep.
"She tires very easily, but she seemed quite happy to see you,"
Stevens said kindly.
"I was quite astonished when she asked for you by name. She had not been communicative in a long while."
Molly reluctantly let go of her mother's hand and rose. That scar at her temple, and those holes around her eye sockets.
Yes, we can talk about all that later. I'm sure after your long journey, you and your friends need a good night's rest."
"There's an inn near Falmouth that we passed,"
Offered Oliver.
Oh, no, we have a small cottage here on the grounds for visitors. You're welcome to it.
Are you sure? Said Molly. I would like to be as near to her as possible.
I am very sure. We'll get you settled, and though the hour is late, you can meet my colleague, Dr. Foyle.
He led them out and locked the door behind him. Molly said, I wouldn't think she could get out of bed.
We like to take precautions,
said Stevens vaguely.
It is best to.
He led them back down the hall in silence. The procedure. Their rooms in the small cottage were utilitarian, but clean. The simple meal they had in the staff room was flavourless and overcooked, but it relieved their hunger. They gathered in Dr. Stevens's office afterward to meet with him and his colleague, Dr. Everett Foyle, who was exceptionally tall and lanky, with curly dark hair and around 40. Molly opened the discussion by saying, She seems quite bloated, which suggests she's retaining fluids. Is there something wrong with the functioning of her kidneys? A surprised Foyle said,
You sound like you have medical training.
I do, actually. I'm a nurse auxiliary at a clinic in London, and I performed nursing services at a hospital in Leiston before that.
Remarkable,
said Foyle, eyeing her intently. Stevens said,
As I noted in my letter, your mother suffers from some difficult internal disorders.
She also felt very warm. Is she feverish? Foyle shook his head.
It's merely a side effect of her treatments.
Her eyes also seemed off.
Yes, we noted that, as we've noted it with other patients who have received treatments,
said Foyle.
So, another side effect,
said Oliver tersely.
Yes, that and the lethargy that you probably witnessed,
said Foyle.
But that is preferable to the violent outbursts and uncontrollable seizures that she was exhibiting before.
Oliver looked at him with an expression that clearly said, Is it? And the scars on her temple? Molly interjected. Foyle spoke up again.
Your mother suffers from a complex social neurosis that has taken quite a toll on her. Procedures were done to alleviate the behaviour that such an affliction causes.
What sort of behaviour? Asked Molly.
Anger, primarily, as I alluded to just now. She was virtually uncontrollable when she first arrived here. Heavy sedation was required at first.
What sorts of procedures?
Asked Oliver. Foyle looked at him.
Are you related to Miss Wakefield? Dr. Stevens did not mention.
No, but I'm her friend.
Foyle made a show of turning to Molly.
The procedure is called a leucotomy. I refer to it as a lobotomy.
I've never heard of it, said Molly.
Well, it was invented less than a decade ago, and is a relatively progressive treatment in England. It is used with patients for whom other treatments have not worked. A sort of a last resort, as it were.
And the scars I saw? Molly asked again.
They come from the procedure. I won't get into too much detail, but an incision is made and an instrument is then inserted to manipulate certain connections between the frontal lobes and the rest of the brain.
Manipulate the brain?
Said Oliver, looking astonished. Foyle glanced sharply at him.
Yes, we believe much of the cause of our patients' debilitating issues lies in that arena. Once that connection is broken, the issue is resolved. At least that is the hope.
And the wounds in the eye sockets? Said Molly.
Very recently, an American chap pioneered something called the transorbital lobotomy. When I read of it, I was instantly intrigued, because it is far simpler and takes less time than a traditional lobotomy, as we work through the thin bones around the eye sockets.
Isn't that painful? Said Molly.
We use electroconvulsive therapy to induce a seizure that renders the patient unconscious before they undergo the operation.
It is much preferred to the old method of administering cardiazol to induce seizures,
interjected Stevens. Foyle added,
And the procedure takes no more than 20 minutes. Quite straightforward.
Oliver looked at Stevens.
And you also perform these operations?
Stevens looked taken aback.
Oh, no. Dr. Foyle brought these new methods to us.
So all of this was done on my mother, and yet... said Molly.
Well, the success rate is not 100%, Miss Wakefield.
Said Foyle.
Far from it, in fact. And I'm afraid that your mother was not as responsive to the treatment as certain others have been.
But she seemed lucid and calm when I saw her earlier,
Yes, she has those periods.
said Stevens.
Indeed, that is one of the benefits of the lobotomy. It makes people calmer.
So is she not calm all the time? Asked Molly. Stevens coughed and said,
That is why we lock the door.
But why did you tell me that she is, well, practically speaking, not going to live much longer? Said Molly. Stevens looked at Foyle, who said resignedly,
It has nothing to do with her mental issues, Miss Wakefield. She has an incurable disease in her kidneys. That's the principal reason she is bloated, because of the retention of fluids, as you so sagely noted. As these fluids build, it puts enormous stress on other organs, including the lungs and the heart. It has reached a stage where no more medical treatments or procedures are possible to prolong her life.
Molly, Charlie and Oliver sat there, looking stunned. Foyle said,
I'm very sorry, Miss Wakefield. We really did all we could. Now, I hate to rush off, but I have night rounds to make. I'm sure Dr. Stevens can address any further queries you might have. Again, thank you for coming. I'm sure your mother was very much pleased.
After he left, Molly turned to Stevens. So how long does she have? Stevens looked uncomfortable at the bluntness of Molly's question.
I would say 2 weeks or so, if she doesn't take a dramatic turn.
Molly put a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss Wakefield. We really did try to help her.
I'm sure you did all you could. She glanced at Oliver before saying, Has my father been by to see my mother recently?
No, he hasn't. That surprised me because he once came quite regularly, even with the disruption of war. But I did write as often as I could to keep him informed.
I noticed that your letters stopped coming to our home, said Molly.
Oh, yes, that's right. I received a cable from Mr. Wakefield that directed us to send any correspondence to an address in Scotland.
Molly shot Oliver a look. She said, So he knows that my mother is dying?
Yes, at least he does if my letters reached him.
Did some men from the government visit here?
Asked Oliver.
Yes, they did, as a matter of fact. They asked about your father. I hadn't heard from him at that point for many months and told the men that. The cable from your father about the letters going to Scotland came after they had visited here.
He paused and studied her.
Is there some problem?
Apparently, but that is not your concern. And how are things being paid for?
Your father gave us a large amount that has been more than sufficient for her care. We should not require any further payment. But we have lost a great many of our nurses to the war effort. I do worry about our ability to adequately care for our patients going forward.
I would like to help then, said Molly abruptly. I can assist the nurses you do have. Oliver said,
Molly, do you really think that's a good idea? I mean, what with your mother's condition, and with everything emotionally you must be going through right now?
It would provide something constructive for me to do, while I wait for my mother. Stevens said,
That is wonderfully generous of you. Thank you. Now, you all need to get some rest. Shall we reconvene tomorrow morning over breakfast?
At which time I would like to hear what you know about my wife.
said Oliver. Stevens looked at him sadly.
Yes, of course.
They walked to their cottage and gathered in the front room. Oliver studied Molly, who was sitting in a chair and staring down at her hands.
Molly, I'm so sorry.
And my father is in Scotland. Is Major Bryant wrong and he's not a killer?
What?
Exclaimed Charlie. Oliver filled Charlie in about Molly's father. Then he turned to her and said,
They rarely get such things wrong.
Molly said, I had hopes for something better for her. And him. But hopes don't always come true, do they?
No, they don't. Especially now.
Another way. Stevens had not been able to meet with them for breakfast, having been called away on some important matter, one of the matrons told them. After they ate the frugal meal, Molly had once more donned the garb of a nurse's assistant, as she followed Sister Lucille on her rounds. There could not have been a greater contrast between this place and the medical clinic in Covent Garden. The latter involved wounds of the flesh. The folks here suffered from maladies of the mind, and as terrible as the injuries were that she had seen at the clinic, the ravages of mental illness that Molly witnessed here left her stricken and dismayed. The very first patient she assisted with had been an infantryman in His Majesty's army. Bernard Hughes was 23 and had had munitions explode in front of him, both blinding him permanently and giving him shell shock to such a degree that he had tried to kill himself a dozen times in fits of nightmarish psychoses. Sister Lucille told her that Hughes had undergone a number of procedures.
But the poor man's gone, and he's not coming back. You don't need to have a medical degree to see that, do you? He won't talk, he barely eats, he grunts. He has no energy. He's like an infant, except he's a man. Or was.
There were others who were the exact opposite of Bernard Hughes, screaming and chanting and hurling themselves at padded walls behind locked doors. They could only be administered to when burly orderlies restrained them, and sedatives were administered. Still, one had tried to bite Molly as she sought to clean and bandage a bloody and ragged self-inflicted wound. Later, Molly had just finished helping with another patient and was walking back to the staff room when a masked Dr. Foyle stepped out of a room. His gown was covered in blood, and he appeared quite dejected. Through the open doorway, Molly glimpsed a body lying on a metal table, with a sheet fully covering it. A nurse stood next to the newly deceased, looking stricken and helpless. Foyle saw Molly, pulled the door closed, and said,
A difficult case.
Yes, I can see, said Molly.
There are no easy problems to solve here.
Foyle said, as he lowered his surgical mask and wiped some blood off his forehead. I'm sure not, Doctor.
You've been seeing patients, I take it,
he said, eyeing her uniform. Yes. I wanted to help however I could.
It's so very kind of you.
He looked at the closed doorway.
My father was a patient here.
Was?
I tried my procedure. Unfortunately, it didn't work. He was in the army, you see.
Surely he was too old to fight in this war.
He fought in the First World War. A mortar round hit within 30 feet of him, and he awoke to see a dozen of his mates blown to bits all around him. He survived, of course, but with serious injuries. The external wounds were eventually repaired, but the internal ones, the psychological ones, festered. As a child, I remembered that he was always a bit odd after coming home. But then one day, he didn't remember who I was. And, as the years passed, there were other strange episodes. Once, he took off his shoe and tried to eat it. I was quite a capable surgeon by then. But when my father suffered what he did, I changed my career path. I studied mental disease. I brought my father here because my mother insisted that I at least try. And I did. But to no avail. He had a seizure on the operating table that stopped his heart. He literally died in my arms.
I'm so sorry, but I'm sure you did your best for him. An awkward silence persisted for a few moments, until Foyle stirred.
I meant to ask you last night, but I wasn't sure how to broach it in front of everyone.
Yes? She said expectantly.
To better help treat patients, it's always important to understand their background, how they came by their disorders and the like. What can you tell me of your mother?
Didn't my father inform you of what happened?
Not really. He just said she became violent and uncontrollable. He actually had to administer a sedative to her for the trip here.
Molly told Foyle about the incident at the bomb shelter.
So she was robbed and assaulted and,
Yes. Her clothes were torn. She apparently had been... She was understandably hysterical.
I see. I am so sorry. But that explains a lot.
It does?
That sort of mental trauma is like shell shock, in a way. It does things to your mind. Terrible things. You can never seem to dig your way out of the hole the horrible event has placed you in. Your trust in humankind is also shattered. You see the world solely through the prism of that one awful experience. It becomes your obsession and impacts all aspects of your life. It is as though you can never see the good in people ever again.
Poor mother, said Molly. Her cheeks flushed, and tears rose to her eyes.
I wonder why your father didn't tell us about it.
I think he felt guilty for allowing it to happen.
I see. Unfortunately, that is a common enough reaction. If I had known that, we would have offered him counselling as well. It sounds like he needed it.
I wish he had. Foyle slumped back against the wall and closed his eyes.
Do you know what I wish, Miss Wakefield?
I'm sure I don't know, Doctor. He opened his eyes.
I hope that one day we come up with another way to help people with illnesses such as your mother and my father.
I share in that wish. They both went back to work.
An end-of-life admission. While Molly had been performing her nursing duties inside, Oliver and Charlie had been working outside, helping to maintain the grounds. Oliver had been told that Dr. Stevens had been abruptly called away to London on important business the morning after they arrived, and would not be back for several days. He and Charlie also pushed convalescing patients around the paths in wheelchairs, and with the help of one of the groundskeepers, caught some fish from the channel for dinner. Charlie viewed that body of water in the daylight the first morning that he and Oliver stood by the shore. Seagulls swirled overhead, looking like bright bits of confetti risen to distant heights. As I said before, not that far across the water is France, said Oliver, pointing that way.
Knew it was somewheres round here,
replied Charlie, still looking amazed by this as he gazed out to sea. The region in France directly across from here is called, ironically, Brittany. It comes from the Latin Britannia, which means land of the Britons, and indeed it shares a deep history with people from Britain who settled there. I travelled through France while I was at Oxford, you see. A flutter abroad before the working world beckoned. Quite beautiful. And the food and the wine. Well, let me just say that it was something one does not normally experience on this side of the channel. They glimpsed the long, blunt snouts of artillery guns pointed to the sky, up and down the coastline. And uniformed Home Guard and regular British Army personnel, brandishing binoculars, continually watched over the waters and skies. Far out in the channel, British ships lurked, and at far higher altitudes than the Seagulls, darted RAF planes. As they worked away one afternoon on their fourth day here, Dr. Stevens came outside smoking a pipe, and he waved at Oliver, who was collecting some firewood in a wheelbarrow. Stevens walked over to him and said,
I apologize for not having spoken to you about your wife before now. I didn't want to do so when you first arrived, and the last few days things have been terribly busy. I just got back from London, in fact. Our local MP thought it best if I travelled there and argued my case directly to the government. You see, we desperately need more resources, and as we care for a number of soldiers here, I was trying to procure some public funds, and also some additional nursing assistance.
Were you successful?
Unfortunately, no. There is apparently nothing to spare, people or pounds. So we'll just have to make do.
Stevens motioned to a path that wound around the grounds.
Shall we take a stroll?
Stevens took a puff on his pipe as they walked and said,
Imogen came to the Institute one day.
So she specifically came here. Why?
She had heard of us, she said. There aren't many institutions that do what we do, Mr. Oliver, and our reputation is broad enough to have reached London. Indeed, I think that's how Molly's mother ended up here. Anyway, your wife said that a friend had spoken to her about us.
I see.
Imogen was troubled. She had, I think, a case of severe depression, and she also suffered from undue anxiety. I met with her in my office. I gave her some aspirin to take, along with some meditative breathing exercises, and told her to take a holiday if she could while she was here. The sea air, that sort of thing, take her mind off things. I mean, she certainly wasn't a candidate for Dr. Foyle's procedures or anything. Completely in charge of her mental faculties, she just seemed lost.
Oliver looked out to the channel. Do you usually see people who just walk in the door?
No, never, in fact. But your wife, well, she intrigued me. Remarkable for intelligence, but if you don't mind my saying so, she clearly had her demons.
And she jumped off a cliff somewhere around here, you mentioned?
Not somewhere,
said Stevens surprisingly. He pointed with his pipe to a spot on the coast where the land rose high.
There.
Oliver looked where he was indicating and inwardly shuddered.
We had several who saw her go up to that very spot. One person even tried to talk her down, but failed.
Is that person still here? Said Oliver quickly.
Yes, it was Dr. Foyle, actually. In fact, I have asked him to meet with you tonight to discuss it.
I'm so sorry. I didn't make the connection with the name until Dr. Stevens mentioned it,
said Foyle, as he and Oliver sat in the doctor's office. It was in the evening after a sparse dinner, and both men looked tired and strained. That's all right. But what can you tell me about that day? Foyle lit up a cigarette and offered one to Oliver, who declined.
I actually never smoked until I got here.
I can understand that, said Oliver. Foyle picked a flake of tobacco off his tongue and sat forward, his long back bowed.
I had just finished a difficult surgery and was taking a walk, just to unwind a bit. I was heading up to the cliff. I liked the view from there. When I saw her, there were several other people about, a nurse or two and a gardener, and a patient getting some air with her attendant. But I was the closest because she and I were heading to the same spot, apparently.
What drew your attention to her?
I didn't recognize her, for one thing, and she was walking with such purpose. I've been dealing with mental issues for quite a while now, and I just read something in her body language that set off warning bells in my head. So I called out to her.
What did she do?
She didn't stop, not at first. She walked right up to the edge of the cliff, and then turned to look at me. She seemed coolly defiant, I guess you could say. I drew a bit closer and asked her who she was.
What did she say?
She said she was a conscientious objector. To what? I asked her. You're a woman. You're not going to be called up to fight.
And her response?
She said she wasn't objecting to the war, although she said she had very good grounds to do so. She said she was objecting to her existence.
Oliver's expression became pained. Foyle noted this.
Yes, quite. not what you wanted to hear, I know.
He paused and puffed thoughtfully on his cigarette before resuming.
I told her that I was medically trained in helping people like her, and if she would come to my office, I would do whatever I could to assist her.
And?
And she thanked me, most graciously and most eloquently. But she said she was beyond redemption. That was the word she used. Redemption. Do you know what she meant by that?
Oliver shrugged and slowly shook his head.
And then she told me that if... Let me think. Right. She said, if Iggy ever asked, that I should tell him he was the most wonderful thing her life had ever discovered. Quite an interesting way to phrase it. I assumed that Iggy was referring to you, Ignatius.
Yes. It was her pet name for me.
She added that if there was any way she could have managed it, she would have gone back to him, or you, as it were. But she never found a way to do so that seemed equitable. Yes, that was the word she used.
Foyle stopped and drew in a deep breath.
And then before I could say another word, or take a step toward her, she turned and jumped. By the time I got to the edge, she had already reached the water.
He paused, and then added,
I will carry the guilt to my grave that I did nothing to stop her.
Please, don't. If not there, she would have simply chosen another time, another place. When her mind was made up, well.
Yes, she did strike me as being quite formidable in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Foyle. Thank you very much. Oliver went back outside, walked right to the cliff's edge, and looked down more than 200 feet to where the frothing, rocky channel was but one fatal step away. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the salty air. In that motion he tried to imagine absorbing the last bits of Imogen's life as she stood here, making perhaps the most difficult decision a person could make, or maybe the simplest. He didn't know, really. He could see, in her state of mind, how she could have jumped out into nothing, plummeting down, perhaps just staring out at the sky, her very last glimpse of light and life, and then hitting the water and rocks below at such violent velocity that her end would have come before her mind ever had a chance to tell her it was over and done. Yes, he could see how anyone might do that, given the right circumstances. Even me, without my Imogen. But then Oliver took a symbolic step back when the images of Molly and Charlie entered his mind. It was simply a question of being needed, really. Imogen apparently thought that he could get along perfectly well without her. Oh, how she had overestimated him. But with Molly and Charlie there was no question. They need me. Imogen chose death. I must choose life. And, truth be known, I need them. Oliver turned around to find Foyle standing rigidly only a few feet away. I didn't see you there, said Oliver.
I just followed along, at a discreet distance.
Oliver looked back at the cliff for a moment. You weren't thinking that...
I was just making sure, that's all. You see, I didn't want to commit the same blunder twice. Once was already far too much.
The men stared across the short distance at each other. I appreciate that, said Oliver.
I have some pre-war Armagnac back in my quarters, if you're so inclined. Roman grapes, Celtic barrels, and Moorish stills. I find it soothes most of life's ills, at least for an hour or two. And what more can anyone reasonably expect during times like these?
The men walked back to the Institute together.
A Dream Gone Miserably Awry. George Eliot's illustrious novel, Middlemarch, was in the Institute's small library. After her dinner each evening, Molly would go to her mother's room and read to her from it. Eloise Wakefield would wake occasionally, recognize her daughter, and say quietly,
Molly, love.
Molly would smile, take her hand, and make soothing sounds to her mother. She would also tell her mother about her time in the country, and then in London. She did not tell her of the fate of their old home, or of Mrs. Pride's death, or of the dire situation with her husband. Molly did not have to be learned in the field of mental illness to know that such revelations would not be beneficial for her mother. Molly also had looked through the things her mother had brought with her, or more likely, the items her father had packed for his wife. He was always inclined to oversee tasks like that. In the bottom of the armoire, Molly found a picture of her and her mother that she had forgotten about. It had been taken at Hyde Park before the war. They were on a bench looking happy and content, although, as Molly peered closer into her mother's stilled eyes, she saw perhaps a degree of apprehension that she had never before perceived. Maybe because I didn't want to see it. Molly had put the photo in a frame she found and placed it on the table next to her mother's bed. If her mother saw it, Molly reasoned, it might make her remember happier times. It was a simple contrivance, but one never knew. And at this stage, Molly would do anything to ease her mother's final days. "I think she's actually getting better," she told Charlie and Oliver one afternoon. "Do you think it would be possible?" She halted and looked at them uncertainly.
What?
Said Oliver. "I was just wondering if it would be completely ridiculous to think about bringing her back to London to spend what time she has left there."
But where would she stay, Molly?
Said Oliver.
She could use our room, and I could sleep on the floor in the bookshop.
Offered Charlie. Molly said quickly, "Charlie, I could never ask you to do that." Oliver said,
And surely she needs hospital care, Molly. And then there's the question of transporting her. We can't simply load her into the car and drive her back.
Molly looked defeated, but then her expression changed. "I think I might have an idea." She rushed off. Later that evening, Molly found Oliver and Charlie and told them what she had managed. "I had Dr. Stevens make some inquiries, and he found a telephone number for the Tinsdales in Yorkshire."
Excuse me, the Tinsdales?
Said Oliver.
Rich relatives of Molly's up north.
Explained Charlie. "Yes, they're my mother's family, and they are quite wealthy. I don't think they've been in touch for many years. Anyway, it took the poor operator 3 tries, but finally I spoke to Lucretia Tinsdale, Mum's second cousin or something like that. They remembered Mum very well. They had no idea what was going on with her, didn't even know she was still alive. They were extremely concerned when I told them about her condition, and they have agreed to help with her care, and also in getting her back to London."
Why, that's wonderful,
said Oliver. "She could be in hospital in London, and I could care for her there, and there might be some treatment for her kidneys. I thought I would go and tell Mum now. Do you want to come with me?" Charlie said.
I will.
But Oliver said,
I don't want to overwhelm her with my presence.
"All right, we'll talk later,"
Well done, Molly,
said Oliver. Molly had been given a key by Dr. Stevens. She unlocked the door, and they went into her mother's room. Molly drew close to the bed and said, "Mum, I've got the most wonderful news. We're going to take you back to London, and your family, the Tinsdales, are going to help. Isn't that so splendid?" Molly smiled at Charlie, bent down, and gripped her mother's hand. Eloise Wakefield's eyes popped open, and the person revealed behind them was not one with whom Molly was remotely familiar. The scream resonated down the hallway. Eloise sat bolt upright, grabbed Molly's hair, and began pulling and twisting it. She then slapped and punched at Molly, knocking her down. Molly screamed and said, "Mum, stop! It's me, Molly!" Her mother formed no words. She only grunted and shouted nonsense. Then she saw the framed photo and threw it at Charlie. Charlie ducked, and then jumped back as a punch she aimed at him barely missed. He grabbed Molly's hand and pulled her up from the floor. They ran for the door, got through it, and shut it behind them. Molly frantically locked the door, as more screams emanated from the room. Molly, her hands over her ears, ran down the hall, tears streaming down her face. "I'm not sure what I was thinking," Molly said in a trembling voice. She was sitting on her bed at the guest cottage with Oliver and Charlie, and Doctors Foyle and Stevens, all standing around her. After leaving her mother's room, she had found Dr. Foyle and a matron, and they had rushed to her mother's room.
"She has fits like that, Molly,"
said Stevens.
"Not often. Most of the time she's totally calm and placid. But something triggers her, and then off she goes."
"She was hitting and punching me and screaming. She looked like she hated me." Foyle added gently,
I seriously doubt she even recognized it was you, Molly.
"The human mind is an extraordinary instrument,"
said Stevens.
"It is the thing that makes us unique amongst all living things. But because of that, when it goes bad, it goes terribly, terribly bad, I'm afraid."
Is she better now?"
She has been sedated, so she won't hurt herself.
said Foyle.
She is resting comfortably.
"I suppose I should ring the Tinsdales and let them know that Mum won't be going to London,"
"I think she does need to stay here, Molly,"
said Stevens.
"until she will be well cared for. I promise you."
And there will be no more procedures,
added Foyle.
of any kind.
They all left, leaving Molly on her bed alone. She slowly took off her necklace and opened the locket, revealing her mother's picture inside. She needed to look at it now, because she did not want the image of the raving woman back there to be the last one she had of her mother before she went to sleep tonight. If I go to sleep tonight. When she finally did start to nod off, she held the locket tightly against her chest. "No matter where I go, you will be right here with me, Mum." The final tear. Molly did not see her mother the following day, or the day after that. She was quite fine now, she had been told by both Foyle and Stevens. Yet every time she ventured near that door, the horror of that encounter welled up in Molly's path, blocking her from moving forward. Perhaps I am acquiring my own neurosis. The suffering of the patients here was truly extraordinary. Molly could never see herself working in this field. There was no real medicine that would help, only apparently sticking sharp instruments into the soft tissues of the brain. And while that might ease some of their violent symptoms, it often subtracted everything of importance from the person, leaving something less than human. For her, being a doctor meant the ability to heal, not merely relegating patients to a purposeless stupor. Her mother was doomed. She knew that. And Molly had, to the extent any child could, accepted that fate. But that was not the same as understanding it to be right or fair. It was neither. I can't help these poor people. Apparently, none of us can. 2 nights later, Molly found that she couldn't sleep. She rose, put on her robe, and used her key to get into the institute. She walked down to her mother's room, with the thought of just watching the woman sleeping peacefully for a bit. But when she got there, she found the door open, and her mother gone. Molly looked wildly around for someone to alert, but found no one about. She ran back to the cottage and rousted Oliver and Charlie from their sleep. They quickly dressed and rushed outside.
"I thought they locked her door,"
said Oliver. "I did too," replied Molly. "But it was open."
"She must still be inside the institute. She was surely too weak to make it outside. I'm surprised she made it out of her room unassisted."
What's that noise?
exclaimed Charlie. They listened, and heard what sounded like a door closing. They ran to the rear of the building. When they got there, the first thing they saw was an empty wheelchair next to a small grey 2-door sedan. Her mother was sitting in the passenger seat, looking placidly out the windscreen. And someone else was with her. "Father!" screamed Molly. Herbert Wakefield turned to look at her. He looked old, far older than she remembered. He was thin, she observed, unhealthily so. He was dressed in a three-piece suit. His hair was nearly all white, and punished by the stiff wind. He looked at her in bewilderment. She took a tentative step forward. "Father, it's me, Molly."
My God! Molly?
She took another step toward him. "I came to visit Mum." She glanced at her mother. "Where are you going with her?" He looked over his shoulder at his wife.
She needs to leave this place. We both do. It's, government business, all hush-hush. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. Official secrets and all that.
"Father, you can't do this. You mustn't do this."
I tell you, it's official business. I'm taking your mother to a safe place.
"I know, Father. I know everything."
Do you now?
He replied sharply, his features hardening. "Yes. You killed British soldiers."
You know what Dave told you, I imagine.
He gestured angrily to Oliver.
But not my side of things.
"Now you can have your say."
And would it make any difference to you, child?
"You're my father," she said simply. "And I deserve an explanation." He seemed taken aback by this, and Molly decided to push ahead. "Why did you never bring me home?"
Home to what, a balmy mum and a murderous father?
"But I came home anyway. The money wasn't being paid, and even though the Coopers would have kept me on, I wanted to come back to you and Mother."
The bastards froze all of my accounts.
Raged Wakefield.
The same bastards who could not bring themselves to even look for the disgusting filth who attacked your mother. But no, they had the time to take my money, to watch my house, to open my letters. Do you wonder why I never wrote to you?
"Why didn't you?"
I couldn't have them think you were somehow aiding me, looking for secret codes in my letters. No, I wouldn't do that to you, Molly.
"Mrs. Pride told me what happened to Mother at the shelter."
She didn't know everything. I couldn't bring myself to tell her.
"What do you mean?"
The men who attacked her, they were our soldiers. Your mother finally calmed enough to tell me what had happened. She was looking for me after we became separated in the crowd. They offered to help. The next thing, they were in a small dark room, beating her, robbing her, doing God knows what else to her.
He stopped and let out a sob.
The Bobby on the beat couldn't have cared less.
He added more calmly.
Not to be bothered. Had far too much to do to spend time helping a woman who had been savaged.
Molly now could understand why her mother flew into a rage at the sight of the uniformed Mr. John, or the postman, or milkman. "I'm so sorry, Father. So very sorry."
But I worked for the government. I risked my life for my country. So I knew I could get justice for her. I knew that we were a good people. I went all the way to Scotland Yard with all the facts, and even one of the men's names, because your mother had seen it on his uniform. They could have rounded them all up easily. And you know what they told me?
"What?" said Molly tensely.
That war was hard on the boys. He implied that they were just lads being lads. Surely Mrs. Wakefield could understand that. And if they were arrested for their crimes, that would be 3 fewer men fighting Hitler. And if the press got wind of it, well, that would be bad for morale, wouldn't it? We couldn't have that, could we?
He paused and rubbed at his face, smearing the tears there.
The assistant commissioner told me to get her some chocolates and some flowers, and things would be as right as rain. Why hurt the lads fighting for their country? And after all, it was her word against theirs.
He looked at the dark sky.
Chocolates and flowers,
he said numbly.
And then apparently she would be right as rain.
He turned and pointed to his wife and screamed,
"What about her? She hasn't had 1 minute's peace since then, not
One!
He stopped talking and slumped against the car, completely spent, it seemed. After a few moments, he said,
Your mother dug down and somehow found the courage to tell me what had happened to her that night. And as soon as she was done, do you know what I saw?
Molly couldn't form words for a reply. She could only shake her head, her expression fearful of what was to come.
I saw the light of your mother's life go right out of her. I saw the woman that I loved more than anything vanish right in front of me. Any trust, any faith that she might have had in others was gone forever.
He turned to look at his wife, who was still staring placidly out the windscreen.
And this is all that is left of a good and kind person.
Molly, Charlie, and Oliver could only stare helplessly at the stricken man.
So if the police wouldn't look for those men, then I would. And did. For years I did. I used all the skills and contacts I had acquired while working for my country. I talked to people at the shelter that night. I followed up leads. I even found the room where they dragged her, and took fingerprints, and had a friend check them against records of the enlisted. I ran down every clue I could. It took a long time, but I finally found them, one by one.
And then? Asked Molly, in a tremulous voice. Her father's features hardened to flint.
I assumed the role of judge and jury. I recounted to them all the evidence I had gathered. I asked them how they pled. They snivelled and cowered and begged for their lives. But not a single one apologised, not even when I showed them pictures of your mum, of what she had become. Not a single damn one. They were only interested in saving their own miserable skins. They cared nothing for her. If any of them had admitted guilt, had shown the least bit of remorse,
He let out a long, tired breath.
I would have spared them. But they didn't. And so I didn't. I killed them, and I would do so again, without hesitation.
Molly teared up with this admission. Surely there had to be another way, Father.
There was no other way, child. This was all I had left, to do justice for your mother.
How did you get past all the checkpoints?
Oliver asked.
I was wearing a British uniform filled with medals. Medals I earned, by the way, serving a country that abandoned me and her in the hour of our need.
He turned back to Molly.
I took the uniform off before I got here. I will put it back on after I sedate your mother, because she can't stand the sight of a man in uniform. And can anyone blame her? That and forged papers go a long way.
And now? Molly exclaimed. Where are you taking her?
I've made arrangements. A boat is waiting to take us someplace safe, where we can live in peace for the time we have left.
Mother is not well.
I know she's dying, and my life is also over. But I refuse to swing at the end of a rope for killing men who should have been in prison or worse.
And you?
I failed your mother before. I can't leave her to die alone.
He glanced sharply at Oliver, and seeming to think he represented all of the British government, shouted,
Oh, to hell with you!
Wakefield put his hand on the car door.
Now we need to go. I'm sorry about all of this, Molly. Truly I am.
Oliver stepped forward.
I'm afraid we can't let you do this, Mr. Wakefield.
Wakefield produced a small pistol from a pocket and pointed it at Oliver, who quickly stepped back.
I think you have no say in the matter.
Oliver took another step back, but Molly moved forward. This will not set things right, Father. And please don't leave me alone. I need you. Please. The tears spilled down her cheeks. Herbert Wakefield slowly shook his head.
I'm sorry, Molly.
He added in a kindly tone.
You have your life to live, and I wish it everything you want it to be. You've always been quite exceptional. But my life, your mother's life, is nearly done.
At that moment, they heard sirens blaring and powerful engines racing their way.
Damn!
Cried out Wakefield. He slid into the car and started the engine. Father, no! Screamed Molly. Don't go! Please! The sound of her daughter's voice finally seemed to reach Eloise Wakefield. Right as her husband put the car in gear, she looked over at Molly, then saw her husband. She opened the door and toppled out of the car. Wakefield put the car in reverse and made a grab for her, but missed.
Eloise!
He screamed. Charlie and Oliver raced over to Eloise Wakefield and pulled her safely away from the automobile. Wakefield looked like he was going to get out of the car and attempt to pull her back in. Instead, he sped off. A moment later, he had to steer the sedan to the right to avoid the police cars roaring into the drive, sirens blaring. The police cars turned around to follow him, and the 3 sedans disappeared into the darkness, the jarring sound of the sirens further fracturing all of their nerves. Molly and the others jumped when they heard the gunshots. Then, there came the sound of a horrific crash, and, a few seconds after, an explosion. A column of flames leapt into the air, lighting the night. A sobbing Molly wrapped her arms protectively around her dazed mother. You're okay, Mum. You're safe. Goodbye for now. Late December 1944 was cold and blustery in London, which meant it was quite normal weather for that time of year. Eloise Wakefield had died 3 nights after the encounter with her husband. They had learned that the police had tracked Herbert Wakefield to the Beneficial Institute, and he had been killed in the ensuing chase. Molly had been holding her mother's hand as she passed peacefully. Seeing her father at the end, and learning that he had killed those men, had shocked Molly. At one level, she could understand why he had done what he had. At another level, she could never forgive him. With the deaths of both her parents so close together, she had been left bereft. If it hadn't been for Oliver and Charlie's love and support, Molly knew she could not have survived the twin losses. Still, she had cried so much that when she was done, Molly doubted she had any tears left to shed, ever. The Tinsdales, after a call from Molly, had arranged for her parents' bodies to be brought back to London, where they were buried, with Molly, Charlie, and Oliver in attendance after returning from Cornwall. Later, Molly had travelled north to see the Tinsdales for Christmas. After she returned, she told Oliver and Charlie that the Tinsdales would support her university education. They're actually very nice, and were quite welcoming to me. I mean, really, I'm a perfect stranger, but they made me feel quite at home. And they're really all the family I have left now.
You're fortunate to have found them, as they are to have found you,
commented Oliver. There was never any question of Molly's actually going to live with the Tinsdales. She had made it clear that she intended to live with Oliver and Charlie, and continue her work as a nurse auxiliary for the remainder of the war. Charlie was still a telegram messenger, and he was very busy, because it seemed that the long and torturous war would be ending soon, and folks were anxious for life to return to normal. Sending season's greetings and well wishes and inflated hopes via telegram seemed to be the ticket. Charlie certainly preferred those to delivering death notices. The bombings had tailed off considerably, and the newspapers and the BBC broadcasts were filled with the news of one Allied victory after another. The mood in London was much better, although Germany had unleashed more V-2 rocket attacks against select targets in England and Europe, but not with the widespread devastation wrought by the traditional carpet bombing raids. For a while, Oliver had gone to the study every day in hopes of finishing Imogen's book. But now, having been to the spot where she had ended her life, It seemed that his creative spirit was even more blighted than before. Finally, he simply stopped going. On New Year's Eve, they gathered with their fellow Londoners to welcome in the year 1945 with the hopes of peace soon to be ahead. Walking back to the bookkeep after the festivities, Oliver had said,
"Molly, while you now have the Tinsdales, I guess we are each other's families too."
Molly said, "You both are my first family. The Tinsdales are quite a distant second. But please don't tell them I said so." She smiled embarrassedly. "I do so want to go to university." Oliver said,
"And you, Charlie, what dreams have you when this madness is over?"
I liked seeing that water in the channel. I mean, I've seen water before in the Thames, but that don't really go nowhere. The channel, now, what comes after that? Well, it makes you think about things.
"You could become a world traveller," said Molly, "and write about it." Charlie broke into a smile, a rare thing for him.
Even if I'm the only one that reads it.
He glanced at both of them.
It was the worst thing ever to lose my family. But it would have been a lot worse if I hadn't met the both of you. I don't think I would have made it but for that.
"I don't think any of us would have," added Molly. Oliver said,
"Sometimes it simply comes down to the serendipity of whom one meets and when."
"Is that Imogen or Ignatius speaking?" asked Molly.
"It's a bit of both, actually.
He replied with a generous smile.
And isn't that a wonderful thing?" The days continued to turn cold and bitter. During the evenings, they would sit in the bookkeep, Molly reading, Charlie scribbling furiously in a third journal, having filled the first two, and Oliver going over the shop accounts and doing the London Times crossword. When the air raid siren sounded in late January, they all looked up from what they were doing. Oliver already had on his uniform and was about to commence his patrol. Charlie and Molly bustled into their winter coats, and they all hurried outside. At the front door of the bookkeep, Oliver said, "Now, go to the usual shelter. I doubt it will be much. The Germans are running out of things to chuck at us. I'll join you there in a jiffy." They had parted ways, and Oliver met up with Lee Parker. The two wardens compared their lists, checked the shelters, and found 4 people missing. They split that number and set off in opposite directions.
Deep in the basement of a warehouse near the river, Molly and Charlie sat next to each other. It was quite cold down here, but experience told them that the commingled body heat of all the folks here would soon rectify that.
"Do you think it will be bad tonight?"
asked Molly. Dunno. Last few times it ain't been.
"Do you really think you'll leave England, Charlie, after the war's done?"
I've never been out of London, except when we went to Cornwall. I might like to see some of the world before I die.
"You have a long way to go before then."
At that very moment, an explosion rocked nearby. Molly reached out a hand and closed it around Charlie's. He squeezed back. "It'll be okay." Molly nodded, but she didn't look like she believed him. The next blast struck closer and with stunning power. The ceiling above creaked and groaned, and the huge wooden posts holding it up seemed to shiver. "V2s," said Charlie knowledgeably. "No hum or buzz, with the planes coming and the bombs falling." Molly nodded. She knew Charlie was extremely knowledgeable about such things. Another blast hit, even closer, and dust and crud and bits of the place fell on top of them. Some screamed. Others scrambled to find cover when there was really none to be had. Charlie held tight to Molly, and they bent lower as the panicked wails of little children filled the now smoky space. "They say these V2 rockets fly by radio beam," Charlie said, in an even, calm voice. "We try to block that signal, and we got pretty good at it." He was trying to take Molly's mind off what was going on. It didn't look like it was working.
Yes, I heard something like that too,
she said tremulously. It'll be okay, Molly. Really. We've made it this far. Another explosion hit so close that one wall of the vast room partially collapsed, pushing dust and dirt and shattered wood in a tidal wave toward them. Everyone ran from the destruction. As they huddled against the far wall, with all looking anxiously upward at the tons of material sitting precariously above them, Molly said quietly,
"It just feels different this time, Charlie."
Charlie stared at the ceiling that seemed to be giving way, bit by bit. It does feel different this time, he thought.
As Oliver ran along the streets, he didn't bother to look up. There was nothing to see. No planes, no howls from Jericho's trumpets. This was clearly a V-2 rocket attack. It was only metal machines coming to kill them, no flesh-and-blood pilots and navigators and bombardiers required. And you would never see or hear them coming. Like his friend Major Bryant had said, you'd be dead before you even knew you were no longer living. He had one more couple on his list to find. He pounded on the door of their home. "Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, you must come. Quickly now, please." A blast hit somewhere nearby, and Oliver looked up to see a building collapse nearby. He put his shoulder to the door and knocked it in, toppled through and shoved the door shut behind him as the concussive wave from the blast swept across the street and blew out the front windows of the house. However, the door had not fully closed, and it was hit with incredible force. Oliver was lying on the floor with his feet against the door, but it was blown open so powerfully that he was propelled across the room, where he smacked into a dining-room table. "Mr. and Mrs. Perkins!" He staggered upright and looked in every room. No one was there. He ran back out into the streets and hustled toward the shelter. He had seen plumes of smoke and fire, and they were coming from the very building where Charlie and Molly were sheltering. Another direct hit there, and they would be done for. "They are going to survive this bloody awful war if I have any say about it." He redoubled his efforts to reach them. He would take them and the others to a safer location. He turned the corner right as a V-2 rocket struck at that exact spot.
A legacy given.
He left the both of you the bookkeep.
The man in a sombre brown suit and with a handlebar moustache said, as he looked over the typed papers. Seated in the study, Molly and Charlie stared dully at the man, who was Ignatius Oliver's solicitor, as he went over the contents of Ignatius Oliver's last will and testament. Molly stirred. "He did?"
"Yes, in equal shares. When you come of age, it will be deeded in your names. There was also the payment from a life insurance policy he had. It will be sufficient to keep the shop going and to help with your expenses."
"When did he do this?" Molly asked.
"On the day after Boxing Day. He came to me and said it was what he wanted. He said he never wanted either of you to fear you would not have a home."
"That was so very kind of him," she said, while a teary Charlie nodded in agreement. The lawyer said somberly,
"It was quite sad what happened. They said he was just a minute or so away from safety. The serendipity of life is quite odd."
Molly said, "Yes, yes it is." She then closed her eyes and tried to force her mind to shut down, because she simply could not process having lost her friend forever. Charlie simply gazed at the Crown typewriter. The funeral service had been a very private one. Major Bryant was there, as were a few other government types. Some fellow booksellers and a couple of Oliver's friends from Oxford were also in attendance. So was Oliver's older brother, Francis, who looked like his younger brother, but didn't have his gentle kindness and empathetic spirit. However, he had told them that he loved his brother very much, and that Ignatius had written him about them, and that if they ever needed anything, he would help them however he could. He had shaken both their hands, glanced at his brother's coffin, and then gone back to his home in Glasgow. Major Bryant had spoken with Molly afterward.
I wanted you to know that while I cannot condone what your father did, the 3 soldiers he killed were a terribly bad lot. They had been involved in thefts and other attacks on both men and women, and were about to be court-martialed.
And yet the police would do nothing.
Heads have rolled, Molly, from the bobby on the beat all the way up to Scotland Yard.
Then some good came of it, she said. Bryant glanced back at the coffin.
It's an awful loss, both personally and for the country. He was an air warden when he should have been working on other things for the war effort. He would have made a name for himself, I can tell you that. In his field he had few peers.
And what field was that exactly? She asked. He looked at her stonily, and she added, Right, you can't tell me.
Sorry, goes with the territory, I'm afraid.
So why didn't he work on these other things? She asked.
He would have been separated from Imogen. He couldn't do that.
He must have loved her very much to have given up his dreams for her.
You know, they were the oddest couple at Oxford. She was all fire and fury with ideas that broke through all societal norms. And Ignatius was calm and quiet and...
Opposites sometimes do attract, Molly pointed out.
Quite so.
He certainly always spoke highly of her, and forgave her quite a bit. Bryant coughed and looked around at the others. Don't worry, I will give away no secrets, Major, said Molly. I only wish that Mr. Oliver had realized how very special he was, too.
Yes, well, he was just not the sort to dwell on himself.
But his memory will be carried forward through us.
You really are quite mature beyond your years, Molly.
And I am quite fortunate indeed to have known Ignatius Oliver. After the burial, Molly and Charlie sat in the study, with a small fire warming them.
When do we go to Yorkshire?
He asked. Arrangements had been made for them to move to Yorkshire and live with the Tinsdales for the foreseeable future. Next week, by train. It's all confirmed.
Are you sure they want me?
Said Charlie. They are very sure, and if you don't go, I won't go. He looked at the fire.
It feels quite odd, being here without him.
It will always feel that way, I suppose. He was this place, really. You can't imagine one without the other.
He was truly a good bloke.
I wish I had told him something, said Molly.
What?
He always talked about how brilliant Imogen was. So much smarter than he. So much cleverer at everything, really. And while he and I talked some about that habit of his, I wish I had told him far more often that he was quite extraordinary too. She looked earnestly at Charlie. What do you think?
He had to make it look like he was working for the Jerrys when he was really working for us. That's quite tricky. He was really brave with all he'd done. The air warden bit and everything. I mean, I guess it was brave for Imogen to jump off that cliff. I never could have done it. But I think it was braver to stay here and keep trying to do the right thing, like Mr. Oliver done.
I think you said it far more eloquently than I could, Charlie.
And he knew that you felt that way about him, Molly. He really did. We loved each other. Only thing that kept us going was that. We didn't have nobody else.
She sighed and looked at the Crown typewriter with the blank page.
So's we can come back here when we're older.
Yes, Molly said. This is our home, Charlie. Home once more. Molly was seated in the study of the bookkeep. It was a fine spring evening, with a warming breeze and a mostly cloudless sky. During the war, people in London would be looking anxiously to the skies for German bombers on such a lovely night. But now, it was just a fine time to be alive. She was writing a letter using her father's old Conway Stewart pen. She loved the flow of the instrument, and the elegance of the ink bleeding onto stiff paper. She was now 51 years old, divorced, and the mother of a son and a daughter, one still at uni, and one who had graduated and was now working at a museum in Amsterdam. Her hair was cut shorter and fashioned in the style of the day. It held more than a touch of grey that she was debating covering up. That decision seemed trivial and absurd after what she had faced during the war. But that was also what made it wonderful to be able to contemplate. Her face was fuller, and her frame about 2 stone heavier than during the war. She was in good health, and the recent jettisoning of her faithless husband had been the best decision she'd made in the previous decade. She was a fully qualified clinical psychiatrist, with a thriving practice, an excellent reputation, numerous scholarly papers, and 2 medical textbooks to her credit. She knew that she had chosen this particular field because of what had happened to her mother. Dr. Foyle had desperately wanted something better with which to treat troubled patients. And now, Molly and other healthcare professionals had a spectrum of medications to prescribe to those in their care. Sometimes they didn't work. Sometimes they did more harm than good. But they were all better and far more humane than poking sharp metal objects into fragile brains. She understood her mother's condition now. Her psychoses probably could have been managed with modern-day medications and professional counseling. Unfortunately, her mother's condition had occurred too early for those types of remedies. But Molly's current patients benefited from them and from her training and empathetic bedside manner, which, as a nurse long ago had told her, was half the battle. She finished the letter, slid it into an envelope, sealed it, and wrote an address on it. It was a missive to the Tinsdales. They had been so very kind to her all this time, and she kept in close contact with the family, whom she had visited many times over the intervening years. Molly set the letter aside and looked at the finished manuscript that sat on her desk. She next focused on the names of the 2 authors of the book, set forth on the title page: Imogen Oliver and Molly Danvers. This novel seemed as far from her medical writings as possible. But perhaps not. It was full of psychology, the human condition, in the most traumatic of times. People did not typically need her help when suitably happy with their lives. They needed her skills when the opposite occurred, as it so very often did in life. Molly had barely revised the first portion of the novel written by Imogen decades prior. It turned out the dead woman had been a more naturally gifted writer than Molly. But the second half of the novel had more than held its own in the storytelling. At least, her agent had told her that. And there were several reputable publishers currently formulating serious offers to purchase the rights to the story. Out in the shop, she heard the bell tinkling and customers coming and going. She had 2 very good people helping in the shop, and it had prospered over the years. She rose, opened the door, and stared out into the bookshop area as a half-dozen customers looked over various volumes, while a queue of others were having their purchases rung up and bagged at the counter. She had retained much of the untidiness from Ignatius Oliver's days, and customers seemed to like that attribute as they explored the stacks and crevices for new literary treasures. She also had a special section of the works of George Sand, with not a single one missing any pages. Molly closed the door, walked back over to her desk, and looked at the framed picture of Charlie and his family that was placed there. He lived in Australia now, where he had a ranch. As a young man, he had travelled the world via freighters, trains, and planes, written down all that he saw and experienced, and he was the only one who read a word of it. He now had 5 children, and his wife, Meredith, was very kind and welcoming. Molly had been to visit once, and Charlie had even taught her how to ride a horse while she was there. She had been terrified, her heart thudding in her chest, but in his calming voice, which had changed only slightly from his youth, he had said all the right things to carefully wean her from the panic. Even though he lived so far away, she could not imagine him not being a part of her life. He was the godfather to her son, and she was godmother to his oldest daughter. They spoke on the phone at least once a week. She looked around the confines of the study. It hadn't changed much. Oh, some of the furniture had worn out and been replaced over the years, but the desk was the same, as was the uncomfortable chair. The Crown typewriter was on a shelf now, and had been replaced by an IBM Selectric 2 typewriter. Molly tended to type too fast, and the Crown's keys would gnash, like rheumatic fingers, all in a dither. But every time she opened the door and stepped in here, it was like creeping cautiously back into the war years. She could still see Ignatius Oliver hunched at the desk, the smell and haze of a meagre coal fire lingering in the room like a thin fog. There were several graves to visit in the city, and she did so regularly. Her mother and father, Charlie's mother and grandparents, and Ignatius Oliver. He was buried at Kensal Green Cemetery. Her parents were also buried there, and Molly herself had a plot there for when her time came. She was a fan of G.K. Chesterton's poetry, and had tearfully quoted from The Rolling English Road at Oliver's funeral. For there is good news yet to hear, and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise, by way of Kensal Green. If Oliver had not come along when he had, Molly was certain that her and Charlie's lives would have turned out very differently, and not for the better. It wasn't so much the decisions you made, it was simply who you stumbled into while you were trying to work out important matters. Run into one person instead of another, and one's future could be completely altered, as Oliver had said in somewhat different language on New Year's Eve so many years ago. Molly took her bag, said goodbye to one of her assistants, and walked out into the spring evening. The war had been over for decades now. London had moved on, of course, although there were many in the city, like her, who had lived through those desperate times. VE Day parades were still robustly popular. TV shows and movies were replete with stories of the worldwide struggle. Books aplenty had been written about it, and Molly was about to add hers, and Imogen's, to that pile. Yet memories faded, and other wars had come to replace that one, though thankfully none as extreme or as far-reaching. The 1970s had been quite eventful for England. There had been strikes by miners and postal and dustbin workers, a drought in 1976, and one of the hottest summers on record, had dampened the spirits of many. But the Queen's Silver Jubilee a year later had lifted the country to a happier, prouder time. That was the way the world worked, Molly well knew. Highs and lows, and long periods of a normal existence in between. The decades-long nuclear arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union was still raging ahead. The British and all the rest of the world were justly terrified about how this struggle would play out between the two superpowers. Indeed, half of her practice was now devoted to those who were certain the violent end of the world was near. Molly found she could speak with particular knowledge and thoughtfulness to such anxieties, because she had lived them herself. No foreign bomb had fallen on English soil since 1945. She hoped that would remain so forever, but there were no guarantees. Life was not about predictability. Indeed, quite the opposite. She stopped at the spot on the pavement where Ignatius Oliver had lost his life while valiantly performing his duties as an air warden. It was fronted now by a women's shoe store, a nice one, an expensive one. Molly had never been inside, nor would she ever. She and Charlie had left the shelter that night and walked back toward the bookkeep, wondering where Oliver was. Then, they had come upon a small group of people and another air warden. They were gathered around something on the street, and that something had been the remains of Ignatius Oliver. Both she and Charlie had fallen to their knees next to him and wept bitterly at losing the very best friend they ever had. As Molly had stared down at him that night so long ago, he had seemed at peace. Perhaps he had joined his wife, who had voluntarily given up her life, while his had been wrenched violently from him. But even with two very different outcomes, they could perhaps find a renewed connection for all eternity. At least, she hoped so. Molly felt herself tearing up at the long ago but still painful memory, and she hastily moved off down the street. She knew there was a price to be paid with important relationships like that. They were wonderful, but they also had the capacity to exact a punishing price when one in the relationship was gone. Grief, sadness, anger at a loss, and terrible, unrelenting hurt were the costs to be paid for loving and being loved. It felt completely worth the bargain, right up until the very moment payment was demanded. She would never get over the loss of Ignatius Oliver, but she would always benefit from having had him in her life. Molly looked into the window of another bookshop, and then lingered, wondering what it might feel like to see her novel there. And if he had lived, what would Oliver think of her having finished Imogen's story? Would she have done so at all if he had not perished? Molly actually understood that she had completed the book mainly as a tribute to her dear friend. Ignatius Oliver had come along at precisely the right time for two young people who would lose everything during the greatest armed conflict the world has ever suffered through. Despite that, she knew theirs was only one small human story among millions of others. But this was their story. Three people standing together against all the world could hurl at them. As she looked at the clear sky, Molly's mind superimposed a trio of faces there: Ignatius Oliver, Charlie Matters, and herself. Separately, through no fault of their own, they had been something less than full measure in the face of war's deadly grip. Yet together, they had confronted a collective hardship that, at times, seemed beyond anyone's capacity. It spoke well indeed of the resilience of the human spirit when one had friends with whom to share the sometimes calamitous burden of existence. We all need someone at certain times in our lives. It makes the inevitable pain lessened, and the periods of happiness exalted. With this uplifting thought blossoming in her mind, Molly continued her walk down the streets of lovely London, in the warmth and robust peace of springtime.
Strangers in Time. Author's Note. I've been an Anglophile for a long time, having cut my youthful readers' teeth on British writers like Agatha Christie, Arthur Conan Doyle, H.G. Wells, Ian Fleming, George Orwell, J.R.R. Tolkien, Lewis Carroll, Daniel Defoe, Charles Dickens, and many more. With that in mind, I remember sitting down with a writing journal one cold winter's eve and staring at the enticingly blank pages, much as I did with another historical novel of mine, A Calamity of Souls, a courtroom drama set in Virginia in 1968. Strangers in Time is set in 1944 in London, where World War II had left its ferocious imprint like it had on few cities. Now, in truth, innumerable novels have been written about the war, and it is a challenge for any writer to come up with anything new to write about that time. How I hopefully solved that challenge was to center the tale on three very different characters, and for what I believed would be a unique purpose. They are Charlie Matters, a lad from Bethnal Green in the hard-scrabble East End of London; Molly Wakefield, a girl from Chelsea in the fashionable West End of the city; and Ignatius Oliver, a widower who runs a small bookshop in the Strand, roughly halfway between Charlie's and Molly's worlds. Now, war is difficult on everyone. There are degrees of difficulty, and since Charlie was poor and Molly was wealthy, their experiences started out as being very dissimilar. Ignatius's experiences are, again, in between the two extremes of Charlie and Molly. With that framework set, I then proceeded in the novel to blow it all up, much like the German bombs dropped on London did to that city. Charlie lost what little he had. Molly lost all that she had. And Ignatius, childless and bereaved and wondering what, if anything, he had left to contribute to life, finds himself in the precarious position of having two teenagers as his wards in one of the most battle-scarred metropolises on Earth. War is a great equalizer of the lives of those it impacts. It does not care about wealth, power, or position. It does not care about familial ties. A war's goal is only to destroy people and all that they have. It was my intent to show that people from all sorts of different backgrounds can form the unlikeliest and most unbreakable bonds of faith and friendship when circumstances like a world war have carved the human element straight out of humanity. And of course, the ultimate goal is to claw that human part back into one's life. We are sometimes at our best during the worst of times, when the choices we make, the friendships we form, and the sacrifices we undergo matter more than ever. And although humans have gotten awfully good at inflicting terrible damage on one another, the reaction to such deplorable circumstances is often seen in small but important examples of the best that humanity can inspire. Charlie, Molly, and Ignatius are quite different from one another, and in peaceful times may never have even met. Yet they come together to survive a horrific time in history that alone they probably never stood a chance of withstanding. People are sometimes most resilient when their lives are the darkest. It is a lesson to us all that no matter how dire times may be, including a world war, we need not go through them alone. There is courage, strength, and empathy when we stand not simply by ourselves, but hand in hand with others we have come to trust. Because no matter how destructive the weapons of war surely are, they are helpless before that one crowning attribute of humanity, the power of love.
This has been a Hachette audio production of Strangers in Time, written by David Baldacci. Read by Stuart Crank, Alexandra Bolton, John Lee, Matthew Lloyd Davies, Nicola F. Delgado, and Joe Pitts, with an author's note read by David Baldacci. Produced and directed by Melanie Schmidt. Post-production by Jake Nomura Winegrow. Quality control by Ryan Jones. Strangers in Time is also available in print and as an e-book from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2025 by Columbus Rose Limited. Audio production copyright 2025, Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of historical fiction. In order to give a sense of the times, some names of real people or places have been included in the audiobook. However, the events depicted in this book are imagined, and the names of non-historical persons or events are the product of the author's imagination, or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance of such non-historical persons or events to actual ones is purely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.